Chapter 1501, The Divine Decree Incarnation Technique, a technique conceived in the forgotten dawn of the Jura Continents by sages who believed themselves to have reached the summit of creation. In their age, they declared the 40th level of a sage's domain to be the pinnacle of existence, the final gate of power, and ultimate truth beyond which nothing could be attained. Yet their ambition was restless. They sought more, clawed at the walls of the heavens themselves. And so, they devised countless side paths, innumerable heresies of cultivation, desperate gambits to claw beyond their boundaries. Among all of these, one stood supreme. One became exalted in myth, and branded into history itself. It was the Divine Decree Incarnation Technique, power given shape. At its heart, the technique is a forbidden binding, a temporary stitching together of three sacred pillars of being, the energy center, the lifeline, and the soul domain. The user drives their soul force violently into the energy core, igniting it until it begins to simulate the very law that defines its foundation. Whether that law is major or minor, fundamental or auxiliary, pristine or flawed, every detail is revealed within the simulation. Nothing is hidden, no imperfection excused. Once the pattern is awakened, the soul force wrests control of the center's energy, bending it to follow the simulation, shaping it into form. What emerges is not theory, not illusion, but a visible manifestation of the law itself, a law embodied, displayed in the rawest expression that mortal minds can grasp. That form drinks greedily from both the user's soul force and the natural energy of the world, tethered to both streams as though the heavens themselves were its sustenance. But the final step is the abyss. The soul force pierces even deeper, into the user's lifeline, tearing free strands of pure vitality, feeding the manifestation with the essence of life itself. In the end, three rivers converge: soul force, natural energy, and life force. As for its strength, there is no need to waste words. The technique does what no other dares: it fuses every source of power within a human being, save only their raw flesh. It was created as the path to absolute liberation, and that is precisely what it delivers. Yet its true horror lies not in its power, but in its consequence. For when soul force and life force are bound together in a single vessel, that vessel does not remain a simple puppet. It awakens, it thinks, it gains awareness, a will of its own, a body. Though bound utterly to the user, it still possesses a mind, an instinct, a voice capable of choosing its own actions. It is, in truth, almost indistinguishable from a soul creature born of nature itself. Huong. The silence shattered. A torrent of soul force thundered out from Robin's soul domain, surging into his energy center with the violence of a flood. Nearly 500,000 units, his last reserves, the dregs of his existence, poured forth in a single tidal rush. In less than a breath, the entirety of his energy-gathering center was drowned. But the second step, the simulation, never came. His soul force strained, pressed, clawed forward, but it was like a warhorse plated in steel, bogged waist-deep in a mire of suffocating mud. It thrashed, it roared, it yearned to act. Yet the law did not stir. As I feared, Robin exhaled, a sigh heavy as stone within the silence of his soul. 500,000 units, too little. Not nearly enough to simulate the third stage of the master law of truth, the law embedded within his energy foundation number 31. In truth, even 810,000 units would have been inadequate. He remembered. Long ago, when he had finished reshaping this forbidden technique, he had already learned of soul units and the scale of royal soul force. He had realized, with bitter clarity, that even 1,000,000 units might not suffice to fuel such a creation. And so, he had shelved it, waited, hoped for a time when the impossible might bend. Later, as a martial emperor, another revelation crushed him. Even silver soul force, no matter its volume, could never sustain the simulation of the fourth stage of the master law of truth. Again, he buried the dream. Again, he promised himself it would only be unearthed when he walked the path of a royal soul lord. But now, the time for patience was dead. His energy foundations bore only the third stage. He had grasped the secret of the elastic domain trait, and on top of all, he was already standing at the edge of life and death. Now was the moment to attempt the impossible. Within Robin's soul domain, Raori, the spectral lion, its wounds still raw, its mind clouded by fury and confusion, erupted in violence the instant it realized where it had been dragged. Its claws shredded trees into splinters, its fangs tore at helpless soul creatures. Each thunderous step stained the ground with creeping blackness, spreading corruption that ate into the earth until whole patches sank into yawning pits. In seconds, nearly a tenth of the domain lay in ruin. Then the lion's blazing eyes fell upon the spectral prisons where his fellow specters writhed in chains. Its bellow shook the sky. Raori, wait for me, I will free you. Bam! One headbutt, and Robin's seals groaned, splintering. Dark energy bled out of the captives within. Bam! Another strike, and the spectral bars bent, shrieking under the force, threatening to collapse entirely. Damn it! Pythor's fists clenched until his knuckles creaked. His awareness held the knowledge of countless ways to slay the lion, but knowledge without units was nothing. Without the master's assignment of power, he was a husk, no stronger than grass or insects in the domain, information without teeth. Powerless. And outside, Robin poured every scrap of soul force into the battle. No unit could be spared. No authority could be granted. At this pace, the prisons would break. And if the specters trapped within were unleashed into the soul domain, their sanctuary would be undone. Their paradise, obliterated. Even Evergreen and Neri had withdrawn, cowering among the other soul creatures, powerless, their existence here scarcely above the weakest wisp. Huong. Then the domain itself stirred. The ground convulsed. From its depths, monstrous drills shaped like dragon heads erupted, grinding as they rose. More burst from the walls, from the vaulted ceiling, until, in a single instant, the once serene realm was drowned in nightmare. Dozens, hundreds, of alien monsters that looked like drill-headed dragons crawled forth. Ha! The lion froze, eyes flashing with confusion as it scanned the storm of monsters. It snarled, then threw its head back in defiance, unleashing a roar that could shatter mountains, roary. But the monsters did not waver. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Drill-headed dragons launched like arrows, converging on the lion from every angle, their whirling maws screaming, roary. The spectral lion's defiant roar turned to anguish as the drills bored through its flesh, spinning, tearing, bursting out its other side. In that instant, it learned terror. For the first time, it understood the despair of being trapped within the soul domain of an enemy. Its massive body was gutted from within, units of soul bursting outward like rivers of black blood, splattering the land. With each rotation, its essence shredded further, scattering like ash. Finally, roary. The lion gave one last cry, a cry that trembled through the heavens, and then its body ruptured. Bay-am. The explosion tore through the domain, drowning the air in black mist and fragmented soul. Chapter 1502. TSHHH. The blood of the spectral lion, or rather, the broken core of its entire reserve of soul units, burst outward in a violent tide that swept across Robin's soul domain. Tens of thousands of soul units scattered like a storm of meteors, each drop burning black as it fell. Grass was drowned, lakes boiled, and rivers turned to sludge as the darkness spread. The land itself groaned, half its vastness consumed in a tide of corruption. What had once been contained at 10% had, in the span of a single heartbeat, expanded to engulf half of Robin's soul domain. Oh no! Evergreen's voice trembled, her hands pressed hard against her mouth as if to hold in a scream. This can't be repaired. Her knees shook as she watched the paradise around her drown in oily blackness. Even Neri, her usual calm unshaken, widened her eyes until they gleamed with disbelief. The devastation before her was not a wound, but a mortal blow, greater than anything Robin's soul domain had ever endured. And as though fate itself was cruelly laughing. Shoo! A black orb, small but dense as a star, shot free from the lion's mangled remains. It streaked through the air, its surface writhing like tar, moving with the speed of a curse set free. That's... Neri's voice broke into a scream, her finger stabbing at it. Robin, catch it. That's the lion's initial soul. Don't let it corrupt the domain. Seal it before. Bah. Before Robin could act, the orb was intercepted. A circle of drill-headed dragons surged from the walls of the domain itself, surrounding the black core and pinning it in place. Then, boom, one lunged without hesitation, its spinning head drilling straight through. The orb cracked, splintered, then detonated in a spray of darkness. Nuu! Neri's cry rang like a knife through the domain. The world trembled as memories, grudges, and malice burst outward. The lion's hatred spread through the air like poisonous ash, infecting the very skies. What is Robin thinking? Has he abandoned his domain entirely? Her gaze snapped to the prisons. If even one of them broke now, if the negativity spilled in, then, bam, the drills crashed into the nearest prison. Its walls shattered instantly, bursting apart in fragments of soul steel. Screams erupted as over 1,000 specters spilled into the open. Shock! The cries were a mix of triumph and terror. Some burst apart at once under the violence of the drills, their cores splintering before they could even breathe. Others scattered, laughing and shrieking, tasting freedom after endless captivity. But it was a freedom measured in heartbeats. Sha. The drills lunged, precise and merciless. Each strike tore through a specter's body, and each follow-up shattered its black core. Essence spilled like rivers of oil, soaking the ground, feeding the corruption. 1,000 specters were slaughtered in less than a second. Neri froze, her throat tight, words torn from her. Fall back. Evergreen grabbed her shoulder and dragged her away as the floor itself darkened beneath their feet. The black was no longer simply ink. It was as if the sky had fallen, as though they stood on the edge of an endless abyss. They could do nothing. None of them. All they could do was watch as the drills ripped through one prison after another, tearing down the domain's heaven piece by piece. Outside. Shay. A specter lunged, skeletal hand gleaming like a dagger, reaching for Robin's neck to sever his head in a single stroke. But then, Huong! A detonation of soul force thundered out of Robin's body, a tide so violent it seemed the world cracked. Bam! The blast flung every specter backward, crashing into one another like puppets cut from their strings. Even Spectre King Arcalon himself was driven back several steps, forced to cross his arms, staff braced before him as he snarled. What? When his gaze rose, his expression faltered. Robin was ablaze. His entire body leaked soul force, not merely leaked, but poured, flooded, overflowed. And this soul force was not the pure transparent energy it had always been. No, streaks of midnight black ran through it, heavy and thick, as if shadows themselves had been woven into light. The energy did not stop. It shot skyward, a colossal pillar that tore the clouds apart. Transparent brilliance, shot through with veins of darkness, rising until the heavens themselves seemed split open. Robin stood at the heart of it, his figure framed by that storm, like a sovereign stepping out of legend. His aura was no longer simply overwhelming, it was suffocating, a mountain of will crashing upon the battlefield. No. Arcalon's eyes widened, for the first time betraying fear. This power, more than 1 million soul units? That's impossible. This should not exist within a silver soul. Robin's lips curved, a grimace and a smile all at once. Veins bulged along his arms, his chest, glowing faintly beneath his skin. His breath trembled with pain. I suppose I must thank my elastic soul domain once again. It has saved me countless times, and now, today, it lets me go mad one last time. He coughed, dark blood at the corner of his lips. But today I will test it to its limit. I will learn if it is strong enough, to keep me alive for even a little while longer. Slowly, agonizingly, he opened his eyes. Flash! Twin suns ignited within his sockets. The eyes of truth, at their full, 100%, blazed into reality. The battlefield shifted. Night became day. Shadows screamed as they burned. But you. Robin's voice rolled like thunder, each word shaking the earth. You will not remain, to witness my life, or my death. The storm of energy compressed, folding inward, collapsing into itself like a star turning to a black hole. The torrent roared into his energy core. Boom! The core blazed golden. Its glow filled his chest, light bursting from his skin. From its heart, a filament of golden thread snaked outward, binding itself into his lifeline. Robin's lips twisted upward. There, look, I've succeeded. It seems that my sacrifice didn't go in vain this time. Succeeded? In what? Arcallan whispered, torn between awe and fury. His instincts screamed, his centuries of wisdom failing him. His heart pounded. Something monumental had awakened. In this. Robin hissed. His veins glowed gold, lines of fire beneath his flesh. Whoosh! Around him, a golden cyclone spun to life. 3 rivers, soul force, natural energy, and life itself, wove together in its current. The cyclone climbed skyward like a divine tower, piercing the heavens. Boom! A shockwave spread across the land. Darkness was erased, light cascaded in floods. The ground beneath them glowed as if cast in molten glass. And then, silence. The cyclone vanished. Above, something else appeared. Not a sun, not a star. An eye. Colossal. Golden. Radiant. Its gaze pierced every shadow, stripped every lie. It revealed. It judged. The battlefield froze. Specters staggered back, trembling, their claws clattering. Some collapsed, their forms quivering as if before a god. Even Arcallan's breath caught, his massive body rigid. The eye of truth had descended, and all creation shuddered beneath its sight. Chapter 1503. Robin held his breath, not out of reverence or awe, but because he felt that if he inhaled even once, his body would collapse under the sheer pressure crushing him. In that instant, he was like a man suddenly thrown into the depths of the ocean, feeling the weight of billions of tons of water pressing from every direction. Only his unyielding will, and the stubborn strength of his body, kept him from breaking. Each heartbeat was a hammer, each second, a trial. The Divine Decree Incarnation Technique had been forged by men who knew nothing of soul domains, who had never conceived of soul units. All they possessed were scraps of ancient methods to strengthen their soul, little exercises to sharpen focus, or crude tools to amplify force in composite techniques. Their classifications of spiritual growth were laughably primitive. My soul feels slightly stronger than last year. Yet with that crude map they reached a forbidden coast. With a few dozen soul units they could wield the decree without fear, for the technique drank deepest from natural energy and life force. Soul units were a garnish, fuel to gift a borrowed body the smallest ember of awareness so it might strike and guard on its own. Whether one poured 20 units or 2,000, the difference was not in birthing the manifestation, only in how cleverly it could think once born. But Robin lived under a different sky. His law was the third tier of the master law of truth. Here, the soul was not a garnish but the keystone, the root, the engine. The difference in demand was grotesque. What others called enough was, for him, an opening bid that could not buy the right to try. He stared upward without blinking. Above, an eye, vast, aureate, adamant, hung like a sun carved into awareness. It watched downward, all-seeing and all-judging. Something inside him whispered that the eye was familiar, a reflection that matched the angles of his own being. Another whisper, colder, insisted it belonged to a myth that no mortal could grasp. Curiosity threaded through his dread. If the eye would burn out, then before it did he would learn. He lowered his chin and searched the field to witness what the eye of truth would do to a world of lies. He could not widen his eyes, could not gasp, could not show surprise. And yet shock cut through him cleanly, for everything had changed. Spectre King Arcallan was no longer a king at all. The regalia, the gaunt face stretched tight upon bone, the cords of spectral muscle carved down his limbs, the staff taller than its bearer, the robe like a falling knight, had vanished. In his place floated a compressed mass of soul force, glass clear and raging with eddies, and within it swam black motes like gnats of night. These black motes had no eyes, no arms, no legs, only a maw. They chewed the soul force, swallowed, spat, chewed again. Corruption as a process. Hunger as a mechanism. The truth in its ugliest simplicity. Above that body of storm was a denser knot, so thick with those tiny mouths that light itself could not enter. That knot was the head, the black seat of will where Arcallan's rotten initial soul resides. This was the truth of a spectre king when stripped of story. Whoosh! The mass of force jolted, lashing toward Robin. He felt the killing intent rise like a blade, but he did not move. Ha! The strike hit him square in the chest. It was air, nothing more. No technique, no control, no assembly of cultivated arts. The golden eye had not merely allowed Robin to see the truth, it made everything act upon it. Arcallan stood naked in essence, a being without leverage. Robin twitched the corner of his left eye. That was the command. Shwayal. The black motes began to burn. They had no voices to scream, but still Robin felt the shape of the scream, jagged, endless, as negative force ignited within them. The fire ran toward the head knot like a fuse seeking its charge. Spectre King Arcallan tried to howl. He found no mouth. He collapsed to his knees, clutched the place that had been his skull, and writhed. The pain of a hatred burning out is unlike any other. When a rod is set alight, the whole edifice of self creaks. Flames licked the densest black at his crown. The king thrashed in soundless torment, a tyrant reduced to a knot of meat unmade by its own fuel. Hue! When the darkness in his head finished collapsing, a pearl-white orb drifted out, cool and clean. His spectral body unraveled into smoke. the orb's faint shell cracked open, the way a chrysalis splits. It was ready to loosen into pure soul and pass away in peace. Truth was simple. Spectres are born when negative energy accumulates into those tiny devourers. Purge the devourers, and what remains is an initial soul wrapped in neutral breath. No hatred, no aim, no will, only a piece of what a being once was, tipping back into the cycle with the gentleness of snow. Robin blinked again. A soul gate no wider than a hand flowered in the air, braided in white, gold, and black. A net shot out, silken and inexorable, snagged the white orb, and drew it through. The gate shut like an eyelid. Had Arcalon entered Robin's soul domain at full strength, saturated in negative energy, armed with full awareness, wearing the armor of his will, he would have savaged Robin's world from the inside out. But the king had been peeled down to a core. Caught this way, he could be taken. A smile flickered across Robin's face, the kind a man makes when the price paid is gouged but the purchase is clean. He forced his eyes to move, tasting iron at the back of his throat, and swept the field. All around, the specters resembled the same anatomy of sin, transparent storms riddled with tiny black mouths. Rank on rank, an army of hunger. He did not have the time to burn them one by one. To cleanse 3 would cost the rest of him. To cleanse 10 would demand what could not be given. So he looked up, past pain, past the urge to gasp, and chose scale over precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soul gates bloomed in the air like a constellation, each tricolored in white, gold, and black. From some poured whirlwinds that drank at distance. From others uncoiled nets that hunted close. The whirlwinds gathered the specter's soul force into rivers and fed the gates. The nets jabbed at the heads, pinched free the initial souls, and wrenched them from their fouled sheaths. Around Robin, the battlefield twisted beneath the gaze of the golden eye. The very air seemed painted with new ink, lines of force, spirals of intent, stains of hatred rendered visible. Some specters recoiled in terror at being seen so nakedly. Others shivered, gnawing upon themselves as if the revelation had robbed them of direction. Robin could feel every vibration through his bones. The ground beneath his feet was no longer stone but a drumhead of soul force, thrumming with each pulse of the decree. His chest screamed with pain, every shallow breath threatening to break him, yet his will hardened all the more. The specter's dissolution was eerie. Nets lashed out, hooking their core orbs, dragging them into gates that shut with merciless finality. Whirlwinds pulled whole clusters of corrupted energy into streams of radiance, siphoning them away. One specter, larger than the rest, writhed as its core was seized, the motes burning like worms in fire until only a trembling white ember remained. For a fleeting instant, Robin's heart clenched. These beings were once stories, once souls. Yet mercy here would mean ruin. His gaze flicked to Wade. Under the manifesting decree, he seemed different. Chapter 1504. With bloodied eyes, Robin focused his gaze on Wade, or what looked like Wade. At least, it was supposed to be Wade standing in that corner. Wade himself was looking at his palms up and down, feeling his body, panicking, not knowing what was happening to him. What he saw now was not the Wade he knew. It was something sharper, stranger, dissected by layers. In the instant Robin's eyes turned toward him, he first saw a heap of twitching red muscles, fibers twisting violently as though unsure of their own form, and a bulging eye darting around in confusion. He saw Wade staring at his own hand in shock, mouth open as though trying to scream at what was happening to him. The next moment, all Robin saw were the veins and blood vessels threading through the body. Then he saw Wade's unique energy channels, the strange traces of elixirs he had consumed before the battle, etched into him like scars of light. Then came only bone, a skeleton draped in nothingness. Around it swirled a dark cloud, the haze of foul karma, shaped with a twisted, grinning face. Finally, Robin's gaze pierced deeper, to the nearly empty energy core, to its foundations, then into Wade's soul domain, where he saw the faint outlines of his soul creatures. Robin's vision wavered as he stared at Wade. Each layer of truth cut deeper into him, showing not only flesh and bone but intention, memory, and the stains of countless choices Wade had made in his life. He saw regret pooled like shadows in his core, the reckless courage that had pushed him into this battle, and the faint glimmer of loyalty burning stubbornly even as his body frayed apart. It was overwhelming, too much for any human to behold, and Robin's head throbbed as though it might burst under the weight of such revelations. And at the end of that cascade, Robin saw Wade again, whole and naked, his true body exposed. Several points shone like stars across his form, weak spots, targets screaming to be struck. After that, Robin's sight turned to the black armor alone. He saw its full structure, the seams where it had been forged together, every detail laid bare. Dotted along it were glowing points, and beside each, faint inscriptions, notations of the force required to break them, and even which law would be best suited for the strike. This was a mid-grade epic armor. Yet despite everything Robin saw, Wade still moved. He remained an independent being, a will of his own, capable of resisting, of striking back, of trying to flee. Not like the specters, who had been reduced to hollow shells under the manifesting decree. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a higher being on the great ladder of existence. Robin wondered grimly, what would I see if before me stood a human with the power of a world cataclysm, or even one in a nexus state? What would happen if the decree was forced upon someone greater still? Crack! Robin heard the sharp snap. At once he knew, it was his arm. It had broken. Crack, crack. More sounds followed in rapid succession. His body could no longer withstand this magnitude of pressure. And so, though the slaughter of the specter horde was not yet finished, Robin closed his eyes. Boom! The vast golden eye in the sky blinked shut, retreating upward until it vanished into clouds that had formed from nothing. The light that had bathed plains and mountains in revelation faded. The brilliance that stripped all things to truth drew back in silence. With it, every soul gate closed, every whirlwind and every net dissolved. The collapse of the golden eye was not sudden but drawn out, like the closing of heaven itself. Shadows bled back into the world, painting everything dull once more. The specters, who had been reduced to hollow truths, regained their shapes. Their claws returned, their ghastly faces reformed, but the memory of what had just happened lingered in their movements. Many trembled as if unsure they even wanted to exist anymore. Others grew manic, desperate to prove they still had meaning by hurling themselves forward. As for Robin, puff! The soul force wheelchair beneath him crumbled, and he fell, landing on his back. Xianxia. The surviving specters found their voices and forms again. Even their ghastly faces, horrid masks that inspired fear, were etched with panic and confusion. They turned wildly, searching for their leaders, but none could be found. Xianxia. In terror, they realized their numbers had been decimated. With no leaders left to command them, the inevitable came. Whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of specters scattered in panic, fleeing in every direction, those who retained fragments of memory, fragments of thought. But not all. More than half remained, and once their targets were fixed again, they roared and charged. Jaya! Your Majesty! Wade and Malik surged toward Robin as they saw the swarm closing in. The ground beneath Malik folded, and the air before Wade cracked. Without the Spectre Kings to restrain them, they could finally use their movement techniques freely, reaching Robin in an instant. When they arrived at his side, they shouted again, this time in pain and fear, Your Majesty. Robin's state was ghastly. His arms, legs, ribs, every bone twisted and fractured at unnatural angles, his frame bending like shattered glass barely holding together. Veins beneath his skin had ruptured, bleeding freely. From his eyes and ears flowed streams of blood, each drop sizzling as if tainted by venom, dripping onto the ground like ink. And his aura was darker, fouler, closer to death itself than even Spectre King Arcalon. Focus on carrying His Majesty out of here, Malik growled, striking the nearest spectre aside before preparing for another. What are you saying? Your body's collapsing too. Wade shouted. He knew exactly what Malik meant, for he was in the same state. Both of them had been pushed beyond the brink in this short battle, their souls scarred and wounded. The instant Wade shifted with his movement arc to Robin's side, he had felt it. He might be able to move one more time before falling apart entirely. And if he tried to move while carrying someone else, the strain would be even greater. Malik was no better. If he fought to hold back the horde instead of escaping, the end was certain. Do it. We exist to protect His Majesty, that is our life's purpose. Malik roared, eyes burning with the mark of soul damage. Damn it. Wade clenched his eyes shut, grasping a seed of energy, trying to gather what little remained to pull Robin out of the battlefield. Wade's heart thundered. He knew his body was failing, his soul thread fraying dangerously, yet the thought of abandoning Robin was impossible. He looked at Malik and saw the same resolve mirrored there. Both men were broken, yet both chose defiance. The swarm closed in, claws raised, shrieks echoing like knives, and still they planted their feet beside Robin's broken body. For one breath, they were not warriors on the brink of collapse, they were shields, unyielding, daring the darkness to come. Robin's body trembled under the invisible aftermath of the golden eye. Each muscle fiber screamed, each joint groaned, as if his very anatomy resented what he had forced it to endure. His breath came ragged, shallow, tasting of copper. Every heartbeat felt like a drumbeat of war struck against a fractured shield. Yet even in this ruin, his mind clung to clarity. He could not allow himself to fall fully, not while Wade and Malik stood fighting for him, not while specters still prowled with hungry intent. The specters that remained were divided. Some paced restlessly, glancing about like beasts that had lost their master's whip. Others grew frenzied, pounding their chests, trying to roar louder than their own terror. Their black eyes darted to Robin again and again, as though they feared and coveted him in equal measure. The battlefield, once a tide of certainty, had collapsed into chaos, chaos that could swallow them all if even one misstep was made. Malik's strikes grew heavier, not because he had strength left, but because he was willing to burn what little remained of his soul flame. His face contorted with pain, every movement tearing at wounds unseen, yet his blade never faltered. In his eyes burned a truth as absolute as Robin's decree, better to break here than to retreat while their emperor still breathed. As for Robin, he opened his eyes slowly, painfully. Twin pools of pitch black gazed outward, emanating a malevolent aura. Blood gushed from them even faster as they opened, yet he still forced them toward Wade. His lips parted with agonizing effort. Something is coming. Something. Wade's heart lurched. What do you mean, my lord? There is no. His words froze in his throat. Slowly, he turned his head. From the distance, a presence was approaching, a presence far darker, far heavier than the horde that had nearly killed them. From that direction drifted not roars, not screams, but fragments of a human voice singing. Chapter 1505. With excruciating effort, Robin raised his head. His eyes were veiled beneath a film of darkness, as though his tears had thickened into tar. Blood seeped from every crevice of his skull, and yet each drop carried with it a suffocating, negative aura that clung to the air like smoke. Anyone who looked upon him would have thought him a corpse already, a man murdered by the most merciless means imaginable. And yet, he could still see. Robin forced the eye of truth open. Its golden light, normally sharp and piercing, now flickered weakly, struggling against the oppressive haze. Barely, just barely, it pierced through the black fog enough for him to glimpse what he sought. And there she was, the shepherd of specters. She stood upon a small hill no more than 1,000 meters away, her silhouette distinct even amidst the gloom. For someone of her might, that distance was nothing. A single step was all it would take to place her directly above his head. In their condition, with her army behind her, that single step would mean the end of them all. But she did not take it. The air itself seemed to tighten, an unseen pressure gathering as her regard fell on him, and even the broken stones felt heavier beneath his back. For long seconds, their eyes met across the battlefield. Robin's vision swam with blood and shadow, yet he could see her clearly, the strange stillness in her posture, the way her presence pressed upon the world around her like an invisible tide. Her voice carried the softness of lullabies and the cold finality of a tolling bell, smoothing the jagged edge of panic into a dangerous calm. Then the shepherd parted her lips. "I have been searching for our Callan these past days," she said, her voice calm, eerily melodic, "to make him my general. But it seems you have taken him from me, and I suspect he was not the only one. You've claimed many herds in recent days. That is inconvenient." Robin's mouth was filled with blood, thick and black, yet he forced words through it. "He tried to kill me." The shepherd's dark lips curled faintly, her gaze never wavering from his tar-black eyes. A fierce battle indeed. And judging by your state, you are already in the midst of transformation. Saving you is no longer an option." Her shoulders lifted in a slight shrug. "When you become a specter, seek me out. I will take you wherever I go, and grant you a place of honor. Forget survival, focus instead on protecting your memories. I will strip away the rest of your burdens so you may devote yourself entirely to that task." When her last word faded, the shepherd finally broke her gaze from Robin. Her eyes turned toward the horizon, and then she began to sing her familiar chant. Shock. The few thousand specters that remained from Robin's massacre stirred as one. They turned toward her voice, their hollow forms trembling, and then began to shuffle in her direction like pilgrims answering a sacred call. Their advance was tidal. A drifting skull wrapped in smoke paused, then hurried on as if afraid the hymn might leave it behind. Bam! The moment Malik realized the specters had ceased their assault, he dropped to his knees, his chest heaving, gasping for every breath. He had reached his limit long ago, yet had forced himself onward. Now, with the pressure lifted, his body betrayed him. Wade, however, remained standing, though his legs trembled. "Your Majesty, I am ready to transport us." His voice was hoarse, but steady. Earlier, when the battle raged, he would have seized his lord without hesitation and fled. But now, after hearing the exchange with the shepherd, he could not move without consent. Wade measured angles and openings and came up lacking, yet he stood. Malik swayed but rooted himself by will alone. They would not die politely. Robin ignored Wade's words at first. His fading sight remained fixed upon the shepherd's figure. Only after several breaths did he rasp, "Thank you. I will remember this favor. Repay it by finding me once you've become a specter, hee." She winked, then turned away, her black hair flowing like a banner. "But do not delay too long, or you may not find me." She laughed softly, the sound carrying strangely across the field. Lifting her arms, she resumed her humming, her massive army rising and falling behind her like a tide of shadows drawn into her wake. Robin's eyes followed her until she vanished from sight. Only then did his head fall back to the ground, and only then did he allow the pain to crash over him. Urgh! His cry was raw, jagged, the sound of bones grinding within flesh. Pain moved through Robin like a careful clerk, noting each failing muscle and joint. He clung to the eyes fading after image as to a railing on a cliff. "Let's get out of here." Malik's voice was hoarse beside them. Sweat drenched his face, his body trembled, his eyes revealed wounds upon wounds, yet somehow he still stood. "I will carry His Majesty. You protect us." "Understood." Wade nodded grimly. He drew his thick dagger, the blade glinting faintly even in the gloom, preparing for a perilous escape. As long as Malik was present, and with the immediate threat departed, Wade dared not use instantaneous teleportation on his lord. In this state, such a move would cast them into some random place, perhaps into an even deadlier situation. Worse still, Wade himself was near collapse, and if he fell unconscious mid-transport, any wandering specter could slaughter them both. He pictured a blind jump, broken bones rattling, a fall into worse darkness, and let a single word bear all his refusal. "Nope." Crack. "Ah." Robin screamed as Malik tried to lift him. His shattered bones shifted, jagged edges tearing deeper into his flesh. Yet he clamped his mouth shut immediately, eyes squeezing closed, forcing himself to think of anything else but the agony. "Forgive me, my lord, please endure." Malik's voice cracked with guilt as he hoisted Robin onto his back. He turned toward Wade, his expression grim. "We must leave this region entirely. I cannot rest while that army still roams nearby. Perhaps that strange woman is waiting for us to lower our guard before she strikes. I cannot believe she neither saw that eye nor felt its power." Even as he spoke, Malik could not stop himself from stealing a sidelong glance at his master. What kind of power is this? He had seen Robin's insides exposed, felt the very air brush against naked bone. Robin had stripped him bare, literally, until every glowing weakness shone like stars across his body. Malik had not been able to read the inscriptions beneath them, but their meaning was obvious: danger, vulnerability, destruction. There was no doubt. His lord could have ended his life with a single gesture in that state. What kind of technique does this? No wonder his body is broken. Where do we go then? The remaining regions are swarming with specters. We'll never find a safe place to treat His Majesty. Wade's brows furrowed deeply. Should we head to the gate and return to the academy? No. This time, it was Robin himself who roared, his voice raw and heavy with defiance. Entrust his fate to the criminals who guarded the gate? Never. It mattered little if they cloaked themselves in the guise of a respectable organization. The Hidden Hand was still the greatest syndicate of the underworld, and its reputation was the foulest. Every member carried the stench of heavy karmic sin, each one a criminal, capable of betrayal at a whim. No one could predict what they would do if they saw the three of them so broken and vulnerable. In that case, there is only one place left. Malik muttered, his brows knitted tightly as he turned his gaze toward a particular direction. But Malik's mind drew a map not of distance but of survivable risks, choosing a path that was not shortest but least lethal. Then we go. A potential danger is better than certain death. Wade cast a sharp glance at his lord, whose condition was deteriorating swiftly. They could not linger. They had to move, to act. Anything was better than waiting for doom. And so Malik nodded once, grimly, and leapt forward in that direction. Wade followed close behind, every step wary, eyes scanning the shadows for the faintest trace of threat. Chapter 1506. The young woman tilted her head slightly, gazing at the colossal structure before her, the vast arch taking form inside the cavernous metallic warehouse. She was flame-haired, her locks a mixture of deep red and fiery orange, lips a shade of crimson, cheeks tinged with faint pink from the rush of blood beneath her pale skin. Her clothes were neither scandalous nor chaste. The cut that separated the two extremes seemed designed to provoke, as if she enjoyed unsettling every eye that dared linger. One leg crossed languidly over the other, her foot tapping rhythmically, a restless pendulum, as she reclined on an unmade bed. At last, she turned toward the only other figure in the warehouse and parted her lips. Will that thing truly take you to another world? That's what I've heard. Robin's reply was curt, his hands moving with painstaking care as he inscribed a labyrinthine rune. The etching glowed faintly with interwoven symbols, each line drawn with an obsessive precision that would have driven most men to despair. Then, with a faint smile, he glanced back at her. Didn't we already speak of this, Mila? There's no turning back now. For a man of merely the 16th level of energy foundations, one who had yet to even comprehend the nature of soul units, to etch runes of the 5th and 6th stage of the law of space was itself a miracle. All credit, of course, belonged to the genius of Int-Iris, who had simplified the unfathomable into something barely attainable. And yet, each sigil required weeks of concentration, weeks of error and correction, to finally take shape. This was not a project for the faint-hearted. It was the work of a madman, or of someone who could not afford to fail. I still don't know if this is a good idea. Mila's eyes dropped toward the ground, her voice trembling. I don't like the thought of you leaving. Who knows what you'll face there? What, are you afraid some beautiful stranger will steal me away? Robin laughed, the warmth in his voice rising above the cold air of the chamber. The closeness between them had grown by the day since their wedding. In recent weeks, it had become difficult to find them apart, their bond woven tighter with every dawn. It's only a quick mission. I'll tell the inhabitants of that world what they need to know, and I'll return as soon as I can. No, I don't fear that. Mila chuckled nervously, then turned her gaze aside. I'm certain of you, but what if you fail? What if they think you a liar, or an enemy? What if they try to torture you? Don't worry, your husband isn't so easily broken. What if someone tries to kill you? You're still only at the 16th level. Mila's voice rose, sharp with dread. Don't worry. Robin laughed again, his tone unshaken. Your husband isn't so easily killed. What if they swarm you? What if you find yourself surrounded by countless enemies, all hating you, all desperate to see you dead? Her voice cracked as she buried her face in her hands. No, that's too much. Just the thought makes me shake. Don't worry. Robin tapped the side of his head with a playful confidence. Your husband is clever. I won't walk blindly into a trap like that. It'll be a light task, nothing more. I'll pay my debt and return. Together, we'll rule the duchy of the Burton family and expand it. Agreed. Mila lifted her head, eyes locking with his. And only when she saw the unwavering certainty reflected in his gaze did she nod, smiling faintly. Fine. Surrounded by a legion of towering Nihiri giants, Mila clawed backward on the stone floor. No. Her fragile body, battered by gravity and wounds, betrayed her. Even crawling was agony, each inch dragging fire across her limbs. The oppressive weight of Nihiri gravity crushed her chest, making every breath shallow, every heartbeat painful. Her nails scraped against the stone, leaving faint trails as though her very will was etching a final testament of her resistance. He. Ah ha ha ha. The grotesque laughter of Dewudar and his men echoed through the vaulted hall. Their eyes gleamed like furnaces of hell, pits of molten hunger that burned without mercy. Their teeth lengthened, jagged and predatory, clashing against each other in anticipation of tearing flesh. Their shoulders bulged grotesquely, veins writhing like serpents beneath the skin as their monstrous forms pushed further from humanity with each cruel chuckle. Their nails sharpened into claws. Their mouths gaped unnaturally wide, drooling corrosive ichor. No. Mila wept as she crawled backward. She knew her end was near. No. Robin whispered, shaking his limp head gently. His own eyes burned with black fire as tears streaked down his cheeks. Then, in an instant, his eyes snapped wide and he screamed, No. Damn it, this is bad. Malik cursed, his ears ringing, his balance broken from the force of that cry. We can't keep going like this. If anyone senses us now, we'll be slaughtered by a random specter or by any wandering cultivator. We need shelter now. Forcing himself downward, he broke his aerial leap and plummeted toward the mountainside, still carrying the half-awake Robin on his back. There! Wade shouted, his cosmic scout eye flaring with light. He spotted a natural cavity within a nearby cliff and pointed. Without hesitation, they raced toward it. Boof! Arg! Robin writhed in agony as they set him down on the cavern floor. His blackened eyes rolled, vision slipping into another short coma. Set up the sound array, quickly. I'll handle the triad. Malik barked, already producing 3 sets of formation banners. Energy gathering array. Field hospital array. Temporal cascade array. Will the triad arrays do anything for injuries of the soul? Wade demanded in a hiss, pointing toward their lord, whose life seemed to be draining with every breath. He's dying before our eyes. I don't know. Malik snapped, weaving the banners with fevered haste. Do you have a better plan? We have no formation, no technique, nothing designed to heal this sort of wound. Damn it. Wade spat, ripping banners of his own from his ring. He planted them furiously, one after another, crafting the muffling array. This one would suppress every sound within, sealing their voices, their screams, even the echoes in the stone. No vibration would pass into the air or the ground beyond. Shum! The triad array rose, forming a translucent dome that shimmered like heat above sand. Crack, crack! Robin's shattered bones began sliding, scraping, clawing back into place. The sound was not merely physical, it echoed in the soul, each grind a reminder of how deeply his body had been reforged by endless battles. His skin flushed pale, then red, then pallid again as the process wrenched at every nerve. Even the arrays trembled, their lines of light bending as if they too recoiled from the horror of reconstructing such a vessel. Ah, ah! Robin screamed as the shards moved like blades inside him, lacerating muscle and vein with every adjustment. Then, at last, AAA, his cry ended, and his body slumped. His eyes fell shut once more, surrendering to unconsciousness. This is bad, Malik muttered, his voice rough, his sweat streaking the dirt of his face. The density of natural energy here won't be enough to repair him quickly. He looked toward Wade with a desperate grimace. Hey, how many energy pearls do you have left? Pack! Wade tossed a ring backward without pausing his work. This is the ring His Majesty gave me back at the academy. There should be several million pearls inside. Malik caught it, relief flashing across his face. Perfect. This will. But the world tilted violently. The cavern swam, the banners blurred, and boof! Malik collapsed to the stone floor. Thin black veins crawled across his eyes, spreading down the side of his neck. The number of specters that had touched him during the battle had been immense. Their corruption was not carried by wounds alone, mere contact was enough. A brush of the hand, a scrape of the claw, even the faintest graze could leave behind a festering blot of negativity inside the soul domain. And Malik had been touched far too many times. Wade's ears caught the sound of collapse. He spun, horror in his eyes, and saw his comrade writhing. Damn it, man, hold yourself together. I don't want to take the title of 1st Division Commander this way. Chapter 1507. In a lavish, meticulously decorated chamber that looked more like a grand hotel suite than an ordinary room, a man in his 40s slowly opened his eyes. The brightness of his smile rivaled the blazing sun itself, radiating a light that seemed to fill every corner of the room. Haha, I did it! I finally did it! The middle-aged man did not stop at that victorious shout. With the unrestrained joy of someone who had just achieved the impossible, he leapt to his feet and began bouncing around the chamber, laughing like an innocent child of 7 who had just received his first toy. His exuberance filled the place with an energy that even the golden chandeliers seemed to echo. His skin carried a warm yellowish hue, his face bare of even a single strand of hair, yet his head was crowned with a flowing mane of long, jet-black hair that tumbled all the way down to his lower back like a waterfall of midnight silk. The white robes draped over him, they could not conceal the tightly packed cords of muscle beneath, each line of his physique exuding tremendous power, as if every fiber of his being had been forged in fire and tempered by hardship. There was no doubt. This man's body was the vessel of overwhelming strength. Master, has the technique already been released in the shops? Came a respectful yet deep voice from his side. Kneeling beside him was a colossal figure, nearly 5 full meters in height. He wore a heavy helmet crowned with 2 asymmetrical horns that twisted upward, jagged like weapons in themselves. A gargantuan sword, wide as a door and longer than a carriage, was strapped firmly to his back. Everything about him, the savage frame, the battle-worn armor, the deliberate humility in his posture, marked him as something other than human. He was of a warrior race, bred for combat, and from the tone of his voice and the humility of his words, it was evident that he was bound as a servant. No, the technique hasn't appeared in the Soul Society's shops yet, the muscular man answered with repeated waves of his hand, dismissing the concern as though it were a trivial matter. The fairy said their reviewers discovered properties in the technique they had never anticipated. They need another 5 days to complete their study. They even claim its worth is immeasurable, that its price cannot be estimated at all. His eyes gleamed as he clapped his hands together with thunderous joy. At last, Cash K. At last we will be wealthy beyond imagining. My name shall echo across the twin worlds, exactly as I dreamed. My revolutionary art shall be used by millions. The towering servant, Cash K, rubbed his head with a gauntlet hand, his horns tilting slightly as he moved. Then why are you so elated, master? They have been stalling for nearly a month now. Each time they promise, yet each time they delay. The fairy informed me that I have already received preliminary approval, the man replied with eyes alight like molten gold. He punched his fist into his open palm, the crack of bone and muscle echoing like a drumbeat of certainty. These last 5 days are only to finalize the value. Just 5 more days, and the world will see. His chest rose and fell heavily as he continued, voice lowering into something almost solemn. I have been shackled at the threshold of 1 million core units for countless ages. I refused to cross into the realm of a royal soulmaster, restrained my own ambition, denied myself the glory of advancement, all for this. Also I could study, test, and forge the perfect absorption technique. Millions of years of endless trials, of bitter failures, of sacrifice beyond what anyone could comprehend. After enduring all that, will 5 more days truly kill me? No, 5 days is nothing. Master, Cash K spoke again, his voice slower now, edged with unease. Do you believe that entrusting such a technique to the Soul Society is wise? The Dreamer Galaxy, Morpheus, survives and thrives on the power of Soul Force itself. If they perceive this creation of yours as a threat to their dominion, what do you think they might do? Bah! That is foolishness, the muscular man scoffed, waving dismissively with the confidence of one who had faced down storms before. The Soul Society has always been neutral, always standing apart from politics and bloodshed. Even in the days of the black markets, when shady dealings could be found within their very halls, their overseers remained impartial. And now, under the leadership of their new master, Lord Morval, the society has become cleaner, more orderly, more respected than ever before. His words carried a conviction that could have crushed doubt like dry leaves. Yet after a moment's pause, a sly smile crept across his rugged face. Still, now that I think about it, they might indeed attempt to purchase the technique outright, to hide it from the world, or even force me to place it into some grand auction for the elite. But no, I shall not yield to that path. I will demand its release into the shops for everyone to use. I will insist it be sold at a lowered price so that even the common and the weak can afford it. This technique shall forge a new road, it will become the cornerstone of an era yet to dawn. And that era shall bear my name, Arcallan. Knock, knock. The sound echoed through the chamber, sharp and deliberate. Arcallan's thick, leathery brows knit together, his expression darkening as he turned his head toward the grand wooden door. Who dares disturb me at such a moment? Who's there? We bear a package from the Soul Society, came the muffled answer from beyond the door. A package. Arcallan's expression shifted to astonishment, his mouth curling into both curiosity and suspicion. How in the stars did the Soul Society learn of my whereabouts? Slash. Kashkay shot to his feet, the weight of his massive sword singing through the air as he drew it. His voice boomed like thunder, filled with desperation and loyalty. Master, flee. Go through the window at once before it's too late. Arcallan, however, did not share his panic. He raised a hand calmly, lips curving into a strange half-smile. Calm yourself, Kashkay. Perhaps this is nothing more than a contract. Do not forget, this is still a grand technique we are talking about. With steady steps, he moved toward the door, his massive frame casting a long shadow across the polished floor, and swung it open with a smile meant to welcome fortune. On the threshold stood 6 strangers. Their appearances clashed violently, heights, builds, even races were all different. Each wore gaudy, ostentatious garments, colors so loud they almost hurt to look at, garments in blazing yellows, piercing reds, and bizarre mismatched designs. Yet despite their jarring diversity, there were 2 things that tied them together, the strange, ungraspable auras cloaking their bodies, and those expressions of hollow boredom, as though their souls were numb to existence itself. Arcallan's sharp gaze swept across them, analyzing, weighing, before finally resting on the one in the middle, a short man, his posture lazy, his mouth chewing idly on a sliver of wood that clicked between his teeth with every motion. Slowly, Arcallan asked, his voice tinged with suspicion, so, what package has supposedly been sent to me? I see no delivery in your hands. How can you not? The short man's lips curled into a mocking grin, and a dry chuckle escaped his throat. Then, raising his fist to the level of his cheek, he declared, it's right here. Confusion washed over Arcallan's features. What are you? Thud. The man's fist crashed straight into Arcallan's nose. Bone cracked, blood burst, and the mighty man staggered back, stunned by the unexpected assault. You dare! Kashkay bellowed, his voice shaking the walls as he swung his colossal sword, the sheer force of it cleaving half the ceiling apart in one mighty arc. But his cry was cut short. His body froze mid-motion, not by choice but by force unseen. Piffed. A spray of blood burst from his lips. Kashkay's eyes darted downward, horror dawning. 5 cold blades had pierced clean through his body from both front and back, driven by the very figures who had stood idly at the door just moments ago. Their faces remained unchanged, bored, lifeless, as if the act of murder was no different from sweeping dust from a floor. No thrill, no malice, no joy, just mechanical duty. Even as Kashkay's towering body trembled and his soul writhed in its final moments, they looked no more interested than clerks signing papers. BAF. A sudden impact hurled Kashkay's huge frame like a ragdoll into the wall. The 5 blades tore free, pinning his forelimbs wide apart like a grotesque display, while the final strike speared straight through his skull. Bloop. From the wound rose a trembling bubble, within it a radiant white sphere, his very soul, ripped from its vessel. Kashkay. Arcallan roared in anguish, momentarily forgetting the agony of his broken teeth. This was not merely a servant, this was the companion who had stood by his side for hundreds of thousands of years, the one whose strength and loyalty were unquestionable. To see him annihilated in an instant, sealed and slaughtered without a chance to resist, it shattered something within him. Step. The short man moved forward, the sound of his footsteps unhurried, deliberate, like a judge approaching the condemned. If I were you, he drawled, I wouldn't waste my breath worrying about anyone else. You, my friend, have just received a life removal notice. His mocking smile widened, cruel and casual at once. Why? These methods. Arcallan's body gave way completely, collapsing onto his rear. Fear and shock robbed his legs of every ounce of strength. His massive hands scrambled backward against the polished floor, trying to drag himself away. I know you. You're those syndicate members. Why target me of all people? You dared to reach for a throne that was never yours, the short man sneered, his eyes glinting with contempt. I was going to give you a poetic farewell, something like, learn from this in your next life. But sadly, that's not your fate. You won't even be reborn. Instead, you'll serve us as a specter, wandering like a chained dog in the Spectre Valley planet we've recently opened. So. He leaned closer, whispering mockingly, work hard. No. Arcallan's breaths came in ragged bursts as he clawed his way backward, crawling back with both hands and feet, terror etched in every line of his face. But his retreat was cut off as the other 5 figures closed in silently, surrounding him with the inevitability of death itself. Each one raised their blade high into the air, and in perfect, merciless unity, they brought their weapons crashing down. No. Ah. Robin's scream tore from his chest like fire, his lungs burning as if they were being wrenched from his body. His eyes snapped open in utter horror, his entire body jolting as though the syndicate's blades had pierced his flesh instead. Chapter 1508. Ah. Robin's eyes flew open as his scream tore through the silence, raw and jagged, echoing as if dragged from the depths of his lungs. He clutched his head with both hands so tightly that his knuckles turned pale, as though trying to shield his skull from invisible blades stabbing into him again and again. The nightmare had been too real. Every phantom strike, every thrust, he had felt it all cutting into his flesh, pain lancing through his body, relentless and unending. It was so real that he could taste the despair, the greed, the hatred that had drowned Arcalon in those final moments. That desperate hunger for one last breath, one last heartbeat, it all still clung to him like a suffocating shroud. Ha, ha, ha. His chest rose and fell violently, air dragging in and out of his lungs in ragged bursts. Then, as his gaze slowly adjusted, he saw it, an ocean of black mist swirling around him, glyphs and talismans glowing faintly within the darkness, floating like broken stars. The realization struck him. It was only a dream, a nightmare, nothing more. What? Robin blinked hard, confusion washing over him. Only then did he realize something strange. His arms moved freely. He raised them up in front of his face, stunned. They were whole. No shattered bones tearing through skin. No twisted flesh. Nothing but smooth, unharmed limbs. Disbelief crawled through him as he tilted his head, looking down at his body. He bent his leg, no pain. He shifted his chest, no cracks, no agony. His body had been healed, every injury erased as if they had never existed. And yet, something was wrong, terribly wrong. His arms, his chest, the world around him, everything was painted in endless black. Shapes rippled in the shadows, like specters twisting and drifting within the void. His eyes widened. No, this was not the world itself. It was his vision. His very sight had been veiled, consumed by a curtain of darkness. Ah, ah. Robin cried again, pressing his palms harder into his skull. But this time the scream was not born from fear or panic, it was pain. A pain unlike anything he had felt before. It was as if his head were melting, his very brain dissolving into sludge. Fire and acid seemed to pour through his mind. Robin clenched his jaw, biting into his lip until he tasted blood, forcing himself to stop screaming. His breath trembled. Slowly, his thoughts cleared, his memory sparking to life. He remembered. He remembered everything. The desperate gamble against the King of Spectres. The forbidden act he had committed for victory. The price his soul domain would pay. He knew exactly what awaited him inside. He had to go in. He had to see how much could still be saved. But the thought alone made him tremble. The mere image of what damage awaited within filled him with dread so sharp his muscles seized. Damn everything, damn it all, Robin muttered, each word forced out with ragged effort. Then his strength failed him. His hands slipped away from his head, his body sagged, and his consciousness sank, down, into his soul domain. Inside Robin's soul domain. Bloop, bloop. No. Robin's soul avatar, his figure entirely blackened, as though sculpted from shadow itself, stared around in horror, his voice trembling with disbelief. Bloop. Crack. The earth beneath him fractured, walls splintered, ceilings caved, trees withered into black husks, plants shriveled into brittle ash, towering cliffs crumbled into heaps of dust. Everything, every structure, every fragment of landscape, had turned to black stone, peeling apart like burned skin. The ponds, once teeming with soul energy, were now pits of tar, their surfaces bubbling with grotesque, foul-smelling foam. The small soul creatures that had once filled this place were gone. The fish, the birds, the fragile beings with sparks of life, they were all dead. Anything without strong enough awareness had perished instantly, snuffed out as if the domain itself had devoured them. Step. Robin forced a step forward, his foot sinking into the decaying soil. No. The words trembled from his lips. The air here was a prison, suffocating, pressing down on him like the crushing weight of the deepest seas. Every breath was poison, thick with dread, forcing him to feel as though a predator lurked behind every shadow. The darkness whispered of death, and every nerve in his body screamed to flee. Even the ground beneath him betrayed him, softening, liquefying, sucking him downward as though he were walking atop quicksand. Slash. Shock. From ahead, Robin caught sight of it, a specter tearing through a soul creature, shredding it apart mercilessly. Then another. Then a third. The air was filled with the sound of hunting, of butchery. This was the only motion left in his once thriving domain, a massacre. The slaughter of what little had survived. Step. Robin's foot sank deeper. His leg was trapped, sinking inch by inch, but he hardly noticed. His gaze wandered, weak and hollow. His face was pale, stricken by the sight before him. This soul domain, it was not alive. It was a corpse. A rotting zombie of what it had once been. Why was it still moving? Why was he still alive? My owner. Robin froze. His head jerked upward at the faint, trembling sound. The voice, it was familiar. Weak, but calling to him. His eyes darted frantically, searching, until at last he looked skyward. The fog above was thick, smothering everything in its depths, but even it could not hide the glow. A faint radiance pierced the veil, one light emerald green, flickering like a fragile flame, and another, cool and calm, shimmering in shades of deep blue. The two suns. Robin's eyes snapped open wide, blazing with both fear and hope. Could it be? Could the twin suns, Nihari, the eternal flame above, and Greenland, the calm celestial light, be the very reason his soul still clung to life? Were those suns, still burning with desperate defiance, fighting against the corruption that was trying to devour his domain? Were they the ones holding the decay at bay, giving him this fragile sliver of time? My owner, help me. Evergreen. Robin roared, his voice echoing into the suffocating darkness. He twisted, struggling, kicking against the mire that clung to his legs like the grasping hands of corpses. He tried to leap upward, to rush toward that distant light, to save them, but it was like battling chains of iron forged from shadow itself. Countless specters, invisible and merciless, dragged at his limbs, anchoring him deeper into the abyss. My owner! The desperate cry ripped from his throat like a man drowning. Evergreen, Nary, hold on. Robin shouted with everything he had left. I'll try to fix this. His gaze darted downward to the damp, sinking soil gnawing at his legs, pulling him lower and lower like a living swamp. Fury twisted his face. Damn you! You're my domain, how dare you try to kill me? With a violent motion, he thrust both hands downward. Black soul force roared forth from his palms, thick and unstable, runes etching themselves in the air like burning scars. The energy coiled into spirals, symbols glowing as though they were carved into reality itself. Then, with a guttural cry, he unleashed it. Primordial purity. It was one of the sacred techniques he had crafted long ago, his answer to the threat of the black pawns, should they ever return. This art was meant to purify anything, no matter how deeply tainted, no matter how long corruption had spread. A salvation forged through endless years of thought and labor. But, shush, nothing happened. The mire did not retreat. The corruption did not shatter. His body only sank faster. What? Robin's voice broke, his eyes going wide with horror. His body lurched downward, pulled with double the force, his head almost swallowed entirely. And no, In blind desperation, he squeezed his eyes shut, cutting himself off before the abyss could consume his awareness whole. Outside once more. Ha, ha, ha. Robin gasped violently, his chest heaving, every breath like fire. He rolled onto his side, his body quivering uncontrollably after being torn apart and dragged back together by that nightmarish ordeal. His sweat mixed with the black mist clinging to him. Damn it all. The answer became clear to him at once, cold and merciless. How could he expect to purify corruption using soul force that was already corrupted? His domain was poisoned to its core. His weapons, his hands, his very power, it was all tainted. Inside, nothing could be saved. If there was even the faintest chance, he had to find it outside. His head throbbed like drums of war, his vision blurred almost into blindness. Still, he forced himself upright, barely holding on, his voice erupting into the darkness around him. Malik, where are you? I need resources, materials for a formation. I must set it up immediately. Immediately. Silence. His voice cracked louder, more frantic. Malik, Wade. He screamed until his throat tore. I don't have much time. Where are you two? But again, no answer came. No voices. Nothing. Only the weight of silence pressing down on him like a coffin. Arg. Robin groaned, fury and despair twisting his face. The black canopy of the tent surrounding him turned the little vision he had into near-total blindness. Still, he forced his body to move, commanding his legs as if they were soldiers on their last march. He kicked outward. Clank. Several flags surrounding him collapsed from the strike. The intricate pattern they had formed unraveled instantly, the protective triple-layered formation shattering in a blink. Robin's breathing grew ragged. His head whipped from side to side, his movements clumsy but frantic. Panic clawed at him as his gaze scoured the shadows, searching desperately for anything, any clue, any hope of salvation. Then his eyes caught it, another tent, smaller, dark like his own, shrouded by layers of protective flags. A triple formation set for another. Through the haze, he strained to see. Who was inside? Malik? Wade? Someone else? His heart pounded with dread. If one of his guardians had fallen, then his plan was finished. Damn it! He muttered under his breath, every word trembling. His carefully laid plan had collapsed. One was supposed to stay, to guard him while the other went to fetch the materials. But now, if either left to bring reinforcements, or to gather what was needed for the formation, he would be left here, exposed, utterly defenseless, unable to even move his soul power without destroying himself. His eyes darted again, wider this time, desperation making his blood run cold. He scanned the surroundings like a hunted beast searching for safety. And then, he saw it. Not far away, a figure. A body. It was human, he could tell even through his blurred, ruined vision. Definitely not a specter. But from its eyes, its nose, its ears, thick black threads oozed downward, like rivers of tar bleeding from every opening. The figure twitched faintly, but it was drenched in corruption, drowning in it. Even through his failing sight, Robin recognized it at once. His chest tightened, his heart nearly stopped. Wade, he whispered, his voice breaking with disbelief, terror, and sorrow all at once. Chapter 1509. Wade. Robin's voice trembled, thin and hoarse, as though dragged over broken glass. His eyes widened until they felt as if they might burst from their sockets, the pitch-black tears streaming down his face like molten tar, streaking his cheeks. His very eye burned as though it were rotting away, every blink releasing more of that foul ichor. Yet even through that searing torment, he forced his body to move, his muscles quivering under the strain. With a guttural sound of willpower, he pushed himself upward, dragging his battered frame into a half-sitting posture. He braced against his right elbow, his back hunched, his breath labored. His vision blurred and decayed, his eyes felt as though they were melting, dissolving into the very darkness they wept. Still, in that moment, just in that moment, he forgot his pain. He forgot his own misery, his ruined soul, the unbearable weight crushing him. Because what he saw before him was worse. Wade. His state was dire beyond measure. The thick, black liquid oozing from his eyes, nose, and ears told the whole story, a grim proclamation of the corruption gnawing at his soul domain. Robin's lips parted, but no words came. His heart pounded in his chest, heavy, suffocating. he understood immediately what it meant. Of course, Wade had not suffered the same invasive devastation that Robin had endured, but Wade's soul domain was not as vast, not as tempered through endless battles, not built to resist collapse the way Robin's was. A weaker soul domain needed far less to reach the point of no return. What Robin's domain could barely withstand, Wade's could not. His collapse was inevitable. Robin's gaze locked like iron onto Wade's chest, ignoring everything else. Still breathing. A shallow rise. A faint fall. Robin exhaled slowly, his body trembling, relief flooding him for a heartbeat. That fragile breath meant Wade's soul domain had not yet yielded. It was still resisting, still clawing against the inevitable. It meant Wade still clung to life. If Robin were whole, if his soul had not been reduced to ruin, he could have reached out, summoned the primordial purification, and burned the corruption from Wade's essence. He could have cleansed him, saved him. But Robin was broken himself. He needed saving more than anyone. He was powerless to help. And yet, even that shallow relief did not calm him. His hands trembled, his lips pressed thin. The weak breath was proof of life, yes, but it could vanish in an instant. The line between life and death was razor thin. Any moment, that faint rhythm could falter, could stop forever. Bam! Damn it! Robin's body collapsed back to the floor, his skull cracking against the ground. His fists hammered against his temples as though he could beat sense into the world, as though he could erase the horror. If Wade, the wielder of the major law of space, a master of evasion, the one man whose very essence was built to escape death itself, had fallen this low, then what chance did Malik have? His thoughts shot instantly to the other tent. The one shrouded in black, its formation pulsing faintly. The figure inside could only be Malik. And if Malik was there, then his state could not be better than Wade's. No, realistically, it was worse. Perhaps Malik was already gone. Robin's chest tightened as the realization hit like a blade. Both of his guardians, the shields he had trusted his life to, were in worse condition than he was. What now? He could not heal himself. He could not rise to build the formation. He could not lean on his protectors. Every path was cut off, every solution strangled. The walls were closing in. No, wait. A spark flared in his mind. Latanya. She had left hours ago, escorting the prisoners to the Grave Empire. She was strong, resourceful. If anyone could return in time, it was her. Maybe she would come back. Maybe she would save them. But how would she find them? And even if she did, when would she? Robin's heart sank like a stone. His soul domain was collapsing at a pace no healer could match. If it continued, he would not survive a full day before his final breath escaped him. And Wade, Malik, neither of them would last even that long. Robin clenched his teeth, grinding them until his jaw threatened to break. He forced his eyes open, his head lolling as he scanned the cavern desperately for salvation. For anything. But it was just a cave. A suffocating void carved into the depths of a mountain. The air was thick with negative energy, seeping endlessly from the stone. Around him, layers upon layers of formations shimmered faintly, placed with painstaking care. A sound-dampening matrix. An aura suppression array. A seal against supernatural frequencies. And more, the formation of the light path, weaving its illusion, cloaking the entrance so that from the outside, this cavern was no more than a solid cliff, a lifeless slope of stone. His guardians had built him a fortress, a prison to contain any outburst, any uncontrolled surge of his unstable power. A cage meant to shield the world from him, but it also meant that Latanya would never find him. Not easily. Not quickly. The very protections that kept him hidden would doom him to die unseen. Robin groaned as he forced his body backward, palms scraping raw against the ground. He dragged himself inch by inch, every movement like a war. Pain pulsed through him in waves. More than once he froze, clutching his head in both hands, fingers digging into his scalp as though holding it together, as though his skull would burst open if he let go. His groans filled the dark. Still, he pushed, dragging himself again. Thud. His head finally struck cold stone. He pushed further, until his back pressed against the wall. His spine locked rigid, his head leaning heavily against the surface. His breath rattled in his chest as he slid down, eyelids shutting against the weight of exhaustion. Even breathing felt like a battle. And yet, there was nothing wrong with his body. Nothing. The triple formation had repaired him beyond perfection, reforming his flesh stronger than before. Every injury had been erased. Even the scars left by the armament bath were gone, cleansed by the hours he had spent in the temporal cascade array. His energy center blazed like a star. Brimming, unbroken. No cracks, no flaws. 31 full levels, ready to ignite into combat at a thought. His body was prepared, polished to perfection, the vessel of a warrior. But the soul. Without it, the body was nothing but a puppet, a corpse animated by hollow strength. And now, in the depths of his collapse, his soul domain crumbling into ruin, the bond between his soul and his body was unraveling. Breathing, once automatic, now demanded effort. His heartbeat, once steady and sure, now required conscious command. His will had to push each pulse, force each breath. And the simple act of moving his hands, lifting his arms, it was like trying to shift the weight of entire worlds, dragging planets through the void. And yet, Robin's fingers twitched. His hand felt like lead, every movement tearing at the fibers of his being, but still, he forced it. With excruciating slowness, he turned his palm over and placed it shakily upon his knee. His chest rose and fell like a storm-tossed sea. With unbearable effort, he pried his eyes open. The world blurred. His lids fluttered. But at last, his gaze fixed upon his own hand. He stared and stared, as if the lines of his palm held the key to salvation. Doom. A shudder echoed in his head. Shapes flickered. His vision warped. Specters. They began to dance at the edge of his sight, springing before his eyes like twisted children of shadow. They crawled between his fingers, coiling around his knuckles. They thickened until they filled his entire view, pressing against his perception like an army of writhing silhouettes. Specters, specters, specters. His heart sank. He understood the truth. He had been sealed, marked forever. The curse of the specters was his. Like one stained by their blight, he had stepped beyond the threshold, into the stage of no return. The touch of a single specter could poison a soul domain. Just one was enough to rot the foundations of a life. But his desperate gamble, his reckless decision, had plunged him beneath the dominion of not one, not a dozen, but tens of thousands. Alive, breathing, nesting inside his soul domain. Every heartbeat, they gnawed deeper. Every second, they eroded more. Every moment, they dragged him closer to the abyss of death. There was no mistake. He was dying. His best option now was one he despised. The path the caretaker had once whispered into his ear: bury your initial soul deep, shield it with everything you have left, protect your memories. Become a conscious specter. Like Arcallan had. Like those who chose survival at any cost. Robin was strong enough. He could endure. He could awaken as one of them, aware, but shackled. Condemned to wander the void as a slave of corruption. Or he could let go. Forget it all. Allow the collapse to consume him fully. The all-seeing God had warned him of this fate. Death would not come as peace. Not for him. Not anymore. If he failed again, there would be no silence, no rest. He would not dissolve into nothingness. No. When the moment came, when he reached the very brink of death, something awaited. The all-seeing God would appear. And he would drag Robin into that place. That eternal prison. That endless inferno. That hell. And there, he would be waiting. Furious. Furious beyond comprehension. Furious at Robin for daring to fail again. The thought should have broken him. Should have terrified him. Instead, Robin smiled. His lips curled upward, dry and cracked, his face twitching with hysteria. A hollow laugh, weak and broken, slipped from his throat. But it died as quickly as it came. Bam! His palm struck his own cheek, the sound sharp, echoing in the cavern. His head snapped to the side. The faint smile was gone, swallowed by a scowl carved deep into his features. His breathing rasped louder, uneven. His thoughts, already unstable, were unraveling faster. His mental state was crumbling, piece by piece. But still, was this the end? Was there any way out? Perhaps. Perhaps there was still one gamble left. A single card he could play. Risky. Dangerous. But at this point, what choice did he have? No hesitation. No doubt. If he faltered even a moment longer, he would be gone. Whoom! The cavern trembled as light surged. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the darkness parted. Robin's body began to blaze with golden radiance, his very flesh pulsing like a beacon in the void. It began at his neck, lines of shimmering light etching themselves into his skin like molten gold poured into cracks. The patterns twisted, interlocked, carved themselves into his shoulders, his chest, his arms. They flared, burning bright enough to pierce his robes. But they did not stop. The marks grew. They spread further than ever before. Not just his arms. Not just his upper body. They devoured him whole. The runes crawled up the back of his head, glowing beneath every strand of hair. They raced down his legs, blazing beneath his feet. They enveloped his face, once grim and weary, now etched with luminous sigils of defiance. Even his open mouth glowed, the faint golden light spilling from between his lips, from his very breath. When the transformation was complete, Robin's scowl softened, just slightly. A faint, ghostly smile crept across his lips. And for the first time, his voice carried clearly through the cavern. "Heh, boy, this is going to hurt." His fingers twitched once, then snapped. Clack! Shwoosh! Blue fire exploded from Robin's fingertip, bursting like a second sun. The flames were no ordinary fire. They were purgatory flame, searing, cleansing, merciless. They surged across his hand, swallowing his arm, racing up his body like a storm unleashed. In seconds, he was engulfed. Every inch of him burned. Ah! The scream that tore from his throat shook the cavern to its foundations. It was not the cry of a man in pain, it was the roar of a soul being flayed alive. Chapter 15:10. Asterisk Huff. Huff, asterisk a small boy, barely 10 years old, darted across the dusty field. His feet, quick and nimble, drove a ball nearly half his size forward with remarkable control. Each kick was sharp, each step purposeful, as though this simple game was not play, but battle. Look at him go. Look at him charge forward. The girls on the sidelines clapped with delight, their small hands striking together with fervor. Their eyes glistened with admiration as they watched. His face, sharp for his age, bore the marks of someone who had fought through hardship. His grin was wild, defiant. Scars traced faint lines across his arms and legs, each one a story, each one a mark of survival. Though he was young, he carried the presence of someone far older. "Stop right there." 3 boys from the rival team burst forward, spreading out to block his path. But the boy only narrowed his eyes, determination blazing. Hi-ya-ya. He kicked the ground and soared like no child his age should have been able to. His body lifted high, clearing their heads entirely, as if the earth itself could not hold him down. He landed with balance unshaken, his legs pumping with relentless strength as he barreled forward. With one last kick, the enormous ball spun through the air and slammed into the raised hoop. The boy threw both arms skyward, flexing what little muscle he had with theatrical pride. "Ha ha ha. I win again." Asterisk clap, 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 asterisk. Dozens of children broke into cheers. The boys shouted in awe, the girls laughed with admiration. Tiny fists shot into the air. The little champion had triumphed again. "Now pay up," the boy barked with exaggerated authority. He stomped toward his 3 opponents, holding out his small but steady hands. 3 shards of energy stones each, plus a bundle of bread. Don't think I forgot the wager. This isn't over, the fattest of the 3 muttered, shoving the boy lightly before storming away. Yeah, it's not over yet, the other 2 snapped, scurrying after him. He, come back any time. The boy tossed the energy shards into the air, laughing heartily as he caught them again. Lately, the silly game had become more than fun. It had become a lifeline, a way to bring food and a little wealth back to his struggling family. There he is. 4 older teenagers appeared, their faces twisted with anger, their fists cracking as they slammed them together. No escape this time, brat. The boy's heart lurched. This is bad. He recognized them instantly, the older brothers of the boys he had tricked in a card game just days ago. Panic flared in his chest. Quickly, he shoved the energy shards into his pockets, stuffed the bread bundles into his pants, and spun around to bolt. You fool! Why'd you yell at him? Now we'll never catch him, one of the 4 cursed loudly, panic flashing across his face. Everyone knew the truth. Once this boy started running, he was untouchable. He was like the wind. Even teenagers who had advanced to energy foundation levels 7 to 10 would struggle to keep pace. He was a phantom when he ran. But then, fate intervened. Boff, the boy collided headfirst into something solid. No, someone. He tumbled back, crashing to the ground. Gasping, he scrambled to cover his face with both arms. Ah, not the face, not the face. But no blows came, no fists, no kicks. Instead, a low chuckle sounded, gentle, but firm. Get up, boy. We are from Sky Opening City. We heard rumors that you may carry a special affinity, and we have come to see for ourselves. Ha! The boy lowered one hand, peeking nervously. His eyes widened. A group of strangers stood before him, clad in magnificent, uniform garb that shimmered with wealth and prestige. Their stance was disciplined, their presence commanding. You're really from? This can't be. Even the 4 angry teenagers froze, their bravado shattering. The other children, who moments ago had been cheering, fell silent, stepping back in awe. Everyone knew the reputation of Sky Opening City, the strength it represented, the unreachable height it stood upon. Hold still, just for a moment. The elder at the front stepped forward. His movements were calm, deliberate. He bent respectfully toward the boy, surprising all who watched, and gently pressed a peculiar device to the child's forehead. The artifact pulsed once, then twice, then fell silent. The elder's smile vanished. His lips tightened. His eyes narrowed. Slowly, he straightened, his back rigid, and turned to show his companions the reading. Whispers spread quickly among them. Their expressions darkened, some with shock, others with awe. After a few moments of quiet exchange, the elder faced the boy once more. His expression softened, but his voice carried weight. He extended his hand, palm open. I extend to you a formal invitation. Come with us to Sky Opening City. Dozens of children covered their mouths in disbelief, gasping aloud. Their eyes were wide, unblinking. This was every child's dream. Normally, one had to train for years, travel to academies, and beg for the smallest chance of being noticed. Most went their whole lives unseen. But here, the envoys themselves had come. The boy turned his head slowly. His eyes lingered on the 4 teenagers who had been chasing him. Then on the bread bundles, still stuffed awkwardly in his clothes. Then at last, on the resplendent envoy standing before him. His lip quivered, his fists clenched. What about my family? What will happen to them? They will be cared for, the elder said with certainty, his voice kind but unwavering. You have my word. Now, tell me, child, what is your name? The boy hesitated, his mind racing. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, with resolve hardening in his young eyes, he reached out, gripping the elder's hand as he rose to his feet. Wade. Wade staggered back several steps, his eyes wide, his face twisted with disbelief and rising panic. His voice cracked with both shock and fear as he stammered, Imperial Guard. Me? You're saying I will be a guard for His Majesty, the Almighty Emperor? He slapped his small chest with both hands, the sound echoing in the chamber. His Majesty has fought aliens and subdued entire empires. His Majesty doesn't need food, doesn't even need to relieve himself. His Majesty can unleash beams from his eyes that obliterate planets. And I'm supposed to guard him. Before the astonished child stood a woman draped in the robes of Sky Opening City, Zara. Her smile was calm, almost gentle, but her tone carried weight. You are the one with the strongest natural affinity toward the path of space. With the right guidance, with training and discipline, you will one day be capable of protecting His Majesty. It is not a question of possibility, but of inevitability. Maybe I can think of it like I'm just guarding a building or something, little Wade muttered, scratching his head awkwardly, his eyes darting away. So, when does the training end? Zara's smile faded into solemnity. The training will never end. And you will likely never return to your family again. Guarding His Majesty is not a seasonal job that can be set aside for a visit home. It is a lifelong oath. Then her expression softened again, as though offering a hand to a drowning boy. In exchange for your service, the Empire will care for your family. They will be relocated to a fortified city. They will receive a steady income and their own trade. Your siblings will be given priority to enter the academies under the Emperor's banner. And you, she leaned forward slightly, her eyes gleaming, you will rise to stand among the wealthy of the Empire. You will wield the finest techniques, wear the strongest armors, ride the greatest mounts. Everything you ever dreamed of, everything you never dared hope for, will be beneath your feet. Her hands pressed against the desk, her tone final. So tell me, child, do you accept this contract? Will I? Wade's voice was small, trembling with a mix of fear and wonder. Will I be able to see His Majesty up close? With my own eyes. Of course. Where do I sign? Years later, the street boy was gone. Wade stood taller now, his frame hardened and lean with muscle. The constant mischief once painted across his features had been burned away, replaced with a sharp edge of seriousness. The half-smiles of a young trickster had given way to the stern eyes of a warrior in the making. His aura, once playful, now carried the weight of someone tested by fire. And yet, perhaps that gravity was sharpened further by the mountain of a man looming before him. Ruoar. Halak, the training commander, crossed his massive arms, his chest broad as a fortress wall. His voice shook the ground beneath them, booming like thunder rolling across mountains. Behind me lies the Valley of the Thousand Beasts. And to call it that is an insult, for in truth, every single cave in that cursed valley may harbor 1,000 insect-class beasts. He raised a colossal hand and pointed forward, his finger like a spear aimed at destiny. This will be your home, your prison, your battlefield, and your grave for the next 5 years, or until you bring me 10,000 beast cores. 5 years, gasps rippled. 10,000. The ranks of several thousand trainees quivered, their skins paling, their breaths cutting short. The weight of the command pressed down like chains of iron. The most important lesson in this trial, Halak thundered, his eyes blazing like molten fire, is your ability to survive. A guard who cannot survive in the jaws of danger is worthless. Your mission as guards is not to hide behind shields. It is to stand in the deadliest of moments, to cling to life, and to shield His Majesty with your very existence. Do you understand? Understood, the chorus of voices roared back, trembling yet fierce. And for you fighting below. Halak bellowed again, his words cracking like whips. Focus on evasion. Focus on striking first. Being a guard does not mean waiting passively for doom to fall, it means erasing the threat before it strikes. In my school, guards do not guard, they destroy. They hunt. They kill the enemy before he even thinks of lifting his hand. That is what it means to bear this duty. He took a step forward, his presence pressing down on every heart like a mountain sliding from the sky. The Empire has spent fortunes upon you. Blood, resources, treasures. His voice dropped low, rumbling with a threat colder than death. If one of you dies down there, I will kill him. Do you understand me? Understood. Good. Halak gave a single nod, then, in a flash, his enormous hand shot out like a striking hawk. His fingers wrapped around Wade's neck, and before the boy could even react, whoosh, Halak hurled him like a leather ball, his body flung high through the air toward the abyss of the valley. Good luck, boy. Way. Wade's scream echoed, fading as he plummeted into the Valley of Beasts. Chapter 15:11. Are you ready, guards? Halak's roar split the air like a war horn, his voice booming across the basin with such power that even the hardened commanders outside the pit would have shivered. Yes, Captain. Hundreds of young men and women stood at the bottom of what once had been a great lake, now drained until only cracked stone and hardened mud remained. Their voices rose together, echoing like thunder rolling inside a canyon. Good. Halak's eyes burned as he lifted his chin proudly. Today, a new leader shall be chosen. Today, one among you will become the captain of the Space Guard unit, the one who will stand above the rest, the one who will answer to me directly, the one who will shoulder the weight of responsibility for all his comrades. He stretched out one massive hand, pointing toward them like a judge passing sentence. Crush each other. Prove yourselves. The last one standing will wear the mantle of leadership. Begin. Haha. May the best win, my friends. Wade grinned broadly, rolling his shoulders, his knuckles cracking like breaking stone as he prepared to launch at the first challenger. But then, he froze. Something was wrong. All eyes were on him. Not just one or two. Every single trainee in the pit. Then, from among them, one boy stepped forward. His voice rang out, steady but strained. Forgive us, Brother Wade, but we have to take you out first. If we don't, then the outcome will be decided before the fight even begins. The rest of the trainees nodded in grim agreement. Dozens of heads bowed slightly, as though admitting shame, yet still standing by the decision. No one wanted to face Wade alone. Not one of them believed they could. If he remained in the fight, there would be no contest. Better to band together, to throw him out early, than be broken one by one. Wade's grin widened. Slowly, he raised both arms. In an instant, twin daggers appeared, gleaming coldly in the dim light. His aura flared like a storm barely contained. Kakik, so you've all agreed then? Good. Because the result is already written no matter what you choose. Come at me. Let's see how long you last. Crack. Schwa. Halak swept aside the flaps of the command tent with a dismissive wave, the heavy fabric flapping violently from the force. He entered with booming steps, his presence filling the chamber like a living storm. Coco, you're looking well, boy. His grin stretched wide, his teeth glinting in the lantern light. Caesar didn't so much as glance up. His eyes remained locked on the vast map spread across the strategy table before him. The generals surrounding him bristled, hands twitching at the insult, but with a sharp flick of his fingers, Caesar silenced them. He pressed both hands onto the table, leaning forward slightly, his voice low and edged. Halak, the fact that you hold an official rank does not mean you are beyond my reach. You understand that, don't you? Ha. Halak only laughed, his voice booming. He strode forward without hesitation and clapped a massive palm onto Caesar's back. The blow was so strong that faint shockwaves rippled through the tent, rattling the table legs and making ink pots quiver. I jest, boy, I jest. Why not call me Huhu as well? I don't want to. Caesar snarled, brushing off the enormous hand with clear irritation. What business brings you barging into the war chamber? To introduce you to some of the young blood, Halak said simply. He snapped his fingers and jerked his thumb toward the entrance. Come in. Don't be shy, he doesn't bite. From behind him, 3 figures stepped in. 2 young men and a young woman, their boots striking the ground in perfect unison. They stood tall, shoulders squared, hands clasped tightly behind their backs in rigid formality. Their eyes burned with determination, but their bodies betrayed their tension. We greet His Highness. We greet the First Supreme General, they cried together, their voices strong and steady despite the nerves that trembled beneath. At last Caesar lifted his head, turning his gaze toward them. His sharp eyes studied each of their faces with quiet scrutiny. And who are these 3? Malik, Latanya, and Wade, Halak declared, gesturing proudly toward them. I've chosen them to lead the 3 divisions of the Imperial Guard, the second line of command, after me. I deemed it proper to present them to you in person. Caesar stepped around the table, his boots striking firmly against the ground as he approached the 3. His eyes were calm, but the weight in them was heavy, pressing upon the young guards like stone. I once swore to my father, Caesar began talking, his voice lower, slower, that I would guard him with my very life. But fate had other plans. Fate forged me into a general, one who wages wars on distant worlds, who conquers, who expands the reach of his dominion. I cannot always stand at his side, but I have heard much about you 3. I have nothing more to say to you except this: give everything you have and you will not regret it. Do not falter. His Majesty is not merely our ruler, he is our present, and our future. Understood, the 3 shouted as one, their voices echoing in the tent. For a brief moment, it was as though the burden of the empire itself had fallen onto their shoulders. And now, you shall. Crack. In front of the swirling, radiant gates of a massive space portal, Wade bounced on his feet like a boy too restless to stand still, his nerves plainly written across his face. He hopped once, twice, then rubbed the back of his neck, muttering under his breath. So, His Majesty is really inside the Dawnlight Stellar Academy? Right now. We'll finally see him with our own eyes. That's what we were told, Latanya replied with a short nod. Her usual sharp, battle-hardened expression was absent, replaced by something far more fragile. The fierce edge in her jaw had softened into tightness, her teeth pressing down, not to suppress her fury as always, but to keep the anxiety from breaking through. The message came from none other than His Highness Theo himself. Still, she lowered her gaze slightly, her voice dropping. I can't help but wonder, just how vast has the gap become between him and us? Kakik. Wade suddenly burst into laughter, his tension spilling out as jokes. He slapped Latanya's armored shoulder with an exaggerated grin. I imagine that His Majesty glances at someone once, just once, and their clothes fall right off, stripped bare with a look. Latanya frowned, though her lips twitched faintly, betraying that the corner of her heart needed the levity. Not quite to that extent. Malik's steady, deep voice cut between them, grounding their spinning nerves. His head shook with measured calm, his eyes narrowing as though to keep their expectations in check. His Majesty may have grown immeasurably, but he is still a martial emperor, just as we are. His power, whether great or small, matters little. In the end, our strength is his strength. His gaze swept over the 2 of them, steady as a general commanding troops. So tell me, does that make him strong? Latanya lifted her chin, determination hardening her trembling voice. Yes, because we are his strength. Exactly. Without rival. Kakik. Wade grinned, raising both arms high to flex the sinew of his arms, his face glowing with pride. Good. Malik nodded once, but his eyes sharpened again as he tilted his head toward them. Now, tend to the scars on your faces. We will not shame ourselves before His Majesty. He deserves perfection. Latanya and Wade exchanged a long glance, the same thought moving between them without words. Slowly, they lowered themselves to sit cross-legged on the stone floor. From their packs, they activated a compact, portable medical array, and soft streams of healing light began weaving across their skin. As the glow touched his face, Wade's lips curled into a faint smile. At last, the moment had come, the very reason he had been ripped from his family at the age of 10, the reason he had endured training in torment, the reason he had bled and survived. He would finally meet His Majesty. What would he be like? Was he tall, a towering presence, or short and unassuming? Did he already know their names, their faces, the ones who had been forged to guard him? How would his eyes look when they fell upon them for the first time? Wade's heart hammered wildly in his chest. The anticipation was unbearable, like fire racing through his veins. This was the moment. This was it. Crack, crack. Wade. Wade's eyes fluttered open at the sound of that familiar voice. But when vision returned, he wasn't at the portal anymore. He was back inside his corrupted soul domain, where endless shadow reigned. Oh, another dream. His voice broke into a crooked laugh. Ku. And he let his heavy eyes fall shut again. When he had first sensed the attack, Wade had entered his soul domain to check the damage. But unlike Robin, he had been unable to return. The door had closed. He had been trapped ever since, trapped inside, screaming, watching the land and walls of his inner world crumble, the soul creatures rotting and dissolving before his very eyes. In the end, his spiritual form had been dragged under, drowned entirely, until nothing remained but nightmares and fractured memories. Wade. Once more, he tried to open his eyes, or at least, he thought he did. But there was nothing left around him now. No land, no sky, no shape. Only black corruption and endless decay. He raised his trembling arms upward, desperation cracking through his voice. I'm here. His cry faded quickly, his strength bleeding away as his arms fell back down like dead weight. He knew too well, it was just another dream. I'm here. But then, swoosh! A blinding white brilliance slashed through the black, cutting across the void like a blade. It descended in a torrent, pouring straight onto his face. And from that radiance, a hand reached out. Fingers of light seized his hair, tugged hard, and with a savage pull, dragged him upward. Ah! Outside! Ah! Wade's body convulsed as his mouth opened in a scream, his voice splitting the silence at last. Pain flooded him, the fire of returning to flesh, the stabbing migraine, the suffocating sensation of being forced back into a body that had nearly forgotten him. His breath came ragged, but slowly, his eyelids lifted. Black eyes, once drowned in shadow, quivered as a speck of white appeared at their core. The first sight he saw. A hand clamped firmly upon the crown of his head. Another pressed against his forehead. A figure loomed over him, clear, steady, unshaken. Your Majesty. Relief and terror crashed together in his chest. For Robin stood before him, not broken, not bloodied, not corrupted. His eyes shone clear, his body unmarred, his clothes untouched by the stains of battle. You look fine. How? Did help come? Is this still a dream? Shush. Robin's gaze locked on Wade's, calm and unwavering, his voice carrying the weight of truth. You will be fine now. Chapter 15:12. A few hours earlier. Swoosh. The blue purgatory flame erupted violently, devouring Robin's body in its entirety. In a single instant, the azure blaze engulfed him, from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, cloaking him like a shroud of divine judgment. Pya! Robin's scream ripped out of his throat like a jagged blade, shredding the silence and piercing the air, a howl so sharp it could splinter the ears of anyone who dared hear it. His hands clawed at his skull, fingers digging desperately into his scalp as though he could tear the pain away by force. This was not his first brush with fire. He had known the sting, the searing torment, of sitting atop burning logs in the early days of his training under the major law of fire. He had endured smoke filling his lungs and embers scorching his skin, and he had thought he had mastered the agony of flames. But this was something beyond torture. This pain was alien, divine, unbearable. For the first time, Robin truly felt the edge of non-existence brushing against him. It was not the fire of flesh. It was the fire of erasure. Ah! The strength in his legs collapsed. He toppled to the floor, writhing in spasms. His body twisted uncontrollably, rolling and thrashing like a man struck by lightning 1,000 times over. He slammed against stone, convulsing, his screams blending with the crackling roar of the azure inferno. From the first moment he had seen it with Crixus, Robin had recognized it. The purgatory flame, the dreadful fusion of fire and purity. A law unlike any other, one that did not burn wood, flesh, or stone, but something deeper. A law that hunted imperfection itself, a fire that consumed corruption, pollution, and every trace of the unclean. It was Neri's creation. The weapon she had forged and entrusted to the beast King Crixus, a last, desperate safeguard against the demons. It was never meant to kill all of them. No, she had designed it as something greater, a message. The demon who merely saw the purgatory flame would tremble. The demon who merely felt its presence would flee. The demon who touched it would die screaming. Neri had gambled everything on that terror. She believed that through Crixus' legend and this flame's dread, the northern lands would never be touched by demonkind. Ah! Robin slammed his head into the floor with all his might, over and over again, desperate to crush his skull into unconsciousness, to escape this endless torment. But the flame offered no mercy, no respite. SSSHH. Through the azure blaze, another force seeped forth. A sinister darkness began to ooze from Robin's pores. Tendrils of foul miasma poured from his skin, boiling out of him like smoke from a dying furnace. The instant the vapors met the flame, they ignited, fueling the purification like oil to fire. Whoosh! Robin's soul shuddered. He felt it, his essence ripped from his body, hurled upward, then slammed back inside. A monstrous form revealed itself within his awareness, a colossal beast-shaped cloud of shadow, vast enough to blot out the heavens, thrashing and clawing violently against the flame. He felt it battling for dominance, felt it trying to tear his humanity apart, to drag him into the abyss of corruption. His will wavered, battered beneath the storm of agony. Ah ha ha ha. Madness seeped into his scream. Laughter, cracked and poisoned, bubbled between his cries. His body, burning and broken, lurched upright. Still ablaze, Robin hurled himself at the cavern walls. He smashed his fists, his forehead, his shoulders against stone, pounding again and again until half the cavern crumbled into ruin. Yet even in his frenzy, some flicker of awareness remained. His feet carried him away from where his guardians lay, his destruction steered elsewhere by a sliver of reason. Shrills. The purgatory flame had stripped his skin raw. His flesh blackened, blistered, and shriveled, until his body resembled a mummified corpse. The stench of charred meat filled the cavern, mingling with blood that sprayed from his body, thick with the black taint of corruption. Scree! A shriek tore out, not from his lips but from within him, reverberating in the pit of his soul. And then, something stranger still. Ha! Robin's jaw stretched wide, opening further than humanly possible. A torrent of shadow erupted from his mouth. It was like a storm cloud torn loose, a choking smog spilling into the air. It poured from his nose, his mouth, even his eyes, until he was nothing but a vent for pure corruption. Swoosh! The azure fire flared brighter, latching onto the black smoke as though it were divine kindling sent from above. The miasma writhed as if alive. It twisted and curled, shrieking voicelessly as it tried to escape. It circled Robin, clawing desperately, writhing in agony as the purgatory flame closed in. If such corruption were to escape unchecked, it could cover the entire western region in darkness. But no matter how much it thrashed, it could not break free. KHGH, KHHK. Robin gagged, his throat closing, his body spasming violently. The black mass continued to pour from his body, choking him. His lungs burned, his air stolen. He suffocated, eyes wide, watching his own soul fire clash against the malignant storm that refused to die. Failing to escape, the black cloud turned on him instead. It surged forward violently, slamming into his head with a sickening impact. Bam! PFFH. Blood spattered from his cracked skull, crimson dripping over the scorched remains of his skin. Even with most of his flesh burnt to ash, the blow still rattled him, driving home the magnitude of what he faced. But the purgatory flame had already wrapped him in its embrace. His body, his soul domain, all were enveloped in azure fire. It blocked the corruption's path, refusing to allow it back inside. And yet, the dark cloud tried again. Writhing, screaming, clawing against its fate. The battle of blue and black raged on. Bam, 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 ah! The pounding never ceased. It thundered inside his skull, cracked through his chest, hammered his arms, legs, elbows, even his very fingertips. The corrupted force clawed desperately to return to him, to force its way back into his body. Each impact shattered him further, breaking bones one after another until he was little more than a heap of splinters in agony. His joints popped, split, and crushed, until every corner of his body was ground beneath the endless assault. No, no, please, stop, please, let it stop, let it all stop. Robin's burnt and ruined throat pushed out the words like broken glass. His voice was nothing but the faintest rasp, a murmur on the edge of silence. His movements dwindled to almost nothing, his limbs twitching weakly before collapsing into stillness. His body could no longer obey him. Pain had seized every command, locking him inside his own cage of torment. He could not lift a finger. He could not turn his head. Yet still the blue fire burned. Still the pounding raged. Bam, 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 bam. The struggle dragged on mercilessly, minute after minute stretching into eternity. For almost an entire hour the corrupted force battered against him, battering until every bone in his frame was reduced to fragments the size of rice grains. His skeleton had collapsed inward, a shattered lattice of dust, and still the darkness refused to yield. But with every passing moment, the purgatory flame carried out its grim duty. Every heartbeat saw the azure fire consume more of the corruption, saw the dark cloud diminish, wither, lose ground. Each breath was another nail in the coffin of the miasma. Until at last, after an eternity of shrieking resistance, it vanished. Swoosh! The flame did not stop there. It raged on, merciless, for 10 minutes longer, burning what little was left, scouring the very essence of Robin's body. Every impurity was obliterated. Every stain dissolved. The corruption that had once clung so fiercely to his flesh was reduced to smoke and ash. When there was finally nothing left to consume, the flame too flickered, dimmed, and faded into silence. For the first time in over an hour, the cavern knew quiet again. Robin's body was gone. Or rather, what remained of it was no longer recognizable as flesh. He was charred black, brittle, cracked. Even his lungs, his eyes, and the organs within had been burned away. The corruption of the specters had not simply ravaged his soul domain, it had poisoned his physical shell as well. And now, by the fire's hand, that body had been utterly cleansed. Cleansed into nothing. If a stranger walked into the cavern at this moment, or if Wade and Malik were to awaken and open their eyes, they would not recognize Robin. They would see only a husk. His remains, scorched into the same shade as the cavern floor, had become indistinguishable from stone. He was flattened, pressed into the ground by an hour of merciless battering, his form beaten and burned until it almost fused with the earth itself. To the eye, he had ceased to exist. And yet, somehow, impossibly, through some miracle-defying reason, Robin's soul sense still flickered. He was alive. Robin extended his fading awareness outward. It swept over the cavern, then turned inward to himself, and what it found was ruin. It was impossible for him to move, not even a fraction of an inch. Impossible to form words, even within his throat. The phrase half-dead was often spoken of those who hovered at death's door. But for Robin, that would have been a kindness. His condition was beyond that. He was less than half, a fragment of a fragment clinging stubbornly to life. BZZZT. Suddenly, the silence cracked. A radiant gate of pure white and gold tore open in the air beside his broken form. From its shimmering threshold stepped a familiar soul creature, one of the very few who had survived the massacre of his domain, and the only one who had not been grievously maimed. Pythor. Step. Step. The soul creature moved with a calm, steady pace. Without hesitation, Pythor bent to his work. First, he retrieved the scattered banners Robin had kicked away in his agony, placing each one back into its precise position with patient care. From the ring discarded on the ground, he drew forth a handful of glittering energy pearls, arranging them on the stone floor in a deliberate, intricate formation. Swoosh! The triple-layered array activated, light blooming across the cavern like a breath of hope. Then Pythor turned back to his master. He moved slowly, reverently, as if handling sacred remains. With careful claws, he scraped what little flesh still clung to the stone, peeling Robin's broken body free piece by piece. His touch was gentle and cautious, so as not to harm what was left. He gathered his master's remains and dragged him, inch by inch, into the array's protective embrace. Only when Robin was fully within did Pythor stop. He stepped back, and then he simply stood there, silent and still, watching. Chapter 15:13. At the present moment. Ha! Wade's mouth stretched open in a long, guttural exhale, and a roiling tide of shadow burst free. Black smoke gushed from his lips, his nose, even his ears, so thick it was as though an entire burning metropolis had been trapped inside his chest and was now being vomited into the air. The miasma writhed and coiled like a living storm, and every pulse carried with it the stench of decay. His eyes glowed pitch black at first, two chunks of coal alight with corruption. Yet slowly, painfully slowly, a glimmer of something else appeared. A pinprick of white. It widened, spread like a flame crawling across dry wood, until it became a steady gleam of pure radiance, pressing outward against the darkness. Minute by minute, that pale glow spread until finally, his natural brown pupils returned, swimming within white's bloodshot and veined with red. The threads of crimson screamed of exhaustion, exhaustion deeper than sleeplessness, the exhaustion of someone tormented for months on end, stretched past the breaking point. Ha! After nearly an hour of this harrowing purge, the torrent of black fog subsided. No more corruption seeped from the boy's face. All that was left etched into Wade's features was the hollow mask of weariness, the haunted look of a man who had not known rest for seasons, the gaze of one who had been bound and scourged in nightmare for far too long. Gently now, gently. Robin at last drew his hands back, lifting them carefully from Wade's crown and his clammy forehead. With deliberate care, he eased the boy down, lowering him to lie flat on his back in the center of the tent. And there, beside him, lay Malik. The man's body was stretched outside the triple-layered array, his eyes clamped shut, his face twisted and contorted with pain. Even in sleep he grimaced, sweat streaking down his jaw. Yet the stains that had run down his skin, those ink-black lines, those cursed tears, were gone. The corruption had been drawn out. For before Wade, Robin went to Malik first. He had probed his soul domain and found it on the verge of collapse, a tear already forming in the very walls of his soul. If Robin had not acted when he did, Malik would have shattered completely. So Robin had begun with him. Puff. Exhaustion broke him. Robin staggered back 2 steps, his legs threatening to give way, and finally allowed his body to crumple into a seated position against the cavern wall. His back pressed against the cold stone, one elbow propped limply against a raised knee, his palm dragging down across his sweat-soaked forehead. What he had just done was not simple healing. He had invoked arts from the major fundamental law of purity, techniques that targeted corruption at its root. He had lashed out at the taint gnawing at Wade and Malik on all 3 fronts, the stains in their soul domains, the poison spreading through their blood and clogging their veins, and the karmic filth that had latched onto their very auras. Through hour after hour, Robin had dragged it all out of them. He had scoured them clean, but he had gone further still. He had pushed his own soul force into their domains, like stitching torn cloth with threads of fire. He had sealed holes where the fabric of their essence had ripped. He had forced open fissures and pressed them closed until they bound. The great gashes had been sealed, the worst of the fractures mended. Of course, much had been lost that could not be restored. Their soul domains had been stripped bare. The archives of their soul creatures, the imprints, the bonds, were gone. The mists and lakes where their soul companions once dwelled were gone. Their domains still crawled with a spider's web of cracks and microfractures, silent reminders of the devastation. That would be for later. Scars to be borne, wounds to be carried. But the fact that there would be a later, that they still lived to bear those burdens, that itself was a miracle. Robin sat slouched, rubbing the bridge of his nose between 2 fingers. His movements were lethargic, his breath heavy. His mind felt drowned, his body hollow. Hours of channeling purity had drained him dry, left him trembling. KHHK. Without warning, his entire body seized. A violent spasm gripped him, snapping his shoulders forward. He wrapped his arms around himself, clutching as if to hold his frame together. The veins in his neck bulged, quivering like cords ready to snap. His face twisted hideously, lips trembling, eyelids twitching with erratic spasms. His body shook as though it sought to rebel against him, his flesh remembering torment his mind begged to forget. Even healed, even whole, his body remembered. Robin had endured torture before. But nothing compared to the torment he had suffered this day. The purgatory flame. What a cursed invention. And yet, in the quietest corner of his mind, another thought stirred. A cruel practicality. Perhaps this pain, this horror, this fire that had nearly undone him, perhaps more soldiers should be made to wield it. Perhaps this terror was a weapon worth multiplying. KHHK. Another spasm. His body writhed, twisting unnaturally, forcing him to slam a palm into his own face to stop himself from screaming. He shook his head violently, then raised both trembling hands before his eyes, staring at them with loathing. Damn it, it feels like I'm trapped in someone else's body entirely. Another wave threatened to seize him, but before it could take him, Robin clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth. He chose to let go. Inside Robin's soul domain. Heh. Robin exhaled deeply, the sound half a sigh of relief and half a weary chuckle. His steps echoed faintly as he moved forward, every pace sinking into the strange silence that now ruled his inner world. The suffocating veil of darkness was gone, utterly gone. The oppressive corruption that had nearly swallowed him whole the last time he dared to step into his own soul had vanished, erased by fire and pain. Not a single blemish of black remained. But what replaced it was no victory. The entire domain felt thinner, stripped bare, lighter, as though a great weight had been carved away, but at the cost of its very substance. The meadows and rolling fields that once sprawled across his soul were gone. The tall trees and winding rivers, the small creatures and crawling insects, all of it had vanished. No flutter of wings, no splash of water, no hum of life remained. What had once been a vibrant reflection of his essence now lay hollow and white, a blank and endless expanse, empty as the first day he had entered it years ago. Every fragile soul beast, every flower, every rabbit, every fish, wiped out. The multitudes of beings that had lived here, humans, dorgreen, beasts of every kind, the bustling soul city that had once thrived inside this space, all reduced to nothing. Not even shadows of their voices lingered. Only silence. Robin's eyes shifted. To one side, Pythor stood, surrounded by a pitiful handful of survivors. Barely 100 soul creatures remained where once there had been legions. The moment they saw him, they bowed low, as always. Yet this time their postures were not filled with joy. Instead, their forms trembled. their gazes carried sorrow. Some even glared at him, their childlike faces twisting with accusation. Robin lowered his head. These creatures were bound to him utterly, tied to his essence, yet they still carried sparks of thought, emotions faint but real. They were like infants who could cry at their father for frightening them, then rush back to cling to his leg moments later. He knew their anger was fleeting. He knew it would fade. And yet, the fact that he had made them suffer this horror at all, the fact that his guardians, his children, had been dragged through flames of terror, it was a wound to his pride. Owner. Uncle's here. Two familiar voices broke through his thoughts. Robin lifted his head just in time to see Neri and Evergreen approaching, their figures carrying both familiarity and rebuke. He sighed faintly, shoulders sagging. Did the fire burn you? Either of you? No. Neri's voice was even, her eyes as icy and unreadable as ever. That terrifying flame only consumed the domain's outer shell. It never touched the heart. What burned were the negative energies, the specters that panicked and tried to flee. They were the ones who suffered. It was like they were inside an oven trying to get out. We, however, felt nothing. Hearing this, Robin nodded, but the relief was faint, weak. Good. Thud. Suddenly, Evergreen's foot smashed into his shin. Good. That was the worst day of my entire life. Robin stumbled, clutching his leg, hopping twice in pain. For an instant, he wanted to snap back, to unleash his authority, even to order Pythor to string her up by her ankles again as punishment. But he bit it back, forcing himself to steady his breath. Fine. You're right. You earned that one. Thud. A second blow struck his other shin. Neri, calm and cold, had stepped forward to kick him as well. Since she had a pass today, she said flatly, I will use mine too. Even you. Robin winced, doubling over as he grabbed both legs. Do you even realize how close you came to dying, owner? Neri's voice cracked like a whip, her brows furrowing, her expression sharper than blades. And for what? A reckless dream of quick strength? You chose to force yourself into the path of the Royal Soulmaster, and in doing so you dragged all of us into your madness. You risked your life for a gamble. I know. Robin's voice lowered, almost swallowed by the vast white silence around them. He exhaled long and heavy, his shoulders sinking. I paid the price myself. A price my body will remember for a long time. His gaze lifted, eyes narrowing as he turned to stare into the distance, into some invisible horizon only he could see. But at least, he murmured, his voice steady now, my dream is no longer a dream. Chapter 15:14. At least, my dream is no longer just a dream. Robin's words were little more than a murmur, yet they carried the weight of triumph. His face softened into something rare for him, unrestrained pride, the quiet joy of a man who had risked everything and somehow endured. For before his eyes, his soul domain writhed with violent upheaval. Massive whirlwinds coiled like serpents of energy, tearing through the void, striking at the walls and ceiling with savage intent. Each cyclone battered and pressed, forcing the boundaries of the domain to stretch outward, swelling like a balloon about to burst, only for the elastic nature of the domain to recoil, squeezing the storms back down, forcing them to collapse into the floor. His domain bent, but it did not break. This peculiar elasticity, a trait he had discovered long ago, was the very thread holding him together now. Without it, the domain would already have shattered under the strain. And yet, Robin did not see the raging tempests as a looming disaster. Quite the opposite, he welcomed them. For these storms, these cyclones, were not foreign invaders. They were his spoils of war. They were excess soul force, surging in quantities far beyond the natural limits of his domain. Power so dense it should never have existed here, now filling his inner world to the brim. He thought back to the purification, how the flames had torn through corruption like a storm of judgment. The specters had been driven into chaos, scattering in blind terror. Many had been burned clean, their negative essence stripped away, transmuted into radiant soul force and into the initial souls that now hovered freely. Others, desperate and enraged, had fused together, coalescing into that monstrous dark cloud which had tried, and failed, to resist the azure inferno outside. That hour of fire had been a massacre. Nearly half the specters had been annihilated, reduced to nothingness. The other half had burst outward in a frantic attempt to escape, only to be struck down beyond. Most of those who had managed to flee were the intact specters, those untouched, the ones that had still been caged within prisons before the purge began. Half remained, and even so, it was enough. More than enough. For only Ghost King Arcalan had possessed within him 1,000,000 units of essence soul force, in addition to his initial soul. A treasure vast enough to reshape the path of any cultivator bold enough to claim it. Robin's eyes shifted sideways, and there, hovering in the endless white expanse, was proof of his victory. Thousands of glowing orbs floated in the air, each a radiant white sphere of varying size. They pulsed with soft light, pure and untainted, the freed initial souls that had once been drowned in corruption. A small smile tugged at Robin's lips as his gaze settled on the largest among them, a massive sphere of blinding brilliance. The initial soul of Ghost King Arcalan himself. Once a tyrant who commanded legions of specters. Now, his essence was Robin's to claim. So, will you finally begin expanding your soul domain? Neri's voice cut the silence. Her arms were crossed, her eyes following his gaze toward the orbs. Your domain still only holds 810,000. If you attempt to compress your first star now, the strain could rip it apart. And I doubt your elastic trick will save you if it tears. Maybe. Robin's spiritual form raised a hand, scratching at his temple. Maybe I should repair it first. He looked around. The corruption was gone, completely gone. Not a single stain remained. But the scars of battle could not be denied. Cracks webbed through the walls, fissures cut through the ground, rubble and debris floated through the void like reminders of the storm. It was a sight to grieve over, and yet, Compared to what his soul domain had been mere hours before, this was paradise. Repairs would take time, yes, but time was a price he could afford. Walk with me. Neri moved ahead, her steps deliberate, her tone carrying rare gravity, her sharp gaze fixed on something far away. Tell me, did you notice anything strange about that girl? The one they call the Spectre's shepherdess. Robin blinked, then chuckled under his breath, trailing after her. What's with this sudden change of subject? No, she seemed like an ordinary girl to me. Human, maybe. Maybe not. I couldn't be certain. Neri's frown deepened. Do you truly believe an ordinary girl could command specters as she did? Maybe she inherited some powerful technique, or stumbled upon a forbidden art. Who knows? Robin shrugged, a smirk tugging at the edge of his mouth. Either way, what business is it of ours? There is no such thing as a technique to control specters. Neri's voice was sharp, almost scolding, her head shaking with absolute conviction. The best anyone can ever hope for is to flee from them, to keep their distance. At most, if one is lucky or powerful, they might cut a few of them down. But to control them, to bend them to your will, to turn them into your own herd, your own army? That is beyond absurd. It is no different than someone claiming they could tame and direct the Red Plague itself. Robin let out a soft, humorless laugh, pressing a finger against his chest. Well then, you've just admitted it isn't impossible after all. Neri's brow arched, her cold eyes narrowing. And what, you think you accomplished this with some hidden technique? I don't recall you ever possessing such a thing. No, Robin replied simply, his voice steady. They listened to me, followed me, because of what I gave them, methods, techniques that improved their existence. Because I freed them from the chains of the giants. That was all. No spell, no secret art, just change. His gaze flickered, something dawning on him. Unless you're suggesting that girl has something similar. That she struck a bargain with the specters, or that they benefit from her in some way. Most likely. Neri's shoulders lifted in a small shrug, but her words were weighty. She stands in nearly the same place as you. Someone who can harness the plague, or who can command specters, possesses the power to topple entire sectors alone. Such a one could easily become an unacknowledged behemoth. You and she share a dangerous truth: you are natural enemies to every empire, every academy, every power with a fixed home and foundation. Anyone who uncovers your nature, or hers, will not think of treaties. They will think of extermination first, and speak of understanding only when blood has already spilled. Robin's brows furrowed, the tension deepening the lines in his face. Neri's voice lowered, her tone grim. What shields you now is obscurity. You are not yet known widely enough to be feared. What shields her is her solitude and her movement. A figure who travels without ties, who never stays long enough to be caged. Such a person is difficult to find, harder still to corner. But these shields will not last forever. For you or for her. It is only a matter of time. I don't see what you're driving at. Robin's frown turned darker, his frustration rising. I want you to understand two things. Neri raised one slender finger. First, if you ever sense her near you, within even 100 miles, avoid her. Do not test her strength. She is dangerous, and you yourself have seen what specters can do. She lifted a second finger. Second, if your secret regarding the Red Plague is ever uncovered, then this, she gestured around them, at his wounded soul domain, at the cost he had already paid, this will be your destiny. You will leave everything behind. You will watch your empire burn, your world collapse, and you will wander alone in the ashes. That is, if your duties do not drag you into hell before that moment comes. All I'm hearing, Robin said with a faint, weary smile tugging at his lips, is that you want me to abandon the demons. That girl, was his life not burdened enough already? Was he truly supposed to carry yet another weight of this magnitude now? You said it, not I. Neri's laughter was quiet but sharp, echoing like steel on stone. Then she gestured to the ground beneath her feet. We've arrived. Robin stepped forward to stand beside her. His stride halted almost immediately, his entire body stiffening. His brows pulled together as though they might crush themselves into his skull. They were standing before one of the largest fractures in his soul domain, one of the deep, gaping wounds that demanded mending. It yawned open like a canyon, jagged edges biting outward, a scar in the very foundation of his being. But that was not what made Robin's chest tighten. That was not why Neri had led him here. From within the fissure, fire still burned. Silent, relentless, blue as the heart of lightning. The flames of purgatory, alive within his very soul domain. Chapter 15:15. This. Robin's brows tightened so hard that faint lines etched deep into his forehead. That flame, bright and azure, was burning calmly within the very walls of his soul domain. Its form, its purity, its oppressive aura, he knew it instantly. It was the purgatory flame, no doubt. I've never witnessed anything like this in all my years, Neri murmured, her icy eyes fixed on the still, unwavering fire. Nor have I heard the slightest rumor of such a phenomenon in any records, in any legend, anywhere. Her gaze slid toward him, sharp but laced with awe. Owner, you've acquired a new soul trait. A soul trait. Robin's voice rose with disbelief. Soul traits can be acquired. They're not supposed to be. Neri shook her head slowly, almost in reverence. But reality clearly doesn't care for supposed to. Look. She gestured with her chin toward the flame. The purgatory flame is burning inside your domain. It isn't consuming soul units. It isn't devouring corruption. It is simply existing, unfueled, eternal. And the fact that it has anchored itself into the very walls of your soul domain means one thing: it has become a soul flame. A permanent trait, bound to you forever. Purgatory flame, as a permanent soul trait. Robin whispered. His throat was dry. What does that even mean? It means corruption will never again lay claim to your soul domain, Neri said firmly. The instant it appears, it will burn. She exhaled, a long breath as though shedding tension, then turned fully to him. That's why I haven't scolded you despite all the chaos you caused. I don't know how or why this happened, but today, you gained something beyond priceless. Robin's lips parted, a hesitant smile forming, spreading into something warmer. His soul domain, once vulnerable, was now shielded forever against corruption and negative energy. Did this mean he would never again live that nightmare? Never again fall to that suffocating darkness? Ha. The laughter was weak, shaky, but rich with relief. Ha. A small, rare laugh escaped Neri too. Then she gestured to the distance. Don't laugh too soon. Gather all the truths first, then laugh with everything you've got. Look carefully. Ha. Robin stopped his laughter abruptly, his head turning in the direction she pointed. There, huddled together, were the remnants of his soul creatures, Pythor and the rest. His eyes widened. Wait, no, could it be? Exactly. Neri's voice was low, but satisfaction glinted in her tone. The essence of the purgatory flame has spread to them as well. Every last one of them carries a flicker of azure fire within their chest. She smiled thinly. Each one of them is now an unstoppable weapon against demons. She slapped Robin's thigh lightly. I don't know if your future soul creatures will inherit this trait too, but even this group alone is enough to let you rampage through Ghost Valley without anyone daring to stand against you. Her smile faded as her gaze drifted, her tone sharpening. Of course, that's assuming that girl doesn't corner you first, with an unyielding army of specters at her side. Remember, sometimes destruction born of one hand can outweigh all the defenses, all the attempts at repair. Will you stop mentioning her? Robin groaned, half annoyed, half weary. We're unlikely to ever see her again. We'll wait until Malik and Wade wake, then we'll head straight to Jura. In the meantime, I'll keep myself busy repairing this soul domain of mine. He smirked, stepping closer to the azure flame, examining its silent burn within the fissure. Already he had been blessed with one soul trait in his life, one that had saved him, shielded him countless times. And now, suddenly, he had been granted another. How could he not be thrilled? How could his heart not sing? Neri's voice trembled for the first time, her arms folding across her chest as if to contain herself. I just want you to live. To hold on to your life a little longer. These disasters, these near deaths, they terrify us. Evergreen and I, we never interrupt you in the middle of them, afraid to cut the thread of your focus. But don't think for a second that we are calm. Every single time you hover at the edge of death, we are terrified. You are our future now, owner. Robin's lips curled gently, and after a pause, he lifted his hand and placed it softly atop Neri's head, patting her hair like one would a precious younger sister. Everything will be all right. I'm safe now. We are safe now. Rumble. Robin looked upward, the ground beneath him trembling faintly. Your body outside, it's not endangered directly, Neri said, her gaze lifting as well, but the earth beneath it is shaking. You'd better leave and see for yourself. All right. Robin nodded gravely, then slowly closed his eyes, letting his awareness rise back toward his body. Outside. Boom. Robin's consciousness jolted as the thunderous blast tore through the ground, his eyes snapping open. The instant the echo reached him, he was already on his feet, body stiff, gaze darting toward the exit of the cavern. Boom. Another detonation roared, fiercer than the first. This time the cavern itself shook violently, a tremor that rattled his bones, while fragments of stone rained down from the ceiling. Crack bang. With a swift motion, Robin struck the falling debris midair, pulverizing the stone before it could crash down upon the unconscious Malik and Wade. His hand swept outward again, gathering the scattered banners of the triple formation. With practiced precision, he reset them around his comrades, weaving a canopy of glowing energy above their heads. The translucent tent shimmered, sturdy enough to repel falling rubble, sturdy enough to grant them a fragile cocoon of safety. But Robin's eyes did not linger on them. His focus was already turning outward, toward the hidden cave mouth sealed behind layers of protection. The wards shimmered faintly, barriers of silence, of illusion, of veils meant to trick the senses. To any wandering gaze, this cave did not exist. To any probing soul sense, it was nothing but a solid cliff face. Step by step, Robin advanced, his movements cautious, deliberate. Instinct gnawed at him, a primal warning that the heart of the explosions lay close, too close. That danger was crouching just beyond. Yet he restrained himself from extending his spirit outward. To reveal himself now, even by a flicker of awareness, would be madness. Step by step, breath by breath, until only a hand's span separated him from the gate of the formation. Whoosh! Robin's body stiffened as his eyes widened. By the heavens! Figures moved. Blurred silhouettes swept across the concealed entrance. Specters, dozens of them, sliding past in uncanny silence. The cave should have been untouchable, buried beneath its layers of deception and suppression. Yet here they were, massing so close he could almost feel the chill of their passing. Why were they here? Whoosh! 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 More came, rushing, streaming past like a tide of shadows. Some flew low, their forms streaking the air. Others thundered across the ground, clawed feet gouging stone. All of them surged in a single direction, urgent, relentless. Robin's jaw clenched as the tide swelled. Within mere minutes, hundreds had passed before his eyes. Boom! The earth quaked with another blast, stronger, deeper, shaking dust loose from the cavern roof. Damn it! Robin turned, his gaze darting back to the figures lying within. Malik, Wade. If they were whole, they could have fled, or even fought. But in their state, carrying both would cripple him. Fighting while burdened would be impossible. If only he had a spatial ring capable of carrying living beings. No. Focus. He snapped his head hard, forcing clarity. His eyes burned toward the outside once more. The endless tide of specters poured past, surging toward some distant calamity. Robin's chest rose and fell sharply, and then he whispered, "All I can do is remain hidden. Pray the wards hold. They won't find us, they can't find us." KHHK. Agony tore through him without warning. His body convulsed violently, his tendons pulling taut as if invisible strings were yanking his limbs apart. His nervous system rebelled, a surge of ghostly memory tearing his control away. Damn! His hand lashed up and struck his own face with brutal force. The pain jolted him, anchoring his mind, clawing back control. His breathing steadied. His hands stopped trembling. For a heartbeat, he was himself again. But then his eyes widened in horror. Somehow, without realizing, he had crossed the boundary. He was no longer behind the safety of the barriers. Robin stood in the open, just outside the hidden cave, with dozens of specters eyeing him. Chapter 15-16. Robin froze in place. Just moments ago, he had been inside the cave, hesitating, his breath shallow as he watched from the shadows. And in the very next instant, he was outside, in the open, surrounded on all sides by enemies. He had no memory of crossing the threshold, no idea how he had ended up here. One blink, and the world had shifted into a nightmare. The specters froze as well. They had been charging eastward, driven by commands like a tide of death sweeping forward. But the sudden eruption of this lone human in their midst set their instincts ablaze. One after another, they halted mid-step, their empty heads snapping toward him. For a moment, a terrible stillness spread through the horde. None of them knew whether to resume marching forward as ordered, or to descend on this single human who radiated danger, and yet also the scent of prey, a ready-made feast trembling before them. Robin forced a laugh, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "Ahaha, please, just pretend I'm not here. I only came out to enjoy the fresh air. I'll go right back to wherever I came from." He clapped his hands together lightly, as though the sound might break the tension, and tried to take one small step backward. But the specters did not intend to let him retreat. Shwa-ea. The nearest one lunged, its skeletal claws swinging upward, aiming to rip straight through Robin's skull with a single blow. Even the faintest graze would be enough to mark him as theirs. Robin's heart lurched. This is bad. He prepared to obliterate the creature before its claws reached him, tattoos along his skin beginning to hum with suppressed power. Yet in the final instant, some instinct screamed at him, "Wait," and he forcibly suppressed the activation. The claws came down. They struck him square on the head. And then, shwoom! From the center of Robin's forehead erupted a blazing sapphire flame, bursting outward like a newborn star. It raced up the specter's arm, engulfing it in fire that clung and devoured. "Ha!" The specter shrieked, its voice high and twisted, filled with agony. But mercifully, the pain lasted only a heartbeat. Its entire body collapsed into pure soul force, unraveling into motes of fading light before vanishing completely. Robin's eyes widened, his breath caught in his throat. He hadn't done a single thing. Was this, the purgatory flame soul trait? A slow, incredulous smile crept across his face. For an instant, he felt a terrifying truth. If he simply opened his mouth and drew in a deep breath, he could destroy every specter here with ease and drink in hundreds of units of soul force, like the world itself was offering him sustenance. Yet he resisted. His soul domain was already beyond overflowing, swollen to its limits. Any more and it might rupture. Ha! The surrounding specters howled, enraged and unsettled. They closed in like wolves circling prey, their skeletal claws rattling, some eager to strike again. Others, those with faint traces of cunning, held back, keeping a wary distance, their eyeless faces locked on him. And still more specters abandoned their march, dragging themselves toward this growing knot of hunger and hostility at the cave mouth. Robin stole a glance over his shoulder. Even if he himself no longer feared their touch, the thought of one specter slipping inside made his stomach twist. If even a single one reached Wade and Malik inside the cave, disaster would fall upon them. His jaw clenched, and he faced the horde again, his voice hard as steel. "I don't know what you're after, but keep moving. Go on with whatever you were ordered to do. There's no dinner for you here." At that command, his right shoulder flared, blazing with a golden light that burned with authority. Before him, the air shivered and, TRRP, a spatial rift split open, thin lines of darkness veined with sparks of light. Without hesitation, Robin stepped forward into the tier. Way. The specters recoiled and hissed, confusion and fury spreading through their ranks. They whipped their heads in every direction, searching for the prey that had vanished from their grasp. But Robin was gone. Their frustration boiled over, their guttural roars scraping against the walls of the mountain. One of the first specters, the very one that had seen Robin emerge from the rock, stepped forward slowly. It crept toward the patch of stone where Robin had stood, its claws dragging sparks as it scraped the ground. Step by step, it advanced farther, as if the scent of the human lingered there, calling it onward. From a distance, Robin, hidden within space, watched every movement with clenched fists. His knuckles whitened, veins bulging as he restrained himself. If that specter dared to step inside the cave, he would return and unleash everything without hesitation. And then, boom! A deafening explosion split the world once again. The shockwave rolled through the air, dust and stones rattling down the mountainside. Way-ayak! The specters outside the cave whipped their heads toward the blast, their hunger momentarily forgotten. As if seized by a single thought, they turned as one and surged in that direction, rushing headlong like a tide reminded of its course. Robin's brows drew together in a frown. His head turned as well, curiosity gnawing at him with sharp teeth. What is happening over there? This is not your concern. Neri's voice cut through his thoughts, calm but edged with warning. Use the major law of space and return to the cave at once. None of them will breach it, unless you lose control again and hurl yourself outside. I'm not so sure about this. Robin exhaled heavily, his voice low, strained. Each one of those explosions shakes the ground as though the entire world were trembling. The aura behind every blast screams of overwhelming might, the kind of force that could erase one of these small mountains without effort. Tell me, what if we shelter inside one and a stray strike lands above our heads? What then? What good would our safety be? What kind of flimsy excuse is that? Neri's voice cut through sharply, filled with exasperation. The explosions are far. You know they are. Don't twist this. I've had enough of your games. Open a spatial rift, throw Wade and Malik through it, and leave. The three of you should be gone from here already. There are 100 safe options, but you're ignoring all of them, and I know why. You simply don't want to leave. Robin chuckled softly, a sound that only confirmed her accusation. You really do know me, Neri, better than I'd like sometimes. His smile faltered into something thoughtful. But it's not just stubbornness. I don't know why, but there's this feeling gnawing at me, a pull I can't explain. It's dragging me toward that direction, whispering that I must go. A feeling. Neri all but shrieked, disbelief and worry mingling in her tone. How many times? How many times must you throw yourself into fire just because your heart beats faster? Didn't Spectre Valley Planet teach you anything? Have you grown addicted to pain? To suffering? Robin shook his head, eyes narrowing as he searched for words. This is different. This time I felt such an irresistible compulsion, like my very bones are telling me I need to act. And it doesn't carry that same truthful omen I've felt before. No, this is sharper, cleaner. It's as if fate itself is nudging me, pressing me forward. I feel I must go. If I turn away now, I'll be ignoring something vital, something that belongs to me. He rubbed his temple with a weary hand. I've spent centuries trying to commune with my natural affinity for the law of causality, but all of it has been fruitless. I can't summon or silence the pull as I please. But this is different. I don't want to lose the thread when it's finally dangling right before my eyes. Wait, are you saying what's happening over there has ties to the master law of causality itself? Neri's voice cracked, urgency and dread overlapping. Robin only shook his head slowly, deliberately. No, I'm saying it's tied to me, to my existence. Maybe to my past, maybe to my future. Something over there is unfolding, something that will touch me directly, for better or worse. I don't know what it is, but I need to know. I must know. Neri fell silent. She wanted to argue, to throw another 100 warnings at him, but her tongue refused. Anything that brushed against the master laws was already far beyond her reach. She could not advise him, she dared not. Robin slapped a hand against his chest, forcing a confident laugh into the air, his tone dripping with bravado. There's nothing to fear. My body and soul are in peak condition now. Every one of my 31 energy levels is filled to the brim, overflowing with strength. I've returned to my best state. Even if I blunder into a nightmare, I'll escape with ease. KHKKK. His voice cracked as agony seized him without warning. His nerves rebelled, convulsing in betrayal, and his body crumpled. He rolled on the ground, helpless, for several seconds, teeth clenched against the pain. Neri could only watch in silence, her earlier words catching in her throat. Ugh, that was terrible for my dignity, Robin muttered at last, coughing out a laugh as he dragged himself upright. He brushed dust and ash from his clothes with an embarrassed grin, forcing lightness into his expression. Then, before Neri could scold him again, he sprang to his feet. All right then, let's see just who's daring to play nearby. Chapter 15-17. Whoosh! Robin advanced through the sea of shadows. His body was almost entirely enveloped in a faint glow, like a dim lantern trying to vanish within the abyss, before he disappeared completely. In that instant, he was activating several laws simultaneously, weaving them together with meticulous precision to erase his presence to the very last trace. The most crucial among them came from the major fundamental law of resonant waves, a profound principle that bent vibrations and echoes into silence, while another stemmed from the essential law of darkness, cloaking his existence as though the void itself had swallowed him. Hack! The chorus of specters pressed forward, their cries echoing like shrieks from the depths of forgotten worlds. But as the minutes stretched on, Robin's sharp senses caught a shift, an unsettling escalation. Their numbers were multiplying, their pace accelerating, their savagery swelling like a tide that would soon overflow and drown everything in its path. TRTT. With the utmost caution, Robin split space itself, a silent tear opening like the blink of an unseen eye. He carefully chose a vantage point, the jagged crown of a nearby mountain, and in a heartbeat, he emerged there. His instincts, sharpened through countless battles, whispered a truth: whoever sought him was already near, far too near. And then it came. Boom! The very earth convulsed. The moment Robin's figure stepped out of the portal, a cataclysmic force slammed into the mountain, hurling him violently against the ground. Dust and gravel scraped against his face as he pressed low, barely raising his head to glimpse the chaos. His eyes widened to their limit, breath caught in his throat. For before him appeared a figure he recognized, and a voice that carved itself into his memory long ago thundered through the battlefield. My specters, forward, fear no more. The bleeding moon cries across the cosmos shore. At my scream, the iron legions fall apart. At my whisper, ice devours every fortress heart. Like an endless tide of nightmarish soldiers, thousands of specters surged forth behind her, each radiating a murderous frenzy. Their weapons glimmered faintly, claws dripping with malice, their very forms burning with a will that defied reason. They charged not for life, but for death itself, ready to die again in blind devotion to a cause they did not even comprehend. Cease your corruption. A furious shout cut through the storm. A man cloaked in crimson descended like a wrathful star, his palm igniting with raw force as he hurled it toward the advancing swarm. Boom! The blast erupted with a fury that shattered valleys and cracked the sky. The strike bore no enchantment, no divine art crafted to counter specters, yet the overwhelming power of that man crushed everything indiscriminately. The sheer might of his cultivation turned the swarm into dust and echoes. Nexus state. Robin whispered, awe and dread entwined in his voice as he witnessed the devastation. Dozens of specters were erased in an instant, their remnants scattered into nothingness. The survivors were hurled backward, shrieking, as the land itself caved beneath the impact. A nearby mountain fractured, boulders tumbling like meteors from the heavens. This was not something even a cultivator at the pinnacle of world cataclysm could hope to achieve. What is happening? Why would the shepherdess launch her wrath against someone in the Nexus state? Robin's mind raced, confusion gnawing at him. Was she trying to trap and slaughter opportunists who dared to enter Spectre Valley for plunder? Was this a purge meant to strip them of their stolen treasures? But no, that didn't fit. He had seen her twice before, and never once had she seemed like the type to revel in such cruelty. You know I can't do that, hee. The shepherdess's laughter was light and mocking, like silver bells. She twirled her parasol gracefully, its tip drawing arcs in the smoky air. I'll grant you one chance to retreat, but my purpose here cannot be abandoned. I must do what I came for. Never. The man of the Nexus state bellowed, fury shaking his frame. His energy roared like a collapsing sun as he brandished his hand once more. Do you truly believe you can advance while I stand in your way? Why don't we find out? Her angelic tone turned the battlefield into a stage. She winked with playful cruelty, then snapped her parasol in a dancer's flourish. Kids, take your revenge. Hack. This is bad. The Nexus state cultivator in the crimson coat felt his blood run cold. His expression drained of color as he staggered backward, boots digging trenches into the shattered earth. He had slaughtered dozens of specters in a single breath, admirable, but before him surged a sea of nearly 100,000 of them. A tide of death that no single cultivator could hope to stem for long. Stop them, he bellowed, his voice carrying through the chaos. Even as he retreated, he thrust his hand forward in command. Behind him, Robin's eyes narrowed as shapes emerged. They were warriors of many races, their appearances disparate, their clothes mismatched, their techniques as varied as the worlds they hailed from. They bore no banners, no unified sigils, yet every one of them moved with the resolve of hardened veterans. Bam! Boom! Crash! The battlefield exploded with fury. Energy orbs streaked like comets. Blades of soul force cleaved through the night. Some relied on raw physical strength, hurling boulders and smashing the earth itself. Others unleashed roaring torrents of spiritual power that lit the battlefield like a storm of falling stars. Together they stood as a living bulwark, a last fortress of flesh and will, a wall between humanity and annihilation. They numbered only about 20 in all, but among them were Nexus states and world cataclysms alike, giants whose every strike could erase battalions. Their assaults fell in relentless waves, coordinated not by command but by instinct, as though survival itself had woven them into a single, furious formation. And yet, damn it! The crimson-coated Nexus state cultivator cursed, teeth clenched, and retreated once more, dragging his comrades with him. Dust rose in choking clouds as they fell back, forming another defensive perimeter. The clash reignited in an instant, the storm of destruction following them wherever they fled. Are they Syndicate? Robin muttered, furrowing his brow. Their styles, their reckless ferocity, everything matched the whispers and scraps of evidence he had gathered. But something was wrong. These weren't the same operatives who had been guarding the outer gates. And more importantly, they weren't here to hunt the shepherdess. Their stance screamed desperation, not aggression. They were fighting to hold, not to conquer. Morgana, stop before it's too late. The crimson-coated cultivator roared, voice strained with urgency. I can overlook your trespass into Spectre Valley under a stolen identity, but only if you release our specters now and leave. I will grant you safe passage out myself. Morgana. Robin echoed under his breath, shock flickering in his eyes as he turned to the shepherdess. Her response was ice. The laughter that had danced on her lips since her arrival faded, leaving a grim, steely mask. That name is not yours to speak, and these specters are not yours to reclaim. She raised her parasol and gestured toward the Syndicate's defenders. Her voice rang like a death knell. This planet will be freed today. Whoever still clings to life should depart while they still can. Damn it, the crimson-coated cultivator snarled, glancing over his shoulder. Go, summon reinforcements. But that will gut our reward. We can do it ourselves. Just give us one chance, a subordinate protested bitterly, desperation in his eyes. Do it, the Nexus state snapped, his aura flaring like a thunderstorm. The middle zone must be protected. Otherwise, what awaits us will not be reward, but punishment. Do you dare test the wrath of the lords themselves? The middle zone, Robin's thoughts roared. Malik and Wade had brought him here, into the mountains of the middle zone? This place was supposed to be utterly barren, devoid of specters, a sanctuary within Spectre Valley. Then what was this monstrous army? Could it be that the shepherdess had lured this entire tide across endless ground, dragging them here into the very heart of the middle zone? Tisk. The subordinate who had received the order scowled, fury boiling in his gaze. He thrust his finger toward the shepherdess. You're already a corpse. With that, he turned and stormed off to fulfill his command. Hee the shepherdess's lips curved once more, the cruel music of her giggle drifting through the battlefield. Slowly, she swept her gaze left and right. Lurking in the shadows, unmoving, were more than 30 specters. Each emanated a pressure so suffocating it warped the very air. These were no ordinary undead. They were generals of death, beings strong enough that each alone could tilt the course of the battle. I want to see how exactly I'll die today. Robin's brow furrowed. Their words carried layers he could not fully decipher, but one truth shone through the fog. Something lay behind those syndicate warriors. Something vast, something critical, something they were willing to sacrifice everything to conceal. After a moment's deliberation, Robin angled his body, straining to glimpse past the fiery barricade of clashing powers. Then, without hesitation, he sliced a slit into the fabric of space. His figure dissolved into the rift, slipping silently into the unseen beyond. Chapter 15:18. TTTTTT. A fissure ripped open in space, jagged and violent. From within that gash crawled Robin, his entire body smothered in layers upon layers of stealth-enhancing techniques. Every breath, every heartbeat, every flicker of energy was suppressed, for he prayed that not a single soul, or specter, would notice him. He had no certainty about where the shepherdess intended to go, yet his instincts clawed at him like talons. This place was wrong. Too quiet, too heavy. If there was a route to the planet's blight, if there was a wound at the heart of Spectre Valley, it would be here. Slithering low, Robin descended the slope and inched forward across jagged stone, pressing himself against the ground until he reached the rim of a cliff. Slowly, carefully, he raised his head just high enough to glimpse beyond. The sight struck him like a hammer. His face twisted from grim focus into raw disbelief. My, oh my. He whispered. Crackle. Rumble. Above him, the sky was not still. It was turning, grinding, churning. The heavens of that place rotated like a monstrous whirlpool, not of clouds or storms, but of pure malignancy. Dark currents of energy spun in endless spirals, a vortex of suffocating negativity. This was no weather phenomenon. This was a storm of corruption, as if the planet itself bled despair. Its density was staggering. Robin instinctively compared it to the malignant cloud that had once threatened to erupt from his own body, and the similarity made his heart pound harder. Those clouds, no, that seething maelstrom of poison, were blacker than night and tinged with sickly hues of violet and gray, their forms curling like clawed hands scratching at the firmament. Every ripple radiated a chill that sank into bone and soul alike. Whatever purpose this vortex served, it was bound to the planet's curse, to the very reason Spectre Valley existed in such ruin. Ooh! The cry jolted Robin's attention downward. His hands flew to his face, clamping over his nose so tightly his knuckles whitened. His chest heaved in revolt as the stench invaded anyway, so vile, so acrid that it felt as though it would peel the skin from his throat and lungs. His eyes bulged until it seemed they might burst from his skull. At the base of the swirling vortex lay a structure, an altar. It rose like an accursed monument, a colossal stone spire carved in a conical shape, towering no less than 100 meters. Yet its oppressive aura made it feel even taller, as if it scraped the underbelly of the vortex itself. Just gazing at it sent a suffocating weight pressing down on Robin's chest, as though invisible chains bound his lungs. And then he saw what unfolded upon it. A figure stood at the altar's peak. His skin was a lifeless gray, like volcanic ash hardened after eruption. Long braids dangled past his shoulders, framing a face dominated by grotesquely wide eyes, eyes that consumed half his visage, lifeless yet weary, bored, as though trapped in a cycle too ancient to end. In his hand dangled a knife, its edge dulled not by time, but by the sheer crust of dried blood encrusting it. Before him, a victim knelt, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. His cries were raw, desperate, the sound of a soul clawing against inevitability, as though he saw his entire life flicker and fade before him. The executioner did not flinch, did not hesitate. Slish! The blade carved across the man's throat in a single motion. Blood gushed, spraying across the stone, running along grooves that seemed deliberately etched into the altar's surface. With mechanical apathy, the executioner dragged the twitching body aside and hurled it from the spire. The victim spasmed midfall, his blood raining down like crimson threads. When he struck the ground below with a wet thud, his convulsions ceased instantly. His corpse lay twisted among thousands of others, indistinguishable from the mountain of the dead. Robin's eyes widened further as comprehension dawned. The earth itself was corpses. What he had taken for diseased soil was nothing more than a carpet of death. The plain stretched for hundreds of meters in every direction, slick and sodden. The ground bled constantly, oozing with rot, stinking of rancid iron and decay. It was no mere surface layer, no, the corpses went deeper. Much deeper. How far did it extend beneath the earth? Hundreds of meters? Kilometers? How many millions had been sacrificed here to pile this grotesque foundation of flesh? No mortal mind could calculate it. The true height of the altar was now unknowable, for its base did not rest on ground, it rested on corpses upon corpses, an endless pit of cadavers supporting its rise. Next, the executioner called, flicking the blood-caked knife high into the air like a toy before catching it again. His voice was dull, casual, almost cheerful in its cruelty. Let's finish today's quota quickly, then we can all go enjoy a good meal. Coming. At that moment, a small flying vessel screeched through the swirling sky and descended onto the narrow platform that jutted from the spire. Its frame rattled as it settled, the sound grating against the air like broken chains. From it stepped a man in rough garb, dragging behind him 20 captives roped together in a long line. Their hands and feet were bound cruelly, and their faces were smothered with heavy cloths that sealed both eyes and mouths, denying them the mercy of sight, and robbing them of even the ability to scream. Where have you been, man? The gray-skinned butcher snarled, his grotesque knife flashing as he stormed forward. With one quick stroke, he severed the rope and seized the first victim, yanking him forward so hard his knees slammed against the stone. Forcing the prisoner to kneel, the butcher ripped the gag away, revealing a pale, sweat-soaked face twisted in terror. He shot a glance back at his companion, irritation dripping from his voice. Do I really need to finish an entire batch before you bring me the next? At this pace, we'll never empty the pens today. Are you brain dead? Can't you hear those blasts shaking the valley? The vessel's handler smacked his own forehead in exasperation, then pointed westward. His hand trembled faintly. Something is happening out there, bigger than us. Ah. The newly unveiled victim's eyes darted in every direction, bloodshot and wild. His entire body convulsed with terror, shoulders jerking as if invisible hands dragged him toward death itself. His legs gave out, and he almost collapsed forward in surrender. But the executioner's grip was merciless. He seized the man by the collar, jerked him upright, and with a swift slash, cut his throat wide. Blood sprayed in an arc across the altar stones, feeding the ancient grooves carved to channel it downward. Without a shred of care, the butcher hurled the body aside. It landed with a wet smack, spilling like a bag of crimson water at the base of the spire. The air grew thicker. The stench of iron and rot swelled, mixing with the distant tremors of muffled explosions echoing across the valley. Each rumble shook the prisoner's trembling knees, as if the earth itself joined their terror. The butcher turned, tearing another strip of rope free. His hand gripped the next captive, a young girl, scarcely 15 years old, small enough that her feet barely touched the stone when he dragged her forward. Her knees buckled, and she whimpered faintly through the gag before he ripped it away. Her lips quivered, eyes wet and pleading. For a heartbeat, her gaze seemed to search for a savior in the swirling dark above. The butcher sneered. "This isn't our problem, man. Let the guards worry about their battles. Our job is simple, finish the quota for today, and then we leave. KKGHHH. Slash. Her scream fractured into silence as her head was cleaved free, tumbling down the steps of the altar. The small body crumpled like a broken doll. Her blood joined the rivers running across the stones. Robin's fists clenched with such force his nails cut into his palms. The veins in his face and neck bulged and throbbed, as though they might burst at any second. His vision burned red, his heart hammering with wrath. Don't you dare act. Those two are peak world cataclysms. Neri's warning pierced into his mind, urgent and sharp. And don't forget, you do not want to provoke the syndicate. Neri, what are they doing? What is this madness? Robin's voice trembled with fury and disbelief. His face burned crimson, muscles quivering. Why are two peak world cataclysm cultivators slaughtering mortals? Robin was no saint. His hands were soaked in blood, he had slain thousands personally, commanded the deaths of millions, and by his campaigns, indirectly caused the fall of tens of billions. And yet, there were laws, boundaries, that even he had refused to cross. Above all, to spare the powerless, the mortals, the unarmed, those who had no part in war. That rule had always been reflected in the orders he gave to his generals, Caesar, Sakkar, and Arrow. To butcher mortals and prisoners of war was the second greatest crime in existence, surpassed only by the annihilation of an entire planet. And yet, that very crime was unfolding before his eyes, carried out by men strong enough to be revered as paragons of destruction. You are now gazing upon the very origin of Spectre Valley. Chapter 15:19. You are now gazing at the very origin of the Spectre Valley planet. What are you talking about? Robin held his breath, his chest tightening, already expecting what she was about to say. Didn't it ever cross your mind that a planet where specters never run out no matter how many are hunted is a bit unnatural? Suspicious? Specters were once living beings, owner. They were creatures of flesh and blood, with beginnings and inevitable ends. Nothing living is endless. Nothing. So why do they never run out here? Neri let out a heavy, sorrowful sigh that echoed in his mind like chains scraping against stone. The reason lies right before your eyes. Robin's expression darkened, veins standing out on his temples. So there is nothing divine, nothing miraculous about this cursed place? They're just manufacturing specters, endlessly, as if forging weapons in a furnace. His lips curled in fury, his teeth grinding. To what lengths can those bastards push their tyranny, their blasphemy against life itself? I don't believe they view it as tyranny. Neri's voice dropped low, filled with disdain. She shook her head within his perception, then peered more closely at the altar through his eyes. To them it is nothing more than a logical arrangement. They desire a resource to make the planet eternally desirable, eternally profitable. They own a sea of slaves to fuel their trade empire. Add 1 to 1, and the result is 2. Their decision was made with the simplicity of a merchant balancing a ledger. Robin's claws scraped the ground as his anger built. That simple? That hollow? His narrowed eyes glimmered with killing intent. Yes, that simple. Neri's tone hardened, striking like iron. If they sold those slaves directly to buyers, they would fetch a meager price, hardly worth the effort. But here, inside this cursed machine of a planet, they exploit them to extract colossal entrance fees, or to harvest countless soul emeralds for their sole gain. Converting them into wandering souls is far more lucrative, an obscene profit with no equal. She continued relentlessly, each word cutting like a blade. This is the pure fruit of worshipping causality, cause and effect without conscience, without soul. To them, nothing is sacred. Things happen because the equation says so, not because of right or wrong. You cannot reason with them about the sanctity of life, the wails of the dying, or the agony of the innocent. They recognize none of that. Compassion, empathy, mercy, those are illusions in their eyes. Their hearts are engines that only calculate outcomes, profit, loss. Even Neri, calm as she usually was, sounded furious now. In their view, whether a soul is caged in flesh, drifting free, or condensed into mere units, there is no difference. It is all the same substance reshaped. The screams of the victims are nothing but resistance to the inevitable change of state, like water boiling to steam. And, in time, they believe even that resistance fades. Their victims will adjust to their new existence soon enough. She pointed sharply at the man holding the blade by the altar. That man, look at him. Perhaps he even expects gratitude from those he butchers, gratitude for liberating them from flesh, for turning their slavery into a new form of servitude. Perhaps their screams and curses irritate him. Perhaps he feels slighted by their hatred. But in the end, he does not care. He will keep cutting, keep offering them to the altar, because he was ordered to. That is the truth behind the lifeless boredom on all their faces. This is the cold logic of causality's followers. Her voice faltered into silence for a heartbeat, before she added, softer yet darker. And yet, they could have chosen simpler methods. They could have drowned their victims in a vast pool, or burned them alive in pits, and it would still feed their cycle. But that tower, look closely at it. It is not ordinary. Something in its presence speaks of a purpose beyond mere slaughter. Perhaps they are trying to extract double, triple the benefit from this ritual. Perhaps it is a greater experiment. I cannot see it clearly, but its aura is far from natural. Crack! Robin's fist clenched so tightly his knuckles bled. This revelation did not calm him, it poured oil on the flames. His hatred, his disgust, his boundless loathing for this organization surged to new heights, a storm inside his chest that screamed for release. He extended his hand, body trembling with rage, stepping forward despite the weight in his heart. What do you think you are doing? Neri's cry reverberated in the domain, sharp and desperate. I cannot stand still. I cannot just watch while this nightmare continues. If I turn my back now, I will regret it for the rest of my life. If I let this pass, I will despise myself more than I despise them. Robin's claws dug into the dirt, tearing it apart. One voice within told him this was not his battle. But another, stronger, louder voice roared that the strength he had carved out through endless trials, the power he had bled for, must be used for something righteous, for something good, today. Boom! Suddenly, the ground quaked. A thunderous explosion ripped the air, this time dangerously close, shaking the altar and rattling the captive's chains. You insane whore! The Nexus state expert in the red cloak bellowed in fury as he stumbled backward, eyes blazing, his rage erupting like a volcano. Robin immediately fell silent and slipped back into concealment, every muscle tensing as he tried to melt into the shadows. In that very moment, the defensive wall shrank again toward the tower, and from the front the shepherdess strode forth, encircled by a tide of tens of thousands of specters. The sheer scale of the horde created a vision both majestic and terrifying, a black sea of hatred. Hee, this whore here will bring the tower crashing down on your skulls today. Silence! Do you even know who you are opposing? The Nexus state man in the red cloak swung his arm, his aura exploding violently, his voice cracking like thunder. Do you have any idea what we are capable of unleashing upon you? I know enough, the shepherdess answered coldly. The specters themselves have complained to me, whispering of the injustice and torment they endured in this wretched place. That is more than enough reason. She spun her parasol several times, the playful smile on her lips fading into grim determination. This planet will be returned to its rightful heirs, the specters. It will become a sanctuary, a safe haven for every soul within it. I will not allow you to continue swelling the number of the damned. You will depart today, and you will never return. Damn you! Still prattling those slogans. The man in the red cloak's voice turned into a roar that shook the stones underfoot. All your meddling in other specter planets was one thing, but this is different. By this act you carved the final lines of your existence. He thrust a finger at her like a blade. Do you think you can banish us, destroy the gateway, and then simply reset the coordinates with your planetary displacement gear like you always do? Do you even realize the power you are defying? Tell that to someone who cares. The shepherdess raised her parasol toward the tower, her voice ringing like a commandment. Bring down the symbol of hatred. Shock! The order struck like a spark to a powder keg. Tens of thousands of specters surged forward at once, including the generals who had been standing silently behind her until this moment. Their eyes ignited with an otherworldly blaze, filled with bloodthirst and wrath beyond measure. The earth quaked under their charge, and the air itself trembled. Robin's eyes widened. He had never seen anything so overwhelming, so violently unified. Oi, what's happening here? The man with the knife scratched his head lazily, as if irritated by the noise rather than threatened by the apocalypse forming around him. How the hell am I supposed to keep working with all this pointless chatter? Get over here and fight, you idiot. The Nexus state expert in the red cloak bellowed toward him, his voice cracking under the strain. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted as the two sides collided, shockwaves tearing through the battlefield. With no ground left to retreat to, the man in the red cloak and his followers threw themselves into the fight with brutal ferocity. Even the knife bearer and the ship's captain joined the clash from the start, hacking and slashing violently. Each strike tore apart dozens of specters, spectral bodies shattering and fading into smoke, but the fighters did not emerge unscathed. Robin noticed that none of them were escaping without being struck again and again. The specters' claws, fangs, and spectral flames grazed them relentlessly. Then Robin's sharp eyes caught it. With every touch, a faint glow flared and vanished around their bodies, a thin veil that shimmered like broken glass. He narrowed his gaze. These are soul borrowings from a royal soulmaster, protective enchantments etched into their bodies and souls. His tone grew grim. But the enemy's numbers are far too vast. If this continues, the spells will collapse under the strain. When that happens, a single touch will be enough to bring the symptoms of corruption. His eyes shifted to the shepherdess. She stood at the center of the chaos, her parasol gleaming like a banner of war, fighting with an unyielding aura that infected the specters with unbreakable will. Robin's brows furrowed as his heart wavered. She's fighting to the last breath, or rather, to the very last specter. He clenched his jaw. But doesn't that contradict her purpose? Chapter 1520. She says she's fighting to liberate the planet and specters, yet at the same time sacrificing all those specters. Doesn't that contradict her cause? I would argue she needs to take them somewhere safe on the planet and defend them or something, Robin muttered, his eyes fixed on the colossal battlefield that stretched before him like a nightmare come to life. This was only the second time in his life he had witnessed so many world cataclysms and nexus states clashing in a single place. The first had been above the galactic seed Verilion, but back then, he had seen only flashes, fragments of chaos. Now he saw everything with piercing clarity. Each blow was apocalyptic in scale. A single strike carried enough force to unravel space itself. If one of those attacks had landed in Jura, or on any planet in the Young Belt, it would have shattered the heavens, broken the local laws of reality, and reduced the land beneath to quivering sludge before dissolving entirely. Yet here, under the shield of the seventh degree laws, the world endured. For now, Robin could feel the natural energy bleeding out of the planet, draining like a wounded beast. The rhythm of its pulse was weakening, noticeable even without effort. But aside from this dwindling reservoir, there was no sign of immediate death. A few months of stillness and quiet, and the planet would recover, reborn from the scars of war. Sacrificing the specters? Owner, those things are not truly alive to be sacrificed. Neri's voice was firm, cutting through his doubt. The fact that they exist at all is already a tragedy. Death is a release for them. She paused, then added in a lower, sharper tone, from what we've just heard, perhaps the shepherdess doesn't truly fight for them, but for the planet itself. She seizes worlds like this, isolating them so that no outsiders may enter, cutting off the specters from their food sources. Starvation forces them to wither away and vanish. Their cries fade, their existence ends, and in death they finally find peace. Then, free from corruption, the planet begins to purge its negative energy and earns the right to live anew. That sounds noble, Robin whispered, his eyes reflecting the storm of violence. His claws dug lightly into the ground. But if her actions are so noble, why is she hunted so viciously? Why would they hang a bounty of 1,000,000 pearls on her head for even the faintest trace of information about her? Because specter farms are the most profitable business of all. Neri's reply was as sharp as a blade. With a ghost farm, you can abduct entire populations, slaughter them, and transform them from mere mortals of no value into a commodity, soul emeralds. Emeralds that form the backbone of every empire, and every faction that dares to walk the soul path. She did not stop. Do you remember the clan of 7 souls? The ones who tested your soul trait? Of course. What of them? Robin raised a brow, memories of the bald youth rising in his mind like smoke from old embers. They own a specter farm. What? Robin's body stiffened, shock flashing across his face. How could you possibly know that? Information like this should be the most tightly guarded of secrets. It's simple. Any force that specializes in the soul will either run a specter farm or buy into one with allies. It's unavoidable. Without that constant supply, how else would they feed their members? If they relied solely on slow, orthodox soul techniques, they would have been destroyed ages ago. The entire soul path would have vanished from the universe before it even began. Robin fell silent for a long moment, his eyes dim with thought. I understand. It has been centuries since I handed over my soul research to the Empire of True Beginning. There has been some awakening of soul masters there, but nothing close to what I once hoped. If I had access to a farm of soul emeralds back then, everything would have been different. He exhaled through his teeth, then frowned deeply. But if what you're saying is true, then the Soul Society. They may have superior techniques. And even if not, even if their strength comes from secret specter farms, no one dares question it. It is not in anyone's interest to reveal the foundation of their power. Neri's voice darkened. Why even speak their name? Robin's breath grew heavy. That dream, that nightmare, the one he had seen through Arcalan's eye and felt through his body, could it have been truth? Shock. The battlefield roared again as one of the shepherdess's generals hurled himself at the Nexus State man in the red cloak, driving him backward. Robin's eyes gleamed, focusing sharply on that specter. Its strength was clear. It was of the Silver Soul rank, weaker than Arcalan by a margin, perhaps 900,000 units at most. It was natural that such a creature could not truly harm a Nexus State, yet Robin's perception caught something strange inside it. Something pulsing. Something that resembled a heart, violet and unnatural, throbbing with a sinister rhythm. Every beat pumped through the specter, fueling it with frenzy and wild strength. Each pulse made its body quiver, its claws slash faster, its hull grow louder. That organ was no mere heart. It was a furnace, a core of madness, stoking the specter to fight beyond its natural limits, to burn itself away for the sake of destruction. It's a royal-level enchantment. Robin muttered, his tone carrying both awe and disbelief as his gaze locked onto the shepherdess once more. There she stood like a figure outside of time, her blackened lips curved in a faint smile. Her head swayed gently from side to side, eyes closed as though she were lost in some silent melody, humming the most beautiful of songs only she could hear. To anyone watching, she might have seemed detached, as if the chaos and carnage raging around her did not exist. But Robin knew better. Behind that serene mask, she was the nexus of the battlefield itself, the silent conductor who sustained and directed the tide of war. He could feel it. Every specter general under her banner was tied to her through threads of power, their bodies thrumming with strength not their own. Each specter was wrapped in an enchantment vast enough to let them stand toe-to-toe with Nexus states. That was the kind of spell that should cripple even the most formidable of royal soulmasters. To weave one was already legendary. To weave several was beyond comprehension. And yet here she was, maintaining dozens simultaneously, her expression calm, her presence unbroken, as if such a feat were no more taxing than drawing breath. What a girl! Robin's eyes shone like blades in the dark. The ability to craft such enchantments alone would already place her among the greatest and wealthiest of all royal spirit masters across the cosmos. Add to that her dominion over specters, her ability to bend them to her will, she is virtually untouchable. She could have raised an empire upon her shoulders and crowned herself empress. And yet, she chose this lonely path instead. What past, what wound, forced her to walk this road alone? But Neri's voice intruded into his thoughts, sharp and unwavering. Don't let her calm deceive you. Use the eye of truth. Look closer. There's no way she's unscathed. Robin hesitated, his brow furrowing. Still, he obeyed. His eyes burned brighter, the lines of reality sharpening, every secret thread revealing itself. What he saw made his breath hitch. This. Boom. The world split with a deafening roar as a violent explosion detonated right where the shepherdess stood. The shockwave ripped across the battlefield, tearing stone, sand, and specters alike into the sky. Shock. The vast host of specters faltered, their charge halted as thousands of them wheeled around in panic. Their gazes locked on the storm of dust and fire, dread surging through their incorporeal forms. Even the mighty world cataclysms and nexus states broke their concentration, their spiritual sense lashing into the thick smoke, probing desperately for their leader's fate. But Robin, who had already been watching her with the unblinking clarity of the eye of truth, did not move. His body was still, only his brows drawing tight as he turned slowly, deliberately, to the west. SHK. From the western skies, the heavens cracked as several starships descended, their armored hulls blazing like meteors. Engines screamed, leaving trails of fire in their wake as the ships disgorged their armies. A wave of the living spilled forth, rank upon rank of soldiers armed and armored, filling the air with killing intent. Above them floated a dozen nexus states and even more world cataclysms, their eyes cold, sharp, and hungry, staring down at the smoking crater as predators sight their prey. From among them, the strongest advanced into the center of the sky. His arms folded across his chest, his aura radiating with suffocating weight, pressing the battlefield beneath it. His words cracked like thunder. You sealed your fate with your own hands. Today, shepherdess, we settle the debt of planet Valda. Whoosh. Then, like the curtain pulled from a stage, the storm of dust vanished in an instant. With a mere flick of her parasol, the ash and smoke dispersed as though swept away by invisible winds. And there she stood, untouched, radiant within a shimmering violet dome that pulsed with alien majesty. Her laughter rang out, high and mocking, carrying across the battlefield. Hee, so, today will not be dull after all. Chapter 1521. Morgana, it's over. Surrender. A man among them stepped forward with his arms folded across his chest, his voice echoing with an arrogance that dripped with certainty, as though the outcome had already been sealed and he alone dictated the fate of all present. Robin's brows furrowed sharply. That man was no ordinary cultivator. His aura alone revealed him to be at least a mid-level nexus state. In fact, Robin would not have been surprised if he proved to be high-level, a monster whose attacks could shatter mountains and reduce armies to dust. You have no right to call me by that name. The shepherdess's black brows drew together, her voice like cold iron. And who does, then? Your brother, your mother, your father? Your family? Where are they now? The man's lips curled into a smile laden with venomous meaning. Names exist so the living may speak them aloud, not so the dead may drag them with them into the grave. Crackle. Morgana, the shepherdess, waved her hand with deceptive gentleness, and the great violet dome of soul force collapsed in an instant. Then the air itself howled, as waves of violet energy rose and twisted around her like a storm-given form, raw power waiting only for her command to be unleashed. There is no need for blood today. I came to do what I must and then leave. But for those foolish enough to stand in my way, I do not mind swelling the ranks of my specters. Then swell them. The man laughed darkly, raising his hands toward the heavens. In response, the sky itself split apart with a deafening roar, and from the rift descended a rain of colossal lightning bolts that threatened to erase everything below. Catch AAA. Robin's eyes widened, his eyelids twitching violently. His suspicions were confirmed beyond doubt. This was indeed a high-level nexus state. Bang, bang, bang. At once, Morgana's storm of violet soul force condensed into countless shields, spinning and twisting like parasols of energy. They caught the falling bolts, redirecting their fury before dissolving into nothingness. Incredible. Robin's eyes gleamed like polished gems. This was no crude display of raw strength. It was mastery, technique honed to an art. Morgana then thrust her own shimmering shield forward with power. So be it. Take them, my children. Sha-a-a-a-ah. The legion of specters howled as one, their wails shaking heaven and earth. From the weakest shades to the towering generals, all fell into a frenzy. The violet flames in their chests blazed brighter than ever before, and their strikes fell with the weight of falling stars. What? The red-coated nexus state staggered back as half the specters he had been fighting moments ago suddenly swarmed him with relentless fury. And the other half? They turned as one toward the new arrivals. Crackle. The fleet of starships had brought nearly 2,000 seasoned experts. Each man and woman wore their own distinct armor, wielded their personal techniques and weapons, speaking tongues from dozens of worlds, yet every single one of them was a nightmare to face. Though they had stepped into the dominion of a battle emperor, they had come prepared, armed with methods specifically designed to deal with specters. Tens of thousands of demons hurled themselves forward, claws and fangs flashing under violet light. The clash shook the battlefield, but none of the newcomers fell. Their formation held, their techniques flawless, their coordination near perfect. Morgana's brows twitched as her sharp gaze swept the scene. This was not what she had envisioned, not what she desired. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged on for half an hour, an eternity of slaughter. Robin finally exhaled, his head tilting with quiet disappointment. A loss. The specter's ferocity, amplified by Morgana's dreadful chants, had turned them into a fearsome army. A force that, had it faced Caesar's legions or Aru's armies, could have ground them all into dust. Even with the demon's newfound evolution, the outcome of such a clash would have been uncertain. But now, the reality was grim. Morgana stood against nearly 40 world cataclysms, 6 Nexus state cultivators, and 2,000 fully equipped martial emperors trained for one purpose only, to annihilate specters. The battlefield was littered with glowing fragments. The once endless horde had been reduced to barely a quarter of its former size, their corpses dissolving into heaps of yellow emeralds that blanketed the land so thickly the earth itself could no longer be seen. The balance was shattered. The opposing army had not lost even a single soul, while Morgana herself was locked in a desperate clash against 2 Nexus states. Though she still held her ground with unyielding resolve, it was a battle against time itself. "Will you try to help her?" Neri's voice trembled softly inside Robin's mind. "No." Robin calmed her with a single word, his voice steady. "She's fascinating, yes, but not enough to warrant my hand." His gaze shifted suddenly, fixed upon something else beyond the carnage. "In truth, my curiosity lies more with that tower." "You can sense it as well." "MN, that tower is far from ordinary. It isn't merely some grotesque monument for butchering lives and stacking corpses in neat, calculated piles. No, there's something stirring within, something concealed beyond the reach of my senses. It reminds me, in some strange way, of..." Robin narrowed his eyes, his voice low and contemplative. "The stepped pyramid on Orphan's blood planet." He shook his head slowly, regret flashing across his face. "A shame. I cannot study it closely, nor can I remain here until this battle reaches its end. For should the shepherdess fall, nearly 50 world cataclysms and multiple Nexus state cultivators would be left without a target to fix their attention on. Even if he was shielded by several layers of protections and wards, nothing was absolute when one dealt with entities of that level. One stray glance from them could unravel every safeguard he had. At the very least, you still have the stepped pyramid on Orphan's blood waiting to be examined. To this day, you've uncovered nothing of its secrets. You're right, it's time to leave." Robin exhaled a long breath, his tone resigned, then began edging backward with careful, deliberate steps, preparing to trigger the law of space and vanish from this slaughterhouse. Something had drawn him here. That inexplicable pull. Was it the shepherdess herself, or was it the mysterious tower? Either way, he knew better than to gamble his fate against the colossal force of the Hand of Shadows Syndicate's army. Not today. Not here. Boom. KSHHH. A shrill, violent screech tore across the battlefield, metal grinding against stone with a sound that made even Robin flinch. Against his better judgment, his gaze snapped back toward the shepherdess. At that instant, her body crashed onto the ground, sliding helplessly across the dirt for hundreds of meters before halting in a cloud of dust and shattered debris. She landed heavily on her rear, her legs trembling, drained of the strength to hold her upright any longer. Her face was a mask of pain, yet burning beneath it was something else, rage and an unyielding determination that refused to be extinguished. Her left hand clutched desperately at the gaping wound in her abdomen, blood pouring through her fingers, while her right hand pressed into the ground, supporting her failing body. She tried, with all the stubbornness she could muster, to keep herself from collapsing fully onto her back. She struggled to maintain even the illusion of readiness for battle, but deep inside, she knew, it was futile. Her body was ensnared, wrapped in a suffocating shroud of hostile energy, restrained by countless invisible chains that tightened with every breath. Even the final mercy of ending her own life had been stripped from her. Tisk. That was far more troublesome than it needed to be. The commander of the Hand of Shadows wiped his hands together as though brushing off dust, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield with calm disdain. Around him, his soldiers stood drained of their arsenal, their talismans burned to ash, their borrowed spirits and enchanted relics broken or depleted. Priceless treasures worth billions of pearls had been consumed like kindling in the furnace of this battle. And yet, the leader's lips stretched into a merciless grin. "No matter. The shepherdess's specter will more than repay every loss. Kill me if you dare." Morgana's voice cracked as terror spilled into her obsidian eyes. The words were brave, but the tremor in them betrayed the truth. What she feared most was not death, but the cursed fate of being bound into eternal servitude as a specter. Her right hand clawed at the earth, dragging her body backward in a desperate crawl, but her retreat was pitifully short-lived. Already, shadowed figures had encircled her, hemming her in from all sides. Robin's eyes widened to their limits, his fists curling so tightly his knuckles whitened. His heart pounded violently in his chest. This exact scene, he had witnessed it twice already today in his dreams. Chapter 1522. Badump. Robin's heart hammered violently against his chest. The haunting image of Mila struggling to escape the giants, the memory of Arcalan desperately fighting for his life against the assassins. Two visions, two dreams in the same day, identical circumstances, identical despair, identical end. And now, before his very eyes, that same dreadful pattern was playing out in reality. "Owner, are you all right?" Neri's voice rang urgently inside him, sharp with worry. She could feel his spiritual domain spiraling out of control, disturbed by the violent tremors of his soul. He had just been struck with a psychological blow so fierce it cracked through his composure. No, I am not all right." Robin hissed, his tone heavy, his voice low but shaking with emotion. His gaze locked on Morgana, following every desperate inch of her slow retreat, watching the terror carved into her expression as she realized her fate was to be turned into a specter. He could feel her anguish as if it were his own, the same way he had felt Mila's hopelessness, the same way he had felt Arcalan's despair. What was this? A coincidence? Or a message from the very laws of existence themselves? Had the ominous premonition he had pursued for so long finally begun to evolve into something tangible, into a force that showed him glimpses of destiny before it unfolded? But if so, what was he meant to do in such a moment? Stand aside, or intervene? Hey, Morgana, tell me. A voice slithered through the air as another Nexus State cultivator descended, encircling her like a predator cornering prey. His steps were slow, deliberate, mocking. Was your tale of origin real? Or just a legend you fabricated to cover the truth? My origin is none of your concern. My name is none of your concern. Just kill me already. The shepherdess roared, though her voice cracked, betraying the despair under her defiance. Ha! Sneered the red-cloaked, shaggy-haired Nexus State as he hovered down, his presence oppressive. I've heard the story. After the great massacre of the Imperial Delavaran family, when the invaders turned the entire planet into a graveyard with their mass destruction weapons, only one girl survived, the youngest daughter of the bloodline. They say her father sealed her inside a hidden vault in the very last moments of the war, locking her away as the Empire fell. Enough! Morgana whispered, her trembling voice laced with fury, her dark eyes darting about like a cornered beast. Is it true, then? A curious world cataclysm powerhouse descended, circling her like a vulture over a dying carcass. That you lived for 1,000 years, feeding only on the treasures stored within that vault? That every day, the divine relics of your empire warped your flesh, reshaping you into something unnatural. He chuckled, cruel and cold. And your mind, rotting slowly, screaming into silence, was driven ever closer to madness, with nothing but the specters of your slaughtered kin to keep you company. You know nothing. Morgana lashed out with her voice, waving her arm violently as if to banish their words, her eyes restless, darting in wild defiance. We know enough, another intruder laughed, his tone like the grinding of bone. Investigators came from countless sects and empires, chasing your shadow through the centuries. Every one of them agreed after examining that vault, your story is true. The negative energy that smothered that ruined world accumulated until it became unbearable, transforming the planet into a monstrous specter farm. Billions perished in that calamity, and every last soul was twisted into a specter, including your family. According to your short-lived legend, another voice mocked, the specters of your family returned to the vault, brushing against you, whispering, reshaping your soul domain just as your body twisted with each cursed treasure you devoured. Tell us, was it agony to see their twisted faces every waking moment? To feel their hands claw at you night and day? Did they speak to you, or were they hollow, incomplete husks? Tisk, tisk. Another Nexus State dropped from the sky, shaking his head as if in pity, though his eyes glittered with cruel delight. The Delavaran line was never known for strong souls. Of course your family's specters must have been incomplete, mute shadows, unable to speak, unable to comfort you. Imagine it, centuries imprisoned in darkness, surrounded by grotesque shades that reach for you endlessly, never leaving you alone. And the worst part? He smirked coldly. They were your family. By now, Morgana's mighty specter army had been reduced to almost nothing. What little remained were no longer soldiers of war, but toys, playthings for the members of the Hand of Shadows syndicate, distractions for them to vent their cruelty and pass the time. It's said that after thousands of years in that wretched state, once she had grown powerful enough to bend her family's specters to her will, she commanded them to shatter the vault from the inside. She escaped at last, and from that day forth began claiming she could commune with specters, declaring herself their liberator, weaving tales of freedom and redemption, all those pitiful lies. Ha! I for one believe the investigators inflated the story. They turned scraps of rumor into a legend because legends sell well. They spread like wildfire, easy to romanticize. A distant world cataclysm stroked his beard, his eyes glittering. In truth, I'd wager she simply unearthed some forbidden soul techniques, methods to control specters. And the myths she cloaks herself in? Nothing but a convenient excuse to justify plundering planets, setting up hidden specter farms, building her ghost army, and racing through the Violet Star ranks at a speed no ordinary cultivator could hope to match. Well, this is her final chance, isn't it? A high-level Nexus State smiled wickedly, his words ringing with false generosity. Morgana, if your ability is nothing but techniques, teach them to us. Hand them over, and I will guarantee your survival. More than that, I'll grant you another planet to liberate however you see fit. Pfah. Morgana spat at the ground beside her, the rejection etched plainly in her expression. That wasn't very polite. A world cataclysm chuckled cruelly from behind her, then his blade drove forward without hesitation. Morgana's scream split the battlefield as steel tore into her back, its gleaming tip bursting grotesquely from her abdomen, blood raining down her tattered robes. Robin's eyes flared wide, shock freezing him in place. Death by impalement, this exact end, this precise detail, he had seen it before, in his dream of Arcalon. What are you waiting for? You must leave at once. Neri's voice shrieked in his head, filled with panic. If you remain until this girl breathes her last, catastrophe will descend upon you too. But Robin's fists clenched so tightly his bones creaked. Was this it? Did the master law of causality truly drag me across the stars, make me witness these dreams, just so I could stand idle and retreat when the moment came? Yes, he could intervene. His power was sufficient. But the price would be catastrophic, alienating the Hand of Shadows, painting a target on himself larger than any he had borne before. Was it worth the peril? A storm brewed behind his eyes. For long seconds he said nothing, until, finally, resolve carved itself onto his features. His jaw tightened, his right hand stretching forward slowly, deliberately. he would do it. If risking the wrath of the Hand of Shadows was the cost of glimpsing deeper into the truth of the sovereign law of causality, then he would pay it. The all-seeing God himself had warned him, causality is the sharpest blade to wield against Sevar. Rumble. At that instant, Robin felt the fabric of space beside him shiver violently, as though reality itself had rippled. His heartbeat stuttered, his chest constricting. Did they notice me? Slowly, achingly slowly, he turned his head toward the disturbance, bracing for death, or worse. But instead of a warrior or executioner, he found something wholly different. A girl. Small, no older than 5. Her body was painfully frail, a skeleton wrapped in the thinnest veil of flesh. Her face was hollow, gaunt, the cheeks sunken as though drained of life. She looked like a specter herself, yet not quite, for her body was composed not of decayed matter, but of compressed wind, faint currents spiraling within her limbs, as though she was woven from living air itself. Her eyes, though large and dark, carried no malice, only sorrow, and a desperation so raw it made Robin's chest tighten. She looked at him not as an emperor, not as a predator, but as the last faint hope she might cling to. The little girl raised her head, her translucent hair flickering like strands of mist, and her trembling lips parted. Please. Her voice was as fragile as a breeze, yet it pierced Robin's very soul. Do something. She is the only one who ever cared for me, the only one who thought of my fate. Don't let her be twisted into a specter. Tears shimmered in her spectral eyes as she inched closer, her small hands clasped together in supplication. I beg you, grant her a swift death instead. Spare her that torment, and I swear upon my existence, I will make it worth your while. Chapter 15:23. I'll make it worth your while. Robin stiffened. His first thought was that a powerful specter had discovered him, but as his golden eyes focused on the frail newcomer, realization struck like lightning. A planetary spirit. The instant the words left his lips, he snapped his eye of truth shut, diverting his gaze away in alarm. Yes, I am the spirit of the planet, FAI is my name. There is no need to conceal yourself. That golden eye that lit up the heavens burned brightly enough. I recognized you, candidate. I hold no enmity toward you. The pale spirit of the planet extended a wavering hand toward the shepherdess. But please. Damn it, Robin cursed within. Another one now knew of his secret, another witness added to the tally he had tried so hard to keep small. He was not shocked at the manifestation itself. Planetary spirits in the mid-belt could incarnate freely, even without a master. He had been warned countless times that his golden eye drew their notice, but the thought of constantly hiding behind masks or lenses had seemed absurd, beneath him. Besides, he had never believed any planetary spirit would pursue him so closely, nor openly declare that his was indeed the eye of truth. Until today. The sheer boldness of this incarnation unsettled him. Her embodiment technique was far more potent than what he had read about. A fourth blade pierced Morgana's body, ripping another cry of anguish from her throat. Make it worth my while, you say? Robin glanced back at Morgana for a moment, then at the planetary spirit. How? I can feel your hesitation, yet also your desire to intervene. Please, do what you can. Grant her a swift, merciful death. Depending on your choice, I will reward you with a gift, something to cover your losses. The translucent girl's voice rang with urgency, her eyes shimmering as she turned again toward Morgana. She was the first who ever reached out to me, a dead, ghostly planetary spirit, hundreds of thousands of years ago. She helped me cleanse an entire quarter of my surface. At the very least, she deserves a clean end. Robin raised a brow. Oh, and what if I pulled her out alive instead? Do it, and imagine what awaits you. The spirit's reply was short, her expression fierce, her eyes burning with grave sincerity. Robin studied her intently for several seconds, then shrugged faintly. Very well. He had already resolved to act. If fate itself offered him aid, why not seize it? You would truly attempt it? Even the planetary spirit looked startled by his casual tone. Yes, but be prepared, I'll need a touch of support. Robin nodded, a thin smile ghosting his lips. Now listen carefully. Bam! 2 world cataclysms lunged forward, seizing Morgana by her bloodied arms. They dragged her mercilessly toward the top of the towering structure, slamming her down into a forced kneeling position. Her shriek tore the air as more blood splattered from her lips. Her torso was already lanced through by at least 5 different blades of varying size and sharpness. Each pierced a vital point, yet cruelly avoided her heart and lifeline, prolonging her agony with surgical precision. Slish! A high-level Nexus state cultivator drew a crescent-shaped dagger from his spatial ring. 2 casual strides folded through space, and suddenly he stood beside the broken shepherdess. With 2 fingers pointed at her forehead and the blade hovering at her throat, he spoke coldly, his tone bored. One last chance. Surrender the secret techniques for controlling specters, and we will spare you. Our syndicate bears no childish grudges. Reconcile with us today, and tomorrow your sins will be forgotten. BFFFHH. Morgana retched, vomiting thick clots of blood that looked more like torn flesh than liquid. With staggering effort, she lifted her head, her lips curling into a blood-smeared grin. Even as a specter, I will never submit to you. Pity. The Nexus state sighed, his eyes empty of care. His blade hand twitched, preparing to slice clean through her neck and seize her spiritual domain in a single stroke. Krayok. The sky convulsed. Thunder detonated above, a booming roar that made even hardened warriors flinch. The winds twisted wildly, gathering into a furious storm. Black rain poured from the heavens, sizzling as it struck the blood-soaked ground. What? Dozens of warriors turned their eyes skyward, brows knitting in confusion. Even the high-level Nexus state froze, his strike interrupted. No one could sense an assailant, yet the phenomenon was undeniable. The weather of this half-dead planet had no precedent for storms such as this. Disturbance. From amidst the howling storm, the air condensed, compressed tighter and tighter until it shaped itself into a frail young girl. Her hair flowed like mist, her body of translucent wind. And then, with a voice that split the skies and rattled the bones of all who heard it, she cried, "Release her at once." FAI. The high-level Nexus state groaned, glancing upward with faint irritation. "Why involve yourself? Did this girl refine you?" "She refined me partially," the planetary spirit bellowed, her figure glowing brighter against the storm. "Let her go, and I will force her to hand over every secret you desire. But if you refuse, then I will act with the strength I possess." Her words thundered across the battlefield, her voice carrying the weight of ancient fury. "Humph. You shouldn't even be interfering, not with such meager refinement. Has loneliness eroded your mind to this degree? Very well. I'll find you a proper owner, shall I?" The shaggy-haired Nexus state scratched the back of his head, his scornful smile cutting across the storm's howls. Around them, soldiers of the Dark Hand Syndicate whispered nervously, shifting in their ranks. For the first time, hesitation seeped into their expressions. Planetary spirits were not foes to be provoked lightly. "I don't want anyone else. I want her." The planetary spirit's voice rose to a shriek, thunder crackling through every syllable. Lightning gathered in her small palm, coiling and writhing like a living beast eager to be unleashed. The soldiers within the range of a martial emperor staggered. Some even collapsed outright, their weapons clattering to the ground as terror drained the color from their faces. The oppressive resonance of a planetary spirit's will was not something they were prepared for. Yet the Nexus states and the world cataclysms stood unmoved, like statues carved of stone. What could a planetary spirit truly do against them, especially one only partially refined? Their eyes were cold, unconcerned, at most, mildly curious. The high-level Nexus state scratched his tangled hair with annoyance, his tone faintly mocking. "You're behaving strangely today, FAI. What is this? Very well, what if?" Then his eyes widened suddenly, pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He looked sharply downward at Morgana. There she remained, half-conscious, her body still pierced by 5 blades, blood pooling beneath her like a crimson lake. Her chest convulsed as she hacked up clumps of torn flesh, every breath shallow, ragged. "Did you all feel that just now?" His voice, normally dripping with contempt, now held a thin thread of caution. "You too?" "Yes, without question, I sensed a strange ripple," a mid-level Nexus state admitted, frowning deeply. "I felt nothing," one of the world cataclysms sang carelessly, shrugging his broad shoulders. "Perhaps it was the planetary spirit playing some trick," another suggested flatly. "Speak to me like I speak to you." FAI's voice thundered from above, laced with fury and desperation. Her cry was like a storm's wrath incarnate, but the high-level Nexus state ignored her entirely. He crouched down, grabbing Morgana by her tangled, blood-soaked hair, jerking her head up with brutal force. "Arg!" Morgana's face twisted in agony, her vision swimming, eyes threatening to roll white as her life ebbed away. For a fleeting instant, she locked gazes with him. Summoning the last of her strength, she spat. "Tisk, pfuh." The spittle mixed with blood landed across his cheek. Slowly, deliberately, the Nexus state wiped it away with the back of his hand. His eyes darkened, fury flashing beneath the veil of confusion. He released her hair, straightening with predatory calm. His 2 fingers leveled at her temple while the short crescent blade pressed against her throat, its cold edge gleaming with anticipation. "I don't know what trickery is happening here, and I don't intend to linger to find out. Go to your end." "No!" FAI screamed, her wail exploding like a divine bell struck by thunder. The sound wave ruptured the eardrums of dozens of battle emperors, driving them to their knees, clutching their heads in torment. Even seasoned warriors grimaced as the cry shook their bones. But no scream, no storm, no lightning could halt what came next. Slash! The crescent blade carved its merciless arc. Morgana's head was severed in a single motion. Her body trembled once, then slumped forward like a puppet with its strings cut. Her head rolled across the cold stone floor, bouncing once, twice, leaving behind a jagged trail of blood. Slowly, inexorably, it reached the edge of the towering structure. With a final lurch, it toppled into the abyss below, swallowed by shadow. Chapter 1524. Bam! Bang! Bang! It was as if the clamor of the heavens and the violent quakes of the earth suddenly stilled in that fleeting instant. The deafening chorus of battle, the trembling of towers, and even the shrill wail of the planet's spirit seemed to have been seized and strangled mid-breath, trapped in her throat. Nothing remained for the ear to catch, nothing except the grisly thud of Morgana's severed head striking against the tower as it fell. The echo of bone and flesh crashing against stone reverberated like a funeral bell. Then came the hollow sound of the head rolling across the mound of corpses, bouncing, striking ribs, slipping over broken armor, until at last it came to rest. Her eyes, once abyssal and unyielding, still quivered faintly, droplets of blood dribbling down her pale cheeks. One could watch, with cruel clarity, the fragile light of life ebbing away second by second from the expression on that severed head, until finally, inevitably, it dimmed and extinguished completely. "No!" The planet's spirit shrieked, clawing and tearing at her own scattered locks of hair. Her voice cracked the air like a thunderclap. "No!" "Shush," one of the Nexus states barked, waving upward with irritation. "Begone. She has met her end, it is finished. Do not force us to act against you. Remember this well, remember this well." The words dripped with venom, each syllable carrying centuries of loathing. Her eyes were nothing but abysses of hatred as her form dissolved, withdrawing slowly, step by step, into the storm until the last shred of her aura vanished from sight. "Tisk, what a damned lunatic," one of the world cataclysms chuckled darkly. "I wanted to call her a whore, but then, she doesn't even have a body to insult, ahahaha. Do you think she'll actually follow through on that threat?" Another cataclysm asked, more serious, his tone wary. One of the Nexus states pressed his brows together. What could she do? We have 1,000 ways, 10,000 ways, to force her into slumber whenever we wish. Strange. All heads turned instantly toward a single voice, for it was unmistakable, the voice of their leader. The high-level Nexus state still stood beside the mutilated corpse, his expression far from mockery, his left hand raised in puzzlement. Truly, strange. What is strange, my lord? One asked cautiously. There were not many phenomena left that could unsettle a being who had lived for millions of years. Do you see something floating above my finger? The leader asked, bewildered. No. Confusion rippled among them. Some even activated their spiritual senses, scrutinizing his fingertip with piercing clarity, confirming over and over, there was nothing there. I know, the high-level Nexus state said, voice-taught. Then tell me why there is nothing? With this technique, I should have extracted her whole soul domain at the moment of death, without the slightest chance of error. So where is it? Where is Morgana's soul domain? Perhaps she never had one of the world cataclysms mumbled hesitantly. Smack! How can any living being exist without a soul domain? A Nexus state beside him roared, striking the back of his head. This is truly baffling. Especially since she was clearly a royal soulmaster, we all saw it in battle with our own eyes. Where was she storing her soul force? The high-level Nexus state lowered his gaze from his empty finger. Slowly, almost reverently, he knelt beside the corpse. His eyes scanned each wound, each scar, each pool of blood, as if the flesh itself might yield the missing answer. Finally, another voice broke the silence. I don't know, maybe she was simply unique. Those specters inhabited her, touched her unending times. Perhaps her domain was always crumbling, living on the razor's edge of annihilation. That is possible. I support that theory. Yeah, what a pity. The Spectre Shepherd's soul domain could have been a treasure beyond measure for this planet. Our profits would have multiplied 100-fold. Seeing his subordinates nodding, grasping at this convenient explanation, the high-level Nexus state exhaled. He too finally gave a slow nod, rising to his feet. A loss indeed. Return to your posts. His eyes sharpened, landing on 2 cataclysms in particular. And you too, double the slaughters in the coming days. Make up for the specters we lost in today's battle. Yes, my lord. The 2 cataclysms saluted instinctively, almost militarily, before rushing off to harvest more sacrifices. The others bowed lightly and dispersed, scattering in every direction, some to guard the Great Gate, others toward neighboring planets. Their routine resumed, as if nothing monumental had just transpired. Only the leader, the high-level Nexus state, lingered a moment longer. His eyes locked on the corpse. In the end, he stooped, lifted the body, and with a subtle gesture drew forth the severed head, the head of the shepherd Morgana. Both were slipped into his void ring before he, too, vanished. Moments earlier, a single drop of blood trailed down Morgana's full black lips, trembling, hesitating, hanging as if it sought to resist gravity itself, before surrendering at last. Drip. Ah, this pain is unbearable. These 5 blades, they cut deeper than the flesh, deeper than the soul. With immense effort she lifted her black eyes. Above, the skies convulsed, heaven split, and the planet's soul appeared, shrieking in despair. Morgana smiled faintly through her agony, then let her gaze fall once more. It seemed that FAI was doing something, a faint movement, a trembling resonance, a cry that could not be heard but was felt deep within the marrow of the world. She was a gentle planet soul, innocent in her essence, undeserving of the calamity that had befallen her, undeserving of the grotesque mutation that had twisted her very being after the death of every living creature upon her surface. It looked as though she was whispering something, perhaps bidding her a final farewell, perhaps trying desperately to shield her, to resist the inevitability of the strike that would end it all. Maybe she was pleading with the heavens themselves to intervene. Yet it no longer mattered, for her ears had gone deaf to the world. Her body and soul together were already loosening their grip on existence. Every sound became a distant echo, as though muffled by thick fog. Every color bled into a pale, fading gray, like ink dissolving into water. Even the sensation of the ground beneath her seemed to vanish, as if she were already halfway between the realm of the living and the void. Her life unrolled before her eyes, not in order, not as a clear tale, but as fragments of light and shadow, flashing and breaking apart like shards of glass. All those words, those whispers she had heard since childhood, about her origins, about how she had grown among the specters, every single one of them had been true. Yet words, no matter how cruel, had never been enough to describe everything. No tongue could ever express the full depth of the nightmare that had happened inside that narrow, suffocating treasury. The specters of her own family, they had not played with her, nor tried to understand her, nor embraced her as their child or sister. They had hunted her, tried to feed on her, again, and again, and again, the endless fleeing through cramped shadows. The nights and days blurred together by her ceaseless crying until her voice broke. The shock and agony of seeing her mother, her father, her siblings, reduced to half-formed specters, bodies incomplete, eyes hollow, mouths twisted into ravenous hunger, staring at her as nothing but meat. The repeated spiritual assaults, blows delivered by those who once loved her, struck her without mercy. Each wound carved scars into her soul, warping and deforming her spiritual domain, day after day, as she fought to survive in that tiny coffin of despair. Every unique horror piled upon the last, brick upon brick, until they built her. They built something dreadful. They built a creature unlike any other. A monster. And yet, a monster that now seemed destined to die here, on this day. A faint, almost serene smile softened Morgana's lips. For all her existence, she had lived trying to give peace to the specters, to grant them comfort, to soothe their endless torment. She had dedicated herself so that no child would ever again feel what she had felt, so that no soul would be forced to look upon the face of their father, their mother, their son, and see only a hungry beast. She knew the day would come. Always, she knew. The day when her actions would draw the blades of the powerful, when she would pay the final price. That day had marched toward her like an army, unstoppable, and now it had arrived. Perhaps, she thought, death itself was not as terrible as it seemed. Perhaps, this was the very thing she had been reaching for since the beginning. But now as death truly wrapped its cold arms around her, she could not meet it with the same indifference she had once imagined. She could not raise her head with unshaken courage. Death carried its own majesty, its own dreadful holiness. Even those who walk its edge every day eventually taste its steel. Even the fiercest warriors, even those who defy gods, feel their hearts tremble when the last step comes, when the abyss yawns beneath their feet and asks for their leap. Her soul quivered on that precipice. Whoosh! Suddenly a new voice cut through the silence, sharp yet strangely warm. Hey, lift your head. You're under my protection now. Chapter 1525. You are under my protection now. Morgana's eyes flew open with a violent snap, so forceful it seemed she intended to tear her very eyelids apart in the process. The sudden rush of light seared into her vision, and for a moment she felt as if the entire world had shifted beneath her. And then she saw him. A young man, handsome in a royal way, stood before her. A faint golden beard traced the edge of his jaw, catching the dim light like threads of sunlight woven into his skin. His golden eyes were calm, his lips curved into a reassuring smile that seemed to cut through the despair weighing on her chest. Everything is fine now, he said, his tone steady, absolute, as though the heavens themselves would obey the decree. Poof. Why you? Morgana's voice cracked as her body gave way beneath her. She collapsed onto her backside, limbs trembling, and scrambled back in a desperate crawl until her spine struck the rough, cold wall of what appeared to be a cavern. Where am I? What happened? Was this a dream, Arg? Her words shattered into a scream. The agony of the 5 blades was still there, alive inside her flesh, like burning brands forged in hell. Wait, the pain of the blades was still there, but where were the blades themselves? Her hands flew to her stomach and chest, trembling fingers racing across torn flesh. Her palms pressed against the wounds, sliding over rents in her skin, her nails scratching desperately for the steel she knew should be lodged there. Her body was still pierced, her insides still shredded, yet the blades themselves were gone. No cold steel, no foreign weight, just the wounds, just the pain. Her breaths came ragged, almost manic, as she searched her ruined body with the intensity of someone trapped between madness and disbelief. Robin, watching her frantic movements, let out a small chuckle. About that, he said, his voice almost playful. I'm not quite skilled enough to create 5 planetary-grade weapons at once. Not yet, anyway, so I simply left them in place. He shifted away with a slow, deliberate ease and lowered himself onto the far side of the cave, sitting casually, as if the chaos outside had never happened. By the stars, that had been difficult. That had been nerve-wracking to the very edge of reason. He exhaled slowly, recalling what he had done. After commanding the planet's spirit to unleash violent disturbances, thunderous cries, false chaos, anything that would draw their focus, Robin had turned his entire being to the impossible task before him, tearing prey from the jaws of lions. Or, in this case, pulling one fragile girl from the gnashing jaws of 50 lions at once. The simplest approach would have been to use the 3rd stage of the master law of spacetime. After all, it wasn't as though he was trying to block a cataclysmic attack intended to crack a planet in half. He was merely shifting the frail form of a wounded girl. It shouldn't have cost him much energy. And with the noise and chaos swirling around them, they would not notice what had happened. They would only turn and find that she had vanished. A simple gamble. One he was willing to take, even in the middle of 6 Nexus states. But he knew the consequence. That alone would drive them to madness. They would not rest, not sleep, not breathe without searching. They would scour the skies, scour the soil, even overturn the very mantle of the planet if they had to. And sooner or later, even if he buried her in the core itself, they would find her. So he needed more. He needed misdirection. The solution? Give them something else. Something to chase. Something to lose themselves in. Give them. Robin thought hard for 3 entire seconds, which in that desperate moment felt like an eternity. His mind, sharpened by survival and battle, reached a final conclusion. The sovereign law of creation. He would craft a body, a perfect duplicate of Morgana's body. It was not the first time he had wielded creation, but until then, his practice had been light, pens of flawless precision, small trinkets, tools to aid him in carving patterns. Never before had he dared attempt something as intricate, as daring, as reckless as shaping flesh and bone, spirit and likeness, into the form of a living being. Especially not the form of someone he had barely glimpsed a handful of times, and never once studied up close. It was doomed, inevitably, to be riddled with flaws, imperfections, subtle mismatches. But that was the beauty of his gamble. The members of the Syndicate of the Hidden Hand who had cornered her weren't watching for details. They didn't care about her identity, about the precision of her features. Most of them had stared at her with boredom, or worse, with lustful distraction, treating the battle as little more than spectacle to pass the time. Not a single one of them had memorized the shape of her scars or the subtleties of her face. And so his second gamble was placed, that not a single one among them would look closely enough to tell the difference. In an instant, faster than the blink of an eye, Robin conjured it, a replica of flesh and blood. He clothed it in garments identical to hers, tore the same wounds into its body, mirrored the flow of blood with precise cruelty. Then he injected it with a surge of life force and soul force, just enough to make it right, just enough to make it believable. And then came the moment of truth. Snap! The monochrome world unfolded, the world of stillness, where all motion froze. Time itself bent to his will. With the blade-like precision of a surgeon, Robin cut the reality around Morgana, isolating her battered body. In a heartbeat he pulled her through the void, transporting her into the cavern where his guardians awaited. And in that same frozen breath, he placed the duplicate back into her exact position. The exchange was flawless, down to the millimeter. Even the blades, those 5 planetary weapons, returned to their places as if nothing had changed, embedding once more into flesh, drawing no extra scratches, leaving no clue of the deception. The perfect illusion, executed in the heartbeat of a still world. Then, with a final flick of will, he used the monochrome world to shift himself into the cavern as well. Robin leaned back heavily against the rough stone wall of the cave, the tension in his shoulders easing just slightly. His breath misted faintly in the cool air as he tilted his head toward the jagged entrance. For a long moment, he simply stood still, letting silence stretch. Then his golden eyes slid shut and he listened intently, as though the entire universe was speaking to him through the air currents. "I hear no more screams," he murmured at last. "No more devastating strikes of rage. The storm outside has stilled. Perhaps, just perhaps, we truly survived this." Sue, survived? How? How did I survive that situation? What even happened? And who are you supposed to be? Morgana's voice cracked as the weight of reality came crashing down on her. Her world felt like it was collapsing inward, crushing her between despair and confusion. The agony still carved into her body by the 5 planetary weapons gnawed mercilessly at her flesh, not fading but growing, festering like venom spreading through her veins. Yet despite that, her curiosity burned even hotter, overwhelming even the pain. She froze suddenly. Her breath hitched, her eyes widening with sudden realization. I know you. You are that man, the one with the golden eye." Robin's lips quirked into a lopsided grin, a soft chuckle slipping out despite the tension. "Ha, perhaps remembering me as the dashing, legendary Spectre Slayer would have been kinder for my pride," he teased lightly, trying to steady the unstable atmosphere between them. "But yes, you're not wrong, I'm also the man with the big golden eye." He knew well how broken she was, how deep her injuries had cut, but he refrained from healing her immediately. If he touched her now, in this state, her shock and fear might twist into something violent. She had to calm first, to anchor herself to what was real before he could act. No, this is impossible." Morgana's voice rose, her chest heaving. I saw that aura. That cursed, devouring aura. You must be dead." Her arms wrapped around herself tightly, almost clawing at her own body, the way a wounded animal presses into its wounds to shield them. She shivered like a cat cornered, yet her eyes, dark, bloodshot, unyielding, never left Robin. They traced him, drank in his presence, as though she could not believe he stood there. Her curiosity sharpened into a blade, mixed now with disbelief so raw it nearly broke her voice. Robin's smile deepened faintly, but there was steel behind it. "That level of corruption was never going to take my life," he said evenly. His words were simple, but his tone carried the weight of mountains. "I still have things far greater than death left to do here." Morgana shook her head, her lips trembling. "And no, this isn't about willpower. Don't insult me with that. You were dead. Your soul domain, it was collapsing, crumbling apart before my eyes. I saw it disintegrating, irreversibly, piece by piece. I saw it happening. What happened? How could you possibly have survived?" Her breath came in gasps, her desperation sharpening. Was it the behemoth of purity? Did she descend here herself to save you? Her insistence even made Robin pause. His brows lifted slightly, the faintest sign of surprise showing in his calm face. He had pulled her from the jaws of tens of world cataclysms and nexus states, torn her free from the grip of death itself, and yet what shook her most was not that. What consumed her was the question of how he had survived the corruption. Robin let silence stretch for a heartbeat, his golden eyes thoughtful. Then, slowly, he raised his chin, a flicker of pride cutting through his calm. "I have my own ways," he said, his voice steady as bedrock. Her bloodshot eyes did not waver. She dragged her gaze slowly across him, tracing from the crown of his hair, down his shoulders, his chest, his arms, all the way to his feet. Each breath she took shuddered, as if she was engraving every detail into memory. At last, she lifted her head, her eyes locking with his. "Those ways of yours," she whispered, her voice trembling but firm. "Are they the same ways that dragged you down from level 31, all the way to level 11? Chapter 1526. You truly have a keen eye." Robin pointed toward her with a playful grin and a light-hearted chuckle. "But no, you're mistaken. I sacrificed 20 levels to save you. My purification process, in comparison, was far easier. Well, easier in terms of requirements, not the process itself." For the reality was that Robin had literally set himself ablaze, letting flames surge through every vein, every nerve, until they devoured and burned away every trace of impurity or corruption lodged within his body and soul. Those flames were merciless. If they had caught someone from the Durgran race, for example, they would not have gone out until the victim was completely consumed, either dead or remade into a pure-blooded human. That was the true ferocity and relentlessness of those purgatory fires, the reason he never uses them, afraid that they would attack him for any impurity he doesn't even know about. "You did it for saving me." Morgana's voice cracked with difficulty, her breath heavy and broken. She lowered her gaze toward her pierced, broken body, staring at the deep wounds as though trying once again to confirm that what had happened was not some cruel dream. Her chest rose and fell as she drew a trembling breath, pain and disbelief twisting her expression. Her gaze drifted slowly across the cave. It was nothing more than a hollow scar in the heart of a mountain, an oppressive darkness swallowing every corner. She depended more on her soul sense than her vision to perceive her surroundings. No remarkable ornaments, no beauty to comfort the eye. Only a scattering of small array banners spread like forgotten remnants of war. And there, two figures sprawled on the cold ground, asleep, one of them snoring so loudly it pierced the silence. At last, her gaze circled back to Robin, drawn to him as though pulled by invisible chains. How then, did you heal yourself from the corruption? Robin raised his brows, a frown forming for a fleeting moment before dissolving into hearty laughter. Ha ha. I pulled you out from among dozens of world cataclysms and nexus states in a way that forced me to lose 20 solid foundations, and all you can think to ask is how I healed myself. You don't understand, Morgana whispered, her voice fading into exhaustion, her head bowing low as if too heavy to hold up. But I do understand. Robin leaned slightly closer, his tone softening, his eyes glimmering with that strange light of insight. I can see the reason behind your question as clearly as if it were written in the air. He pointed gently toward her twice, his movements carrying a strange tenderness. Why don't we make a deal? He clapped once, the sound echoing faintly in the hollow cave. I will heal your body now, completely, and afterwards you can ask me anything, everything you wish. What do you say? In truth, Robin's curiosity toward this mysterious girl was not much less than hers toward him. Her uncanny control over specters, her strength as a royal spirit lady and as a mistress of spells, and above all, the greatest enigma, the reason the master law of causality itself had nudged him into becoming entangled with her fate. Morgana stared at his face for a long moment, her eyes wavering between resistance and surrender. At last, she closed them, leaning her head gently against the cold wall of stone, and nodded faintly. Excellent. With the simplest flick of his wrist, the flags strewn across the ground began to stir and dance as if waking from slumber. They were the markers of the trifold array Malek had once used. Robin hadn't had the time to gather them after dragging Malek out for purification. Whoosh! Layer after layer, barrier upon barrier, the threefold canopy bloomed around Morgana like a living veil of power. She suddenly found herself encased within a tricolored tent, its radiant walls pressing warmth into her very marrow. The structure reinforced her broken body, healing wounds both visible and hidden, channeling gentle streams of life energy into her veins. She released a soft sigh, long and weary, and surrendered to its embrace. For the very first time in her life, she was being healed, truly healed. Not a trick, not her own willpower stitched over wounds, not some cold exchange of survival. This was aid freely given. She was not used to it. Her entire existence had been a struggle where trust was a fragile illusion. To her, all living beings were nothing more than specters waiting for their eventual transformation, pale reflections of death yet to be claimed. She looked upon them with faint smiles, as though praising them in mockery, silently whispering in her heart, "It's good you haven't turned yet. Hold on to what you still have." But beyond that thin mask of courtesy, she trusted no one. Not after what had happened to her family. Not after the tragedy that had devoured her planet. And yet today, slowly, softly, for the first time in so long, she felt her body slacken. She found herself drifting, slipping into the pull of sleep. Seeing this, Robin smiled faintly and nodded. To feel safe in the presence of another, that was the first step toward granting trust. Then, with calm eyes, he turned aside. Malek and Wade were still lost in the depths of slumber. Their bodies and souls were unbroken, untouched by lasting damage. Even if he activated the trifold array around them now, they would gain nothing from it. What they needed was not healing, but rest, several hours of pure, undisturbed sleep, for their soul domains to catch up with the changes that had shaken them. Silence. The cave, which had once echoed with screams fierce enough to stain eternity for millions of years, was now drowned in profound, weighty quiet. Yet even that silence did not endure for long. Robin lifted his gaze to the unseen heights above, his lips curving into a quiet, knowing smile. "Fai, have I fulfilled the promise I made to you?" Whoosh! The ceiling of the cave began to tremble, stone cracking and shifting as if drawn by an unseen will. Shards of rock scraped against each other, collapsing inward toward a single blazing point that glowed before Robin's eyes. From that point, a shape emerged, a statue, small and delicate, yet eerily alive. It resembled a little girl carved from ancient stone, her features still and haunting. How? I have my own ways. Robin chuckled lightly, brushing off the impossibility with a casual air. He then extended a finger toward the statue. You asked me to grant her a swift death, to keep her from becoming a specter. Yet look, she still breathes, her soul intact. His lips curved into a teasing smile. Now then, where is my reward? The planet's spirit stared at him, her expression shifting with intensity. Until now, she had seen him as nothing more than a candidate, a dangerous but reliable individual with potential. Yet in this moment, her view changed. Before her stood not just a man, but something far rarer. Can you free me? She asked, her voice trembling between hope and desperation. Ha! Robin arched a brow, amusement breaking across his features. You want me to steal you, a planet, away from that syndicate? You give me too much credit. He laughed softly, shaking his head. I am just someone at level 11, as plain as you see. But you will not stay there forever. The planet's soul's stone-like eyes glimmered faintly with longing. I can see it, you carry no grief, not even a flicker of sorrow, for losing all those hard-earned levels. It was as though you intended to sacrifice them anyway, as if you wanted this price to be paid. Her voice grew sharper, urgent. So do the same again. Sacrifice the rest for me. Little girl, did you make this request from the beginning to test me? To see if this golden eye user is good enough of a partner for you? Robin's gaze hardened. He raised an eyebrow, lips pressed into a thin line. But why not, perhaps, one day, he said slowly. But understand this, it will come with a price beyond imagining. I am worth that price. The planet's spirit replied instantly, her words carrying the weight of conviction. That tower you glimpsed, the one that binds me in endless torment, it alone is worth declaring war against the syndicate. That tower is worth exchanging not just hundreds of planets, but thousands. Robin's brow lifted slightly, his intrigue piqued. What is it, then? What is that thing? The image of the structure resurfaced vividly in his mind. That tower, it bore a striking resemblance to the step pyramid on the orphan's blood planet. His heart clenched at the realization, dread mingling with curiosity. I do not know, the planet's spirit whispered, her voice breaking as if heavy chains pressed upon her. All I know is what I have heard from the mouths of those who torment me. They spoke of it as they performed their sacrifices upon its cursed stones, tearing my essence apart again and again in its name. Her voice wavered, filled with grief, and for a moment it seemed as though even a soul bound to a planet could weep. Did they place it there? Did they build it upon your surface? Robin's brows furrowed deeply. If this were true, then a calamity far greater than he imagined was festering within the young sector. No, her voice grew low, heavy with the weight of ancient memory. From the very moment my awareness began to form, it was already there, towering above me like the mountains and oceans that define my skin. But it was never natural. From the beginning, it was clear. It was something crafted, something forged. A creation older than the rivers, older than the seas, older than all life upon me, older even than I, the spirit of this world. Her words echoed with dread. Robin narrowed his eyes, thoughts racing. Let me guess. His lips curved into the faintest of knowing smirks, his brows arching with deliberate sharpness. Did your awareness first awaken around 97.8 million years ago? Chapter 1527. 97.8 million years? That's extremely specific. The planet spirit shifted her gaze away with her heavy, stony eyes, as though the weight of the number pressed on her very essence. There was hesitation in her tone, a subtle unease. Yes, I think I began to gain faint traces of awareness somewhere around that period, perhaps a little less, perhaps a little more, but certainly close to it. Still, why do you ask such a question? Robin exhaled slowly, nodding a few times, as if confirming a suspicion that had haunted him for years. He had always been told that planet spirits were present since the very birth of a planet, invisible guardians slumbering deep within its core, only to gradually awaken into true awareness after eons had passed. Once awake, they would begin to interfere with the affairs of living beings, guiding destinies, shaping races, and influencing the rise and fall of entire ecosystems. Yet despite all these teachings, he had never once heard a concrete figure, never a single number, that pinpointed when these spirits first started to awaken. He realized now, he had never asked, and they had never volunteered the truth. Most of the powers simply took this knowledge as one more mystery of existence. But the words of the cosmic elder Zillan, spoken not so long ago, still echoed inside Robin's mind like thunder rolling endlessly in the distance. If there was no record of anything prior to that precise number, 97.8 million, then it could only mean one thing: no planet spirit alive remembered anything before that span. If they had, the higher powers of the cosmos would have interrogated them, squeezed every shred of truth from their memories, and uncovered secrets of creation itself. This left Robin with only three possibilities. The first was that all of the planet spirits were lying, working together under some secret pact, maintaining a deception for reasons beyond comprehension. The second was that their memories had been deliberately erased, wiped clean by some overwhelming hand of power. The third, and most unsettling, was that they were all reborn around that exact era, their existence freshly reset. The first option, the possibility that they were cunning liars conspiring as one, could be dismissed, or at least placed aside for now. Such a claim could never be verified, never truly proven. That left only the two other possibilities, each equally chilling. Perhaps this was the true reason why every planet soul seemed so eerily alike, because their memories, knowledge, and even their temperaments stemmed from the same starting point. They all carried nearly identical information, nearly identical impressions of existence, because, in essence, they were all the same age. Of course, the question of how they continued to gather information beyond their planetary boundaries remained an unanswered enigma. They avoided that topic at all costs, hiding the source of their awareness. Still, one undeniable fact had now surfaced, one truth Robin could not ignore. All planet spirits had appeared simultaneously exactly 97.8 million years ago. Robin's voice broke the silence, heavy with the weight of his thoughts. What else did you hear about the tower from their mouths? The planet soul hesitated, her expression tightening as if recalling forbidden whispers. Not much. In truth, it doesn't even seem like they know much themselves. They act more like servants blindly following instructions, orders handed down to them by someone, or something. Her brows, jagged and torn stone ridges, knitted together. But I did overhear something. I heard talk that preparations are being carried out in a perfectly organized manner. And in another moment, entirely separate, I heard them speak with conviction that the tower must be protected, no matter the cost, even if half the syndicate had to perish. I believe the one who said it wasn't just a Nexus state expert. The weight in his words, it was heavier, more commanding. Perhaps a guardian, or maybe something even higher. Robin's face darkened, the gravity of the situation pressing down like a storm. This was no trivial matter. The syndicate, the same syndicate bold enough to accept contracts to assassinate a behemoth. The syndicate that stood under the shield of Sevar, the wielder of the master law of causality, a sixth-rank user. What on earth were they preparing for? Against whom could they possibly be mustering such overwhelming resolve? He thought of their reach, the syndicate, rulers of the cosmos from behind the veil, their experts spread like shadow and flame across every corner of existence. Armies hidden and armies public, networks vast and intricate, countless lives bought and bound. Guardians walked among them, monarchs surely counted among their number. To sacrifice half of that, to cast aside a force capable of ruling sectors upon sectors, yet consider it preferable to losing the tower. What did that say of the tower's worth? Robin leaned forward slightly, his voice low but sharp. Do you know what, exactly, they use it for? Fai clenched her fists, her stone-like knuckles grinding together with a harsh sound. Her tone grew bitter, laced with fury and grief. As you've seen with your own eyes, the slaughter there never ceases. And whenever the corpses pile up to a certain number, they are gathered like dead cattle and shipped away, sent to some place beyond this planet, before the cycle of killing begins anew. I don't know why they go to such lengths. They could burn the bodies to ash on the spot. They could summon beasts to devour them where they fell. Yet they insist on taking them elsewhere. She drew a ragged breath, her body trembling. And there is more. I noticed that the tower itself draws in power. It absorbs a faint stream of soul units from every single victim. That is all I can tell you. Her hands trembled harder, fists tightening until cracks spread through her stone skin. Because of their actions at that cursed tower, the planet has been poisoned. Negative energy, grudges, endless hatred, they've spread across every corner, choking out life. Specters multiplied, feeding on the foul energy. And in the end, this once living planet rotted into a dead husk. My form, my very existence, was twisted into the abomination you see before you now. Robin parted his lips slightly, a glimmer of realization dawning upon him, his expression caught somewhere between surprise and grim acknowledgement. It was obvious now, painfully obvious, that the syndicate had been weaving layers of deception around the tower, carefully veiling its true importance. Their actions there, so blatant and extreme, were bound to attract attention, and attention was a dangerous currency in the vast cosmos. The behemoths, the star academies, and even the solitary ancient wanderers, none of them could afford to ignore the syndicate's activities. Even if they refrained from direct interference, there was no question that many eyes were fixed upon those movements, watching, recording, judging. To counter such scrutiny, the syndicate had resorted to cunning misdirection. They spread word that the site was nothing more than a specter farm, a place designed for breeding and harvesting ghosts. The deception was brilliant in its simplicity. Everyone knew the syndicate had little care for morality, so the idea of them turning slaughter into profit was not far-fetched. Thus, any spy or passing observer who stumbled across the tower would assume it was nothing more than a grotesque factory for specters. The rumor became a shield, a curtain that hid the greater truth behind a facade of brutality. In reality, the purpose of the tower was far more intricate, far more insidious, and it seemed, regrettably, that their ploy had worked flawlessly. The heart of the matter lay in the fact that no one thought to question the origin of the tower itself. It looked exactly like a common slaughterhouse, a grim but unremarkable structure designed to churn out specters endlessly. Were it not for Robin's own prior experience, his memory of the stepped pyramid he had once encountered, he too might have accepted the illusion without suspicion. The disguise was perfect, it required knowledge outside the reach of ordinary experts to see through it. Perhaps the butchers and guards stationed at the site were as ignorant as any outsider. Perhaps they genuinely believed they were committing their atrocities for the sake of increasing the specter population, gathering corpses to fuel more ghosts, collecting entry fees, and filling the syndicate's coffers. If that were the case, then the syndicate's secrecy ran so deep that even its own pawns were blind. The situation is grim indeed, FAI, there's no denying it, Robin murmured, rubbing his chin, his tone caught between contemplation and exasperation. Rescuing a frail young girl, hidden away in chains, is one thing, but abducting an entire planet, erasing it from the map, purging it of corruption afterward? And all of that, from whose grasp? From the syndicate itself, of all enemies. Tisk, tisk. The difficulty of such a feat is beyond imagination. The tower alone would be of immense value to you. The planet soul suddenly pressed, her words rushing out like a flood. You are a candidate, tied by fate to that person. You know, or will come to know, how to wield it better than the syndicate ever could. Her voice wavered as she slowed, uncertainty creeping in. Then, after a pause, she added more softly, and I possess other things as well. Things you might find intriguing. Robin's eyes flickered with sharp interest, golden light dancing faintly in their depths. Such as, he asked, his tone steady yet edged with eagerness. There is no harm in revealing it. I promised you a worthy reward, after all. The planet spirit let out a deep, weary sigh, then raised her stone-carved hand toward the ground beside him. Robin shifted his leg back instinctively as the soil beneath him began to tremble. The earth quivered softly at first, then churned as though stirred by an unseen hand. The ground heaved, rolled, and finally cracked open, spilling dust and gravel as something began to push its way upward. Not a single item, but many. Robin's eyes widened in disbelief as dozens of glimmering shapes emerged from the shifting soil. Spatial rings. His voice carried genuine astonishment. Of all the things he had expected to surface from the bowels of the planet, this was the very last. There is no need to be shocked, the planet soul said calmly, her tone carrying the weariness of countless years. I possess a great many of such trinkets. Like every other planet, I receive visitors. Across my surface, no more than 200 have ever come at once to hunt specters, yet a large portion of them never leave alive. They perish here, falling as victims, their souls twisted into specters, while their lifeless bodies, and their treasures, remain behind. Such is the natural cycle. What you see before you are remnants of their ambitions, their failures turned into my possessions. She gestured toward the mound of rings with a sweep of her arm. Inside, you will find my token of gratitude. The belongings of hunters who came here would be pearls, perhaps a scattering of weapons. Even if the rings are numerous, I doubt they will hold much that I truly need. And Robin scratched his head with visible disappointment, his tone light, almost dismissive. But then, almost without thought, he picked up the first ring, letting his soul sense seep into its depths. And then, suddenly, his expression froze. His golden eyes widened, and his lips parted in shock. This. Chapter 1528. This. Robin's eyes flared wide, golden irises gleaming like molten suns as disbelief carved itself across his face. His first assumption, that the rings would be filled with weapons, pearls, talismans, and other survival trinkets fit for those venturing into the perilous Valley of Specters, had been accurate, but only half so. What he saw now far surpassed his imagination. "Forgive me," the planet spirit's voice carried an embarrassed lilt, almost sheepish. "It took me an unthinkably long time to learn how to place objects inside these spatial rings, but I never mastered the art of removing the ones already inside. You can disregard all the incidental items. They are just clutter. Disregard them." Robin roared inwardly, his thoughts like thunder. There are 400,000 pearls and even a planetary-grade weapon among them. And yet, despite his instinct screaming otherwise, he did push them aside. Against his will, his focus shifted beyond them. A planetary-grade weapon alone was a treasure that could tip the balance of war between entire empires. Entire dynasties would bleed rivers of gold and blood to possess it. Yet compared to what truly filled these rings, it seemed like a trifle, a mere pebble before a mountain. The true contents, what the planet spirit had chosen to stuff these rings with, were dazzling, irresistible, world-shaking. "My heavens," Robin whispered, his voice shaking with awe. "Just how many soul emeralds are in here? 1 million, 2 million. Each emerald was born from the death of a specter, crystallizing the soul units they once carried. Some emeralds contained a mere 3 units, while others brimmed with thousands. And here, gathered in heaps like rivers of light, was a fortune beyond measure, a quantity of soul emeralds that could overturn the fate of ancient empires." Whoosh! Without hesitation, Robin seized another ring, his soul sense plunging into its depths. Again, like the first, it overflowed with treasures, mid to high-tier epic weapons, tens of thousands of pearls, scattered trinkets, and, most importantly, hundreds of thousands more emeralds. Then he reached for the next, and the next, and the next. With each ring, Robin's astonishment deepened. Their owners had been unimaginably wealthy. After rifling through a mere 20 rings, he had already seen many planetary-level weapons, mountains of gear, and riches vast enough to nourish and stabilize a powerful planetary empire. This was no surprise. Any who could afford the staggering entry fee into the Valley of Specters had to be among the wealthiest of the wealthy. Only empires, academies, or celestial clans sent their champions here. And yet, even putting aside the weapons, pearls, and trinkets, one truth eclipsed all others: the emeralds. So many emeralds that his senses reeled. Robin's tally after 20 rings already surpassed 20 million soul emeralds. And still the pile of rings before him remained untouched, dozens more waiting. And each one of those soul emeralds had many units inside, could be several, could be hundreds or thousands. By the official, public valuation, where one soul unit equaled 1 energy pearl, the emeralds alone translated into tens of millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions, of pearls. That was the fortune of a freshly crowned centennial planetary empire, sitting calmly in his hands. But Robin knew better than to trust the market's simple arithmetic. The true worth of soul emeralds, like elemental energy pearls, fluctuated wildly with time, place, and need. In the right sector, during the right crisis, one soul unit could sell for 1,000 pearls or more. If he valued his newfound hoard by that measure, then... He broke off, shaking his head violently, cutting the thought short. Numbers could no longer capture what sat before him, and besides, he had no intention of selling them. The planet spirit's voice broke the silence, carrying the faintest tinge of amusement. "I know the loss of 20 energy levels must have weighed heavily on you, but tell me, do you find your compensation satisfactory?" She even allowed herself a rare smile, her stony features softening. "The loss of 20 levels." Robin laughed, his voice firm and alive with suppressed joy. "I would trade a few times over if this were the compensation." He clenched his fists tightly, struggling to keep the raw delight, the hunger, the fire from exploding across his face. For Robin knew this was more than mere wealth. Yes, he craved soul units to accelerate his own cultivation, to climb faster, higher, stronger. But what lay before him was a treasure trove vast enough to do more than strengthen just one man. It was enough to raise armies, to shape destinies, to feed an empire's rise. And Robin already knew, clear as the stars above, exactly how he would wield it. The soul masters of the Empire of True Beginning were many indeed, an ocean of scholars and practitioners scattered across the Empire's countless cities. Tens of thousands had chosen that path, encouraged by the Empire's culture and its policies. Soul cultivation meant access to techniques, to engraved runes, to status, to a life of comfort and luxury. The Empire had fostered that road deliberately, swelling the numbers of soul masters like crops nurtured in fertile soil. And yet, for all their numbers, they were frail. They were researchers and artisans, not warriors. They had neither the sharp edge of battle nor the endurance to withstand carnage. None were suited to direct conflict. Even though Robin had once passed Theo a primitive wandering technique for soul hunting, he had no real grasp of how it had been spread or applied among the masses. If they had used it to its fullest, he would surely have heard of results by now, of reports of breakthroughs. But Robin's thoughts turned in a different direction. If, instead of letting them all muddle about, he carefully chose the few, those of the highest talent, the rarest soul traits, those gifted with natural affinity, and placed these emeralds in their hands. A low chuckle slipped out of him. Ha ha, ha ha. His eyes gleamed with a strange, distant light, as though he were already seeing an empire rebuilt in his mind. The planet's soul stiffened slightly, unsettled by that look. Is something wrong? She asked, her voice cautious. No, no. Robin quickly swept all the spatial rings together, tucking them into his own personal ring with haste, his expression regaining focus. His voice sharpened, filled with eager hunger. Do you have more emeralds? Plenty, the planet spirit said, her tone carrying both resignation and pride. As you have seen, atop that tower, tens of thousands are slaughtered every single day. All of them become specters. Some linger, wandering for centuries until hunger withers them into emeralds. Others are cut down by visiting hunters who came to gather emeralds but forget to collect their reward, or they just die after collecting many emeralds. At times, even the syndicate itself slays the excess specters to prevent the planet from choking on them and to make room for further slaughter, and they just leave the emeralds there, they do not care for them. She placed a stone hand over her chest, her voice deepening. In every case, I take them. I draw the emeralds down into the earth, pull them into hidden chambers, and store them where no one can reach. Over the ages, I have amassed a mountain, a tide, a treasure beyond your ability to count. What I have given you now, it is not even a scratch on the surface of what I hold. Her stony eyes shimmered faintly as a grim smile touched her lips. That cursed tower destroyed me, but it also gave me the wealth to create something new. Enough emeralds to raise not merely an empire built on soul force, but a behemoth forged entirely from it. Tell me, candidate, have I caught your interest now? Robin's head dipped quickly, nodding several times, the edges of his mouth curling into a grin he could not quite suppress. Very much so. In fact, if I ever decide to set myself against that syndicate, you can be sure I will start with you. I will be waiting, candidate. The planet's soul bowed her head slightly. Then, turning her gaze toward Morgana, she added softly, take care of her. She is a good girl. If she wishes it, Robin replied, shrugging, before leaning back against the cave wall once again. A smile tugged at his lips as he settled into thought. The planet's spirit released a faint, weary laugh. She knew she had nothing more to offer, no further temptations to dangle, no power to change the girl's fate. Slowly, quietly, she receded. She sank back into her silence, back into the stillness of her solitude, back to her endless pastime, gathering emeralds, always gathering, wherever they could be found. Robin did not look after her. He closed his eyes instead, sinking deep into thought, the weight of countless emeralds pressing against his imagination. Already he was sketching plans, weaving strategies, deciding step by step how he would unleash this impossible fortune. Chapter 1529. After several long hours. Malek's eyelids fluttered faintly, his body stiff as though dragging itself out of heavy chains. Both hands rose to clutch the sides of his head, as if he feared his skull might split apart. His expression said it all. He was drowning in a headache so severe it felt like his head was truly about to explode. A full minute crawled by before he finally stirred, his movements slow and halting, like a man waking from the depths of a nightmare. At last he sat upright, blinking gruggily, his gaze sweeping the cave around him. Then, suddenly, good morning. Malek's weary eyes shot toward the sound. His slouched posture snapped into formality, and in a heartbeat he dropped to both knees. Your Majesty. Relax. Robin offered a warm smile, his tone casual. Did you have pleasant dreams? Pleasant wouldn't be the word. Malek shifted, letting himself sink back onto his rear, rubbing at his right eye in irritation. A cursed sleep with even worse dreams. I don't even remember how they. His words faltered. His breath caught. Something came back to him, a memory sharp as a blade. Slowly, his eyes lifted to Robin's, fear flickering deep within them. Why, Your Majesty, He remembered. He had fallen, collapsed while his liege was wounded. He had struggled against his injuries, against the specters clawing at him, leaving his Majesty alone and bleeding. And yet when he opened his eyes again, it was Robin who had stood guard, protecting him. No, worse than that, there was another memory. Robin's hand pressing against his head, his voice calm, steady, commanding him to rest, to trust that he was safe. Then the suffocating darkness had lifted, the crushing swarm of specters scattering like smoke. Your Majesty, thank you, for sparing the worthless life of this servant. Malek collapsed forward once again, this time pressing both hands and even his forehead to the cold ground. Raise your head. Robin's voice was gentle but firm. There is nothing to be ashamed of. You were wounded because you tried to protect me. He smiled lightly, nodding with approval. It seems your training never included specters. We'll correct that once you're back in Sky Opening City. Yes, Your Majesty. Malek's fists clenched tight, knuckles whitening. He dared not raise his gaze. Shame pressed down on him, heavier than chains. Then, abruptly, a thought struck him. Your Majesty, where is Wade? And, who is this girl? Isn't she? He's awake, Robin interrupted smoothly. An hour ago, in fact. He was frustrated, so he left to vent his anger on a pack of specters. He tilted his head toward the cave's entrance. Go find him before he throws himself into another herd. Bring him back quickly. We need to move on. Malek hesitated, casting one final glance at the girl lying unconscious. Her eyes were closed, her body encased in the protective triple-layer array. She was clearly injured as well and her army wasn't here. She was now of no threat at all. He nodded. At once, Your Majesty. Then, with a rush of air, whoosh, he darted out of the cave. You have loyal followers. The voice drifted softly from the corner. Robin smiled faintly, answering without hesitation. Yes, they're loyal and good. He turned, his golden eyes meeting the gaze of the girl now sitting upright before him. So, you finally decided to open your eyes. I was tired. Morgana's sigh carried a strange fragility. She raised her eyes to his. Thank you. The truth was, she had awoken more than 30 minutes ago. but she had kept her eyes closed, feigning sleep. Robin had known, of course, but she had simply wanted to indulge in the feeling, to heal without fear, to sleep peacefully while another kept watch. It was something alien to her, a comfort she had almost forgotten could exist. Her specters had always demanded her vigilance. Never once could she trust them to protect her. In fact, when had she last slept at all? Since ascending as a royal soulmaster, sleep had become a luxury she could no longer afford. Meditation was her only rest, a poor substitute she forced upon herself so she would not falter, so her armies would not collapse and attack her. Sleep had become more precious than gold. You're welcome. Robin's fingers twitched in a small gesture. The triple-layer array dissolved, collapsing into motes of light before vanishing into his ring. Your physical wounds are completely healed, and I don't sense any fatal injuries to your soul. You're fine now. Morgana's gaze dropped. She brushed her hand gently across her abdomen, searching for scars. There were none. The only proof that it hadn't been some fleeting dream was the shredded state of her garments, riddled with holes where wounds once pierced. Such an extraordinary array. Those wounds had been inflicted by 5 planetary weapons. To survive such a thing was nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, the boys back in Sky Opening City outdid themselves with this one. Robin nodded several times, pride flickering in his eyes. He had only provided the broad framework. They had designed the rest on their own. The result was more than an array. It was proof that his vision was coming alive. A dream of a research force, independent and brilliant, working under his banner, whether they realized it or not. What exactly do you hope to gain from all of this? Morgana's eyes narrowed, her tone sharp but laced with curiosity. Rescue, protection, healing, these aren't the sorts of things one does for a mere stranger. Then her lips curled into a delicate laugh, almost teasing. Unless, of course, you've fallen for me. In truth, Morgana was a vision to behold. Her beauty was not the soft, fragile beauty of maidens, but something darker, more striking. Her eyes, 2 pools of endless black with white pupils that seemed to swallow every glimmer of light, were mesmerizing. Her pale skin carried just enough color at the cheeks to make her seem vividly alive, while her lips, black as obsidian, gave her an aura of mystery and danger. There was no mistaking it. Everything about Morgana exuded an otherworldly allure that belonged only to her. A single glance into those abyssal eyes could drag one's soul into another realm entirely. Robin, however, only scratched the back of his head with a faint, almost awkward smile. I haven't looked at any woman that way in a very long time. Since my wife died, I suppose I lost all interest in women. Oh, so you're psychologically castrated. Morgana stretched out her long, elegant legs, their motion almost mocking in its grace. That's actually reassuring. The last thing I need is yet another uncle drooling after flowers. Twitch. The veins along Robin's forehead tightened. He wasn't sure which insult to be more annoyed by, her choice of words or the casual disdain behind them. Uncle? How old are you, exactly? 1,000,000 years? 2,000,000? The ancient tree fathers in my empire could call you auntie. It isn't polite to talk about a lady's age so bluntly. Morgana dabbed at the crusted blood on her dark lips with her fingers, smearing it away until her face looked cleaner. Then her eyes lifted back to Robin's, gleaming faintly. So tell me, did you save me because your masculine instincts flared up? Did the gallant knight inside you awaken when you saw an innocent little girl being tortured? Maybe. Robin tilted his head, his voice quiet but weighted. The truth was, he didn't know himself. His instincts had screamed at him to save her, his dreams had pressed him toward this moment, and he had obeyed without fully understanding why. But deep down, he sensed it. This girl was strong, dangerous, even. She carried power that could not be denied. Impossible. Morgana shook her head slowly, her tone certain. No one does anything without a price. What do you want from me? Robin studied her in silence for several heartbeats. To an outsider she looked relaxed, but he could see the truth. Her every movement was calculated, her posture chosen so she could react in an instant. She was ready to deflect a strike, to vanish into the shadows at the first sign of betrayal. She had lived through too much, carried too many scars. No wonder her trust in humanity had long since been stripped away. At last, Robin lifted his chin, his eyes narrowing with resolve. I do want something. In fact, I demand it. Now that your life belongs to me, it's a debt you cannot refuse. His tone shifted into command, as if he were already delivering an order to a subordinate. Morgana clapped her hands once, sharp and deliberate, a mocking little gesture. Finally, the truth. Go on, say it. That fierce, wolfish smile spread across her pale face, erasing the pretense of innocence and revealing the predator beneath. From the very moment I saw you, the thought came to me, Robin said, a dangerous smile creeping across his lips. I want to create a 4th army. He leaned closer, his golden eyes shining with intent. Will you become my 4th Supreme General? Chapter 1530. The 4th Supreme General. Morgana smiled in surprise, her lips curling upward as if the very idea amused her. Yes, Robin replied with a calm grin, it's a small system I devised to give my followers freedom while maintaining unity. He leaned back slightly as he began to explain. Each Supreme General functions independently. They are supplied equally with fleets, treasures, and equipment, and they are granted starting planets from which to raise armies. After that, they have the freedom to expand, to conquer, to invade any territory they wish without having to report back for approval. Then Robin tapped his chest with a finger and pointed at himself, his expression firm. I'm the only one who can issue orders to the Supreme Generals. And even then, my orders are usually broad directives, urging them to accelerate a conquest, or instructing them to target a specific location of importance. I don't involve myself in every detail of their management. That freedom is what makes them truly powerful. He waved his hand loosely, almost theatrically, before smiling again. So, tell me, what do you think of such a system? Morgana tapped her chin thoughtfully, her gaze shifting toward the side as if weighing the word itself. My opinion is that the title Supreme General is far too long. It doesn't roll off the tongue. Why not call them marshals instead? That's what they are, you know. Robin's smile froze on his face, and for a moment his amusement vanished. Every time he read reports about Caesar or Arrow in the Soul Society, he saw the word marshal attached to their names. It was obvious now that his supposedly unique structure wasn't as original as he had liked to think. A tiny frustration tugged at him. Join me, and then you can choose whatever titles you want, Robin finally replied, brushing aside the sting. We won't waste time disagreeing over something so minor. He waved dismissively. So, do you accept? Accept what, exactly? Morgana's chuckle rose into a full laugh, rich with mockery. That I become a marshal? That I lead armies across the stars, negotiate with rulers, establish policies, and play politics? She jabbed a finger at herself twice, incredulity written on her pale features. Me? Robin looked down, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish expression. He knew very well what she was hinting at. Morgana had lived her entire existence drifting among specters, without allies, without companions, without anyone to trust. Perhaps this very conversation they were sharing was the longest one she had engaged in for thousands of years. She was a formidable warrior without doubt, capable of seizing planets with her own hands, but the idea of her commanding vast armies, engaging in politics with planetary nobles, and weaving complex policies, such a path seemed impossibly distant for her. At that moment, Morgana's voice broke the silence. Why don't you just say what you really want? Stop circling around it. And what is it exactly that I want? Robin lifted his head again, his brows drawing together slightly. His voice carried a sharper edge. My ability to control specters. Morgana spread her arms wide, her voice dripping with irony. Then she made a mocking gesture with her slender fingers. My so-called inherited techniques that allow me to guide those shadowy armies. She turned her head away, her expression hard. You wouldn't be the first to try and take it from me. What technique? Robin tilted his head, his golden gaze never leaving her. I know you don't actually have one. What you possess is something far rarer, an extraordinary soul trait, something that has never appeared before in all the known records. Morgana's eyes widened, her composure slipping for a brief instant. How did you know something like that? Never once had she spoken about her trait to anyone, even those who had captured her and tortured her endlessly in their search for the forbidden techniques she supposedly possessed. She had given them nothing. They had screamed, threatened, and bled under her resistance. She had killed many of them before escaping again and again into the shadows, as was her nature. I saw it, Robin said simply, with a faint smile, tapping his temple. I saw many things that day. He leaned forward, his tone thoughtful. Was it during your time in the vault? Did your soul domain gradually warp and mutate until it birthed a trait attuned to the specters? He shrugged lightly. Even then, what you've managed is remarkable. Having the trait alone doesn't mean you can control it completely. At first, perhaps, it merely dulled the harm of the specters upon you. But you turned it into something else. You found a way to harness it. You created a technique to use the trait deliberately, to bend specters to your will. And what else? A dangerous, hostile light gleamed in Morgana's dark eyes. That is precisely why I admire you, Robin said firmly, his voice echoing slightly in the chamber. Not because of the trait itself, but because you crafted a technique to command it while running for your life, while suffering the endless torment of their touch. What kind of resolve, what kind of unyielding determination, what kind of brilliance does that take? Astonishing. He began to clap slowly, then faster, his eyes shining. No, it's not only that. Those enchantments you implant into the specters, strengthening them beyond their natural limits, that's your creation too, isn't it? Of course it is. No one else has ever dared to take this path. Curiosity burned bright in Robin's eyes, his voice brimming with excitement. Let me guess, were you already close to ascending as a royal soul master when that incident happened? I can't imagine any other explanation for how far you've taken this. Morgana turned her face away, lips pressed tight, refusing to give him even a single word. But the silence itself spoke volumes. It's fine, Robin finally said, raising both hands in a show of surrender, his voice carrying a calm but deliberate tone. I'll stop bringing up the past. Let's put it behind us. What matters now is the future. The future. Morgana let out a strained smile, one that barely curved her lips but revealed the weight pressing inside her. What future are you talking about? Stop weaving scenarios around me. None of them will ever come to pass. I won't walk any of the paths you imagine for me. Is that, Robin's eyes sharpened, his tone lowering into something almost accusing, because you're about to die? Morgana froze in place, then jerked her head toward him, her black eyes opening wide in disbelief, as though he had just torn open a secret she had never spoken aloud. What did you just say? I told you before. Robin's expression didn't falter. His smile was quiet, steady, but heavy with certainty. I saw many things that day. More than I should have, perhaps. He paused, studying her face, then added softly, but you feel your body better than anyone. Your own judgment might be even sharper than mine. Tell me, how much time do you think you have left? 10,000 years? 5,000? Perhaps only a single millennium? Robin had seen the truth long ago, back when he first watched her from atop the mountain, her aura exposed before his great eye, and he had confirmed it once more in the aftermath of the brutal battle with Arcalon. There was no doubt left in his heart. Morgana was already walking the line of death. She was not living, she was lingering. The soul trait that allowed her to command specters had not saved her as one might think. It had merely slowed the inevitable. The corrosion that plagued her spirit domain had been reduced, yes, but not halted. The rot was still there, working slowly, insidiously, devouring her essence piece by piece. Each infected region of her soul was like a drowned island, already past the point of recovery. She was, in every sense, the perfect embodiment of the saying, even the greatest swimmer will eventually drown. Though large parts of her soul domain remained untainted, that single spreading blot of decay was enough to kill her. It was already a miracle that she had survived this long. Every moment she breathed, every heartbeat she stole from fate, was nothing short of defiance against nature. Yet miracles do not last forever. It was only a matter of time before that festering rot pierced through the last of her defenses and consumed her utterly. And of course, this very corruption was the invisible wall that kept her chained. It was why she could not ascend further, why she remained barred from stepping into the realm of a 2-star royal soul master or higher. For if she dared to force another star into her soul domain, her domain would shatter instantly. Her life would end in a violent collapse. 8,000 years. Morgana's lips curled again, but this time her smile was thin, mocking, bitter. Less. Far less. Her gaze locked on Robin's, her dark irises glinting faintly. That great golden eye of yours showed you all this? Humph, impressive, I'll admit that. So that's why you came to attack a planet you already knew was claimed by the Syndicate. Robin tilted his chin, his voice probing. Even though you understood from the beginning that your chances of success were little more than a gamble. To die for the cause, Morgana answered with a shrug, her pale shoulders rising and falling, is better than sitting in silence and waiting for the inevitable end to swallow me. Her expression dimmed, her pallor deepening, and for a moment, her lips trembled. I didn't think that I would, well, ha. Her laugh was weak, breaking like glass. There isn't a single living being who truly doesn't fear death, Robin murmured, his voice gentler now, as if trying to lift the weight pressing down on her chest. Not one. Even specters, even the so-called undead, when the certainty of death looms close, they fight, they claw, they struggle desperately to escape. Your fear doesn't shame you, it proves something simple and profound. He leaned closer. It proves that you are still alive. Not for long, Morgana replied, her tone quiet but resolute. She smiled faintly, that same broken but strangely serene smile, and looked into Robin's eyes once more. So then, since you already know the truth, since you've already peered through my mask, why are we even having this conversation? She shook her head, strands of her dark hair falling loosely across her face. I owe you, I'll grant that much, but I cannot give you what you want. I don't have it in me to surrender what you're asking for. What I can offer is a decent handful of soul emeralds. If you want them, take them. They're yours. Robin's eyes glimmered faintly, his smile returning in a calm, unwavering line. And what if I told you, he said slowly, each word weighted, that I can fix you? Chapter 1531. It's impossible. Morgana screamed out instinctively, the cry bursting from her chest before she could even think. Yet almost at once, her voice faltered and died away, because before her eyes stood Robin, wearing nothing more than a faint, simple smile. And in that smile, there was not the slightest hesitation, not the faintest trace of doubt. He truly believed he could do it. No, not just believed, he knew. He really could do it. Is this the same method you used to heal yourself, and your followers as well? Morgana's voice trembled, though she tried to steady it. Moments before she had lost consciousness earlier, her mind had been filled with only one question: how had Robin survived? She had seen it with her very own eyes, the vile, malignant energy ravaging his body, clawing at his soul. She had been utterly convinced, deep inside her heart, that he was finished, that his fate had already been sealed. But then she had awakened once more, and her lips had closed against the question. Because she understood, such a thing was not simply a trick or a technique. It was a secret, the kind of secret a man would guard with his very life, a secret one might fight 1,000 battles to defend, and one worth carrying to the grave. Robin slowly extended his left hand. A golden radiance unfurled across his arm, crawling up to envelop his entire shoulder. Then, in an instant, whoosh, a brilliant white beam erupted from his palm, illuminating the cavern like a piece of a star torn from the heavens. This, Robin said calmly, is what I used to save my followers. A light born from the fundamental law of purity. This. Morgana's body instinctively leaned forward, her eyes widening. She knew that if she dared to get too close, it would sear her, want her, yet the pull was irresistible. Like a primitive cave dweller staring at fire for the very first time, her heart pounded with fear and awe interwoven. Marvelous, she whispered. Robin allowed her to marvel at the beam for a time, watching the reflections dance in her eyes. Then he turned his other hand, his right arm beginning to glow with golden energy. The light gathered, condensed, and then, shwela, an azure flame erupted upon his palm, flickering with an intensity that made the air itself shudder. And this, he said with quiet gravity, is what I used to save myself. The moment the blue flame appeared, Morgana's expression transformed. Her smile froze, her features twisted into alarm, and her body recoiled violently. She pressed herself against the cold stone wall behind her as though she wanted to merge into it, trembling like prey cornered by a predator. Keep that thing away from me. There's no need for fear. Robin's voice remained soft, even as he clenched both fists. The white light vanished, the blue flame dispersed, leaving only darkness between them once again. I have no intention of letting the flame of purgatory near you. I don't believe your body, or your soul, could withstand it. Are you saying that you could endure it? But I cannot. Morgana snapped, her voice sharp and wounded. She swung her arms in defiance. Shwela, the blue flame blazed to life once more in Robin's palm. Fine. Morgana shouted, quickly turning her head aside, refusing even to look at it. Fine, I understand. You've made your point. Just keep it away from me. Robin let out a low chuckle, the sound echoing faintly in the chamber, and allowed the fire to fade once more. So, do you believe now that I truly saved myself and my followers? Are you from Brilliance Galaxy? Morgana asked suddenly, a glimmer of wonder in her eyes. Then she shook her head slightly, as if to dismiss the thought. I know someone from there. That girl, once, she tried to save me with that same white light, but she failed. She sounds like a kind-hearted girl, Robin murmured, nodding slowly. And strong as well. Even among the wielders of the fundamental law of purity, very few can call forth the beam of cleansing. It is no simple feat. It seems you are not as alone as you pretend to be. She followed me for a while, Morgana said softly, her lips curling into a faint, almost nostalgic smile. She said she wanted to help, but when she failed, she cried. Then she promised she would find a way, that she would come back with a solution. And then, she left. I never even learned her name. I suspect she's long forgotten me by now. Morgana's eyes glistened faintly as she locked them with Robin's. But I know this much, she wielded that light, and it was far stronger than yours, far stronger. Yet still, she failed. That is only natural, Robin sighed. I never intended to use it on you in the first place. The cleansing beam can scour away corruption from your soul domain and body, strip you clean down to the soul itself, but it cannot mend the scars of countless centuries, the injuries etched into you by hundreds of thousands of years. He raised his right hand again, letting a trace of azure flicker at his fingertips. The flame of purgatory, on the other hand, it could make a difference if you dared to try, but it would demand more than courage. You would need to endure an hour of it each day, every day, for at least 100 years before you would see even the first signs of change. Not a single minute. Morgana flung her hands outward, her voice sharp with finality. Better to let me die in silence and in peace than to endure such torment. For anyone carrying even a speck of corruption within them, that azure flame was nothing short of a mortal enemy. The greater the corruption festering inside, the deeper and sharper the fear it invoked. It was not merely a fire, nor simply a law of purity set ablaze, it was something far more sinister and divine. It was a force designed with precision, to seek out every trace of corruption through the law of purity, and then to attack it without mercy, to rip it away in the most excruciating manner imaginable. Its sole purpose was to cleanse, to purge, to restore the vessel not just to what it once was, but to a state even purer, stronger, and brighter than before. But of course, in almost every case, the victim never lived to see that end. That's what I thought as well, Robin said quietly. He offered a small, almost gentle smile, and waved his hand dismissively, which is precisely why I never intended to use either of them on you. Morgana narrowed her eyes, the faintest crease forming at the corners as suspicion flickered in her dark gaze. I have my own ways. Robin's laugh was light, but carried an undertone of confidence that bordered on arrogance. He understood her questioning look with ease, as though he had already anticipated it. The foundation is already within my grasp. I possess the core components required. What I need is time, only time, to shape them into a proper technique suited to your case. That's absurd, Morgana snapped, shaking her head with a force born of certainty. Do you even realize what you are saying? What you describe is the equivalent of creating an entirely new soul domain. Such a thing is beyond reason, beyond possibility. Her voice cracked slightly at the end, because deep down, she feared that part of her wanted to believe him. I have my own ways, Robin said again, slower this time, as if etching the words into stone. His tone carried a gravity that demanded faith. And I won't merely treat you, won't simply stretch your lifespan a little further. I'll preserve the very trait of your soul that allows you to command specters. That part of you will remain untouched. You'll lose nothing. And after that point, when damage arises again, all we'll need is the beam of cleansing to heal you as often as required. You'll no longer be a dying ember. You'll burn steadily, as you were always meant to. He laughed softly, almost teasing. Now tell me, Morgana, what do you say to that? Her breath trembled. She turned her face aside, unable to meet his eyes, her brows knitted so tightly they nearly met. Inside, a storm raged. For perhaps the first time in centuries, she faced a choice that might alter the course of her existence. I will not lead armies, she whispered, almost to herself at first, then more firmly. I cannot deal with the living. They sicken me, repel me. And above all, I do not want to. Robin tilted his head slightly, not offended but amused. That's fine. I have no desire to force you into roles you despise. What I want is simpler, for you to lend yourself to my cause, to swear your loyalty if I fulfill my promise of saving your life. Beyond that, the mantle, the name you'll carry under my banner, those are details, things we can decide later. He clapped his hands together sharply, the sound echoing, a subtle attempt to snap her hesitation. His smile widened, persuasive and sharp. Don't you see? This doesn't have to be complicated. Morgana drew her knees upward, curling her arms around them, her figure suddenly smaller, vulnerable despite the immense power she once commanded. If I work for you, she said after a long silence, I will continue to raid and liberate the Spectre farms. That part of me will never change. It is not simply habit, it is the very reason I continue to breathe, the reason I ever chose to live this long. That is not something you may take away from me. It is non-negotiable. Robin studied her in silence for a moment, the weight of her words settling between them. Then, slowly, he inclined his head. So be it. You may continue your raids, but under a new banner, with new methods. The Spectre Shepherd has died, and that identity can never resurface. The worlds you liberate will be cleansed and annexed formally into one of my vassal empires. Their treasures, their resources, their wealth, those will belong to the Empire. He leaned forward slightly, his voice carrying a sharper edge. If you attempt to act again under your old name and with your old ways, the Syndicate will notice, and they will not grant you mercy. They will come for you swiftly, and the only outcome will be death. What I offer is protection, legitimacy, a way to continue what you desire without the noose tightening around your neck. In the end, as long as the planets are cleansed, isn't that the victory you crave? For several long heartbeats, Morgana was silent, her expression unreadable. At last, she lowered her gaze and nodded faintly. It is. Then do we have a deal? Robin's smile broadened, his voice both gentle and commanding as he extended his hand toward her. His fingers, strong and steady, hovered in the space between them like a bridge waiting to be crossed. Morgana stared at that hand for what felt like an eternity, her chest rising and falling with slow, measured breaths. The weight of centuries seemed to press upon her in that instant. Finally, she released a small sigh, stretched her hand forward, and clasped his with firm resolve. We have a deal. Chapter 1532. Haha, that's the spirit. Robin grasped the girl's hand firmly, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. So, may I finally call you Morgana now, without all the cold formalities? Do as you please, Morgana muttered, retreating back into the safety of her knees, hugging them with both arms like a fortress against the world. Her voice softened, though curiosity slipped through. And you, what is your name, stranger, the man who suddenly became my master? My name is Robin Burton. Robin pointed to himself with a proud yet playful laugh. A truth chosen, a professor in a stellar academy, and a planetary emperor. You can address me however you like, Professor Robin, Master, Lord, Your Majesty, any of those titles will suffice. Truth chosen, huh? No wonder you've seen and experienced so much. What if I just call you Robin? Morgana let a small, teasing smile curl across her lips. Tut tut. Robin wagged his finger, still smiling, a glint of mock sternness in his gaze. Respect is important, young lady. Remember this well, you serve me, not the other way around. Morgana pressed her lips together and looked away. Since childhood she had been raised as a princess within a grand millennial planetary empire. Later, she abandoned all ties and wandered alone across the stars, toppling whoever she wished without bowing to anyone. When, truly, had she last given respect to another person? Perhaps never. The concept itself felt alien, something her pride resisted. It would take her time, perhaps a very long time, to adjust to this new dynamic. Robin, however, did not linger on her silence. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully before he asked, now that I think about it, for hundreds of thousands of years you've been stealing specter farms. You invade living worlds, slaughter or drive out their inhabitants, then use planetary displacement devices to steal the planets themselves, hiding them forever in the boundless sea of stars. Where are those worlds now? I relocate them to a safe place, Morgana replied calmly, almost proudly. A semi-sealed spatial pocket hidden on the sector's edge. No one can find them without the precise coordinates, and of course, no one possesses those coordinates but me. Robin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, and why do you take them there? So that the planet can begin to heal, while the specters living on it fade away as their cycle ends. Morgana rested her chin upon her knees, her voice gaining a softer, gentler rhythm. I dislike killing them outright. They still have remnants of awareness, fragments of fear, of the will to survive. They were people once, just like you and me. So I let them wither, let them starve, and allow nature itself to bring them to an end. If a planet is left without the living or new specters forming, all of them vanish in a few thousand years. Then, slowly, the planetary spirit heals, and the natural cycle of life is restored, little by little. A fragile but genuine smile spread across her pale face. 17 planets have already reached that stage. Life has returned, plants sprouting, small animals roaming once more. It's beautiful. To witness life reborn after such ruin is a rare, precious sight. 17. Robin's eyes shot wide, his voice a mixture of shock and disbelief. Just how many planets have you stolen in total? 49 worlds. Morgana's gaze drifted toward the cave's entrance, her tone carrying both pride and weariness. The Spectre Valley was meant to be the 50th, the final one, before my soul domain collapsed from the strain. But fate had other plans it seems. There are 49 Spectre farms in just mid-sector 99 alone. Robin felt blood rush to his head, anger pulsing in his veins. He had seen firsthand the horror of such farms, the endless cycle of specters harvested and multiplied. I haven't even scratched the surface. Morgana's sigh carried the weight of centuries, her dark eyes shimmering with sorrow. Robin's fists clenched, his expression darkening. Rage burned in his heart. He could understand why cultivators relied on specters. Soul cultivation was nearly impossible without them. But how many powers, how many entire clans had willingly chosen such a twisted, demonic path? Had this vile practice become a fashion among the soul races of the sector? No wonder Theo had warned him, before he even set foot here, that specters dominated this sector, but the soul path was king in this place. The truth was undeniable. This wasn't merely corruption. It was pure evil. Robin exhaled sharply, forcing himself to calm down. He shook his head, gaze dropping for a moment as his fury cooled into determination. One day, when he held this sector within his grasp, all such atrocities would end. That was the only way forward. Was he a hypocrite? Perhaps. He would seize power by force, and the blood of countless soldiers would stain the stars. Yet in his heart, he clung to a single conviction: at least peace would follow. At least there would be an end to the endless slaughter. A faint smile, bitter yet steady, curved across his lips as he looked back at Morgana. 49 planets, huh? That practically makes you a planetary empress in your own right. Indeed. Morgana's eyes brightened for a fleeting instant, mischief flickering there. Then call me your majesty. Robin's face fell into a deadpan scowl. Don't push your luck. Was worth a try. Morgana chuckled softly, her laughter echoing lightly in the cavern as she turned her gaze away once more. At the right time, I'll send an expedition with you to inspect those 17 planets. If they're ready, we can transfer them to become part of the Grave Empire. Most likely, the ones who owned those farms wouldn't even recognize them now, even if they saw them. The Grave Empire belongs to you. Morgana's eyes flew wide. You know of us? Robin asked in surprise. I thought you didn't keep up with the news. Hard to ignore them. They've taken a vast portion of the sector by storm since their appearance. In just a few years, they've become a respected multiplanetary empire with numerous alliances, and they've already subdued most of their enemies. Although their planetary emperor, a high-level Nexus state cultivator, has never spoken a word, Martial Arrow is said to be a true prodigy in both diplomacy and war. They say he can kill world cataclysms while still being only in the realm of a martial emperor. Everyone talks about him. She lifted her gaze to meet Robin's. Are you saying you know them? Arrow is my third supreme general, and that high-level Nexus state planetary emperor is my vassal. Robin laughed proudly. Your vassal? Wait, Arrow is just the third supreme general? You mean you have two others like that monster? Morgana's eyes widened even further. Is this the system you wanted me to be the fourth in? What, are you already feeling the pressure? Get a grip, you're a royal soulmaster. Robin laughed heartily, delighted to hear praise for the subordinates he had painstakingly raised. But Morgana didn't share in his amusement. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. You know I could attack the Grave Empire by myself. I know. Robin lifted his hands in mock surrender. If you wish to be the fourth, the position is yours. If not, they're still your comrades, you'll find them at your side when hardship comes. I'll think about it. Morgana looked away. You may go now. I may go. Robin smiled, amused. And what about you? There's no way I can leave through the gates, obviously. Morgana gave him a look of disbelief. You'll have to return with a phantom starship or come up with some plan to smuggle me out. I'll remain here, endure as best I can until you come back. Just, don't take too long. Ha, Robin sighed in relief that she hadn't refused him outright. No need. We'll leave through the gate, while you're in my hands. Chapter 1533. Half an hour later, the sound of rushing air echoed through the cavern as Wade and Malik entered one after the other, their boots crunching lightly against the stone floor. Both men stood tall before Robin and offered him a crisp, respectful military salute. Yet, as discipline gave way to curiosity, their gazes drifted toward the girl sitting quietly at the edge of the cavern. She looked no more than 15, her small frame wrapped in tattered clothes, her skin and hair stained with dried blood. Despite her ragged appearance, there was an undeniable improvement compared to the state she had been in when they had left. At least now, she no longer required the support of the triple array to stay alive. Even beaten and frail, she radiated a faint aura that made them instinctively wary. Good. Robin clapped his hands once, the sound echoing against the cavern walls, and rose slowly to his feet. I've been waiting for you both. We apologize for the delay, Your Majesty. We are ready to move out at once, Malik responded immediately, his tone firm and respectful. Still, he couldn't stop himself from casting a sharp glare at Wade. The delay had been his fault. Malik had found him locked in combat against a wandering pack of specters and had been forced to step in so the fight could end quickly. Robin raised a hand. I didn't summon you so we could leave. There is something we must do first. His sharp gaze swept over both men from head to toe. Your bodies are intact, your energy gathering centers are brimming, good. Each of you, take out a few pearls, draw energy from them, and then channel that refined power into my body. I want the densest flow you can manage. Malik's brow furrowed in concern. Is that truly wise, Your Majesty? Both of us are at level 50, while you remain at level 31. If we forcefully pour high-density energy into your meridians, they could rupture and... He cut himself short, his eyes suddenly widening in disbelief. Wait, Your Majesty, are you at level 11? Yes, level 11. Robin chuckled, unbothered by their shock. You both know how much I enjoy rebuilding my foundations. I've done it countless times. Nothing brightens my days more. He patted their shoulders with surprising force and gave a sarcastic smile. Now, stop hesitating and do exactly as I ordered. Your Majesty. Wade's voice cracked with panic, his composure slipping. What happened while we were asleep? How could you possibly lose so many levels? His heart raced, memories flashing of previous incidents where His Majesty had fallen in rank. Each time, it had been tied to calamities of cosmic scale, moments where Robin's survival, and the Empire's survival, hung by a thread. For such a drastic loss to happen during their short rest, it was unthinkable. Had they failed him so terribly in their watch? There's no need for questions now. Robin's voice was firm, dismissing their worries. Begin. He turned his back on them and gestured toward Morgana. Are you ready? Morgana nodded and rose to her feet. Even she did not know what she was preparing for. He had told her he would make her ready to leave once his aides returned, but had never explained what that entailed. A deep vibration filled the cavern as Malik and Wade pressed their palms firmly against Robin's back. In their other hands, pearls pulsed with dim light as they prepared to funnel energy. We're ready, Your Majesty. Good. Robin's eyes softened into a smile as he raised his hand, resting his palm gently against Morgana's forehead. Brace yourself. I'll alter your appearance. It will hurt, but only for a moment. Morgana scoffed, her lips curling with disbelief. There are countless illusion and shape-shifting techniques, and even more ways to expose them. Do you really think the Syndicate doesn't have a method to see through this? She sighed, her voice heavy with disappointment. You're raising my hopes for nothing. My method is nothing like theirs. Robin's chuckle echoed in the cavern, but as he spoke further, his tone shifted to razor-edged seriousness. I'll begin now. Suit yourself. But I'm telling you, this is useful. Her words were swallowed whole. A burst of light, shimmering in a color that defied description, erupted from her mouth, her nose, her eyes, every opening of her face. At once, she felt her very flesh twist. Muscles shifted, bones creaked, and the contours of her face melted and reshaped. Even her throat clenched and warped, denying her the scream she longed to release. Pain ripped through her body, sharp and searing, until she thought she might collapse. But mercifully, it ended as quickly as it began. With two sharp thuds, the final flicker of that strange-colored light vanished, and Wade and Malik collapsed to the ground. They gasped for breath, their arms trembling violently, their entire bodies shuddering under the toll of the technique. Much better. Robin's voice carried a note of satisfaction. His gaze lingered on Morgana, studying her as though she were a masterpiece sculpted by his own hand. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. They won't recognize you now. Still, I think it might be better to remove that black coloring around your lips and eyes. I'm not wearing makeup. Morgana's voice wavered in shock as she raised her hands. Turning them over, she inspected them with disbelief before bringing them up to feel her face. Her flesh felt alien beneath her fingers. This is corruption. My body composition itself has changed. Despite the residual pain tearing at her nerves, her curiosity drove her forward, desperate to understand what had been done to her. Oh, then we'll simply need some cosmetics to cover the blackness, Robin replied lightly, clapping his hands as though it were nothing. Otherwise, someone may suspect. Fortunately, it's a trivial matter. It won't require me to destroy more levels or use external help. I don't carry such. Morgana's words snagged in her throat again, the same way they had several times that day. But this time it wasn't pain forcing her silence, nor fear clawing at her chest. It was something far more unsettling. She was struck dumb with awe. Before her very eyes, in Robin's outstretched hand, a small and ornate box began to shimmer into existence. Its contours sharpened little by little, its edges smooth and elegant, until in the span of just 3 breaths the container was complete, gleaming as though it had always existed. This. Morgana gasped softly, her pale fingers trembling as she accepted the box. She opened it cautiously, and inside she discovered rows upon rows of cosmetics and beauty tools, each neatly arranged, polished, and perfect. Lip dyes, powders, brushes, glitters, every tool a lady of nobility could ever dream of. This was no mere box. It was the kind of gift given to a princess preparing to stand before her people for the very first time, radiant and flawless. But Robin wasn't finished. As if conjuring the impossible was a casual pastime, he strolled toward the rough cavern wall behind her and pressed his hand against the cold stone. A low rumble vibrated through the air. A full-length mirror taller than a man rippled into being, its glass flawless, its frame carved with elegant lines of light. Then the ground itself responded to his will. A chair rose slowly, as if carved from the stone floor yet draped in unseen velvet. Robin raised his other hand, and threads of luminous energy began to weave themselves in the air. Bit by bit, they spun into fabric, soft silks, and shimmering cloth, until an exquisite gown floated in the air. Its beauty was staggering. It seemed to breathe, to glow faintly as if it had a soul of its own. Anyone who looked upon it would swear it radiated an otherworldly aura. Robin tilted his head, rubbing his chin with a thoughtful hum. Perhaps this is too extravagant for a girl who just spent who knows how long trapped inside Spectre Valley. With a lazy flick of his hand, a few artful blemishes appeared, small tears in the fabric, faint scuffs here and there, subtle imperfections that made the gown look more believable, less like a divine treasure and more like an elegant dress touched by the hardships of life. He then turned back toward Morgana, the gown floating gracefully at his side. His hand extended, his tone half playful, half commanding. Well then, your turn. Morgana froze in place, her entire body stiff. Her eyes were so wide they looked ready to fall from her skull, her lips parted as if she were preparing to swallow Robin whole just to make sense of his insanity. What do you mean, my turn, she sputtered, her voice trembling between outrage and disbelief. Is this supposed to be normal? Her head whipped toward Wade and Malik, seeking sanity from her companions. You both, tell me you see what I see. And indeed, she was not hallucinating. Wade and Malik had forgotten everything, the pain still racking their drained bodies, the cracks that had formed in their cultivation after channeling power into Robin, even the fact that their level 50 foundations had been shaken. All of that faded as their attention locked on the scene before them. Yet, their shock wasn't focused on the gown, nor the mirror, nor the conjured luxuries. Their astonishment was fixed entirely on Morgana herself, on the transformed presence that now radiated from her. What's with those looks? The royal soul sovereign shifted uncomfortably beneath their stares. There was a heat, a hunger in Wade's eyes especially, the look of a wolf who had just caught sight of prey. It unnerved her to the core. Her dark aura, her corrupted flesh, these had always inspired men to glare with suspicion, with caution, with unease. Sometimes disgust, sometimes fear, but never this, never eyes that lingered with hungry fascination. Morgana staggered back a step, her heart pounding. Panic seized her chest, and she spun toward the mirror Robin had conjured. She forced herself to look. What she saw made her stumble backward 2 more steps. Her vision blurred as tears gathered in her eyes. She whipped around to Robin, her voice breaking, every word laced with raw emotion. You degenerate. You pervert. Chapter 1534. 1 hour later, at the official space gate of Spectre Valley Planet, the checkpoint was as noisy as ever, filled with guards lounging on chairs, weapons leaning lazily against the walls, while others dozed with their arms crossed. The atmosphere was one of practiced boredom. After all, who would dare cause trouble under the Syndicate's nose? Hey, one of the guards muttered, a world cataclysm cultivator with a scar across his cheek, shaking his crossed leg impatiently. Don't you think killing her was a little hasty? I mean, that little shepherdess girl. He tilted his head back, speaking in a tone of idle curiosity rather than concern. I mean, she was still hiding a large number of planets cultivated into Spectre farms. Wouldn't it have been wiser to squeeze her for answers first? Another guard, sprawled with his hands behind his head, gave a derisive snort and waved dismissively. Does it matter? Tell me, has there ever been a time when you asked the Syndicate for resources and they didn't provide? We're drowning in supply. To waste energy over something we already have plenty of, now that's foolishness. The first guard grunted and nodded slightly, though a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. They all knew the truth. If those hidden planets were found, they would go straight to the higher-ups. The grunts here wouldn't taste even a crumb. The only way it could have been different was if one of them had managed to catch that shepherdess alone, to pry the secrets directly from her lips. Then, perhaps, the bounty could have been enjoyed in secret. But in this situation, under so many watchful eyes, with reports always ready to be sent up the chain, eliminating her was cleaner, safer, and far less risky. A crisp sound echoed across the stone stairs leading up to the gate. Several guards lazily opened their eyes and turned their heads toward the source. A group of newcomers was approaching. At the front walked a young man, a casual smile plastered across his face as if he owned the stars themselves. Behind him came 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman. But the moment that woman stepped into view, the entire guard post seemed to change. All the slouched postures vanished. The dozing eyes snapped open. Every guard straightened where he sat, as if struck by a sudden current of energy. Expressions that had been filled with boredom a moment earlier shifted instantly. Some broke into hungry, wolfish grins, their eyes gleaming with a raw, animalistic hunger. Others' gazes softened into admiration and reverence, like worshippers beholding a goddess descending to the mortal plane. And then there was the lone female guard. Her lips curled downward, her face twisting with anger and jealousy so sharp it could cut stone. The woman they stared at wore a crimson gown that seemed to burn against the dull colors of the spaceport. Her lips were painted the same vivid shade, her hair long and flowing like a river of midnight silk. Her stride carried a weight of nobility, every step measured and confident. But it wasn't just elegance that surrounded her. She radiated the maturity of a woman in her prime, a figure like an hourglass sculpted by divine hands. Her gown revealed nothing beneath, but it didn't need to. She didn't have to reveal anything. Her presence alone was enough to ensnare their senses. Tisk. Morgana, beneath the weight of those stares, felt her irritation flare. For a heartbeat, her expression twisted, and she dropped her gaze to the floor. Robin's hands came together in a cheerful clap, breaking the spell and redirecting all eyes toward him. Haha, greetings, everyone. A fine day to you. Our 6-day allowance has ended, and we'd like to return to Dawnlight Academy. I really can't afford to linger any longer, as I am a professor there, after all. A guard leaned forward, eyes narrowing slightly as he studied Robin. Recognition sparked in his expression. Yes, I remember you. You arrived with 3 companions, that's true. His eyes flicked to Morgana, lingering on her face. But I don't recall this lady being among them. The girl who accompanied them left 2 days ago, along with 2 others, another guard interjected casually. Oh. The first man's lips curved into a sly smile. He rose to his feet and began walking toward Morgana, each step deliberate and predatory. Then who is this lady, I wonder? I don't recall seeing such beauty, such magnificence, in all these years. A woman like this, trust me, I would have remembered. The lone female guard looked away sharply, her nails digging into her palm as annoyance twisted deeper into jealousy. For an instant, Morgana's eyes flashed with hostility, her aura slipping free before she could rein it back. She recognized him. That man, this high-level world cataclysm cultivator, had been one of those who surrounded her less than half a day ago. In fact, more than half the guards at this gate had fought against her in that brutal clash. The man halted mid-step, brows furrowing as his instinct screamed. He had felt that intent, sharp as a blade, before it vanished. Ahaha, Robin's laugh broke the tension, light and natural. In truth, sir, we stumbled across her by sheer chance in a cave on the edge of the midzone. She was trapped by a herd of specters, unable to escape. He shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. The poor girl, clearly she's suffered for many years in that place. She's traumatized, broken. I think she's even lost her ability to speak. Trauma, is it? The high-level world cataclysm cultivator narrowed his eyes, his tone skeptical. I don't see it at all. Haha, you mean she's simply insane? The female guard threw her head back, clapping her hands together with an obnoxiously loud laugh that echoed around the checkpoint. The high-level cultivator exhaled sharply, clearly annoyed by her interruption. He turned his gaze back toward Robin, his eyes cold and assessing. Listen, you can't just walk out of here with people who fail to pay their dues. Staying here for years means she's racked up tens of thousands of pearls and fines, even if we didn't catch her personally hunting or trading anything. I don't want any trouble, Robin replied with a calmness that contrasted the tension in the air. He lifted both hands slightly in a placating gesture. With a casual flick, a ring slipped from his left hand, spinning in the air. He caught it neatly, then held it out toward the cultivator with an easy smile. This is her ring, containing all the emeralds we found on her. Will this be enough as compensation? Then Robin leaned in just slightly, his voice lowering to something almost conspiratorial, but loud enough for those nearby to catch his meaning. Come now, my friend. Don't fight me over her. I'm the one who rescued her, after all. Let me claim this prize, just this once. The world cataclysm took the ring and sent his spiritual sense sweeping inside. He saw delicate feminine belongings neatly arranged, including clothes, trinkets, cosmetics, several pearls, a few weapons, and most importantly, about 27,000 soul emeralds glimmering like jewels in the void. Everything inside was consistent with what a woman of her bearing would carry. Nothing looked fake. Everything was undeniably real. And yet, his interest barely lingered on the wealth. His eyes slid back toward Morgana, narrowing as his lips curved faintly. Hey, he called, his voice carrying over the crowd. Do you really want to go with him? You could stay here with me. Hey, do you have no shame at all? We're all standing right here, the female guard snapped, her jealousy boiling over. She spat on the ground beside her boot, glaring daggers at both Morgana and Robin. Yeah, stay with us instead, haha, another guard jeered. A sharp whistle cut the air. They're all ugly. Stay with me, gorgeous, someone else shouted, his laughter crude and shameless. Ha ha ha. A wave of laughter spread among the guards, mocking and taunting, their eyes devouring Morgana as though she were prey. Underneath that sea of hungry stares, Morgana's skin prickled violently. Goosebumps raced up her arms, and a chill coursed down her spine. A dark wave of killing intent began to surge from her, raw and suffocating. Her instinct screamed at her to slaughter every single one of them where they stood. But she bit it back, clenched her fists, and forced her breathing steady. She remembered Robin's lesson: control, restraint, silence. Taking a trembling breath, she stepped forward, her heels clicking softly against the stone floor. Without a word, she reached for Robin, clutching his arm tightly with both hands. The gesture was silent, but clear, a declaration of where she stood, and a plea for him to take her away from this den of jackals. Tisk, fine then, get out of my sight. The high-level world cataclysm waved his hand dismissively, though his eyes lingered on Morgana one last time. Open the portal to Dawnlight Stellar Academy. Dawnlight Stellar Academy. The shimmering light of the space portal flared, parting like a curtain, and the four of them stepped through. The shift in air was immediate. The oppressive, stinking weight of Ghost Valley's aura was gone, replaced by the cleaner, brighter flow of the Academy's world. The station guards straightened at once. Recognizing Robin, they lowered their heads in a respectful bow. We greet Teacher Rowe. A blur of crimson streaked past them before they could finish. It was Morgana. She rushed straight to the edge of the grand staircase, her steps uneven, her body trembling as though she had been holding herself together by sheer will alone. She fell to her knees, her hands clutching the railing as her shoulders heaved. The sound of retching tore from her throat as she vomited violently, unable to contain herself any longer. Chapter 1535. Are you all right? Robin's voice came carefully, his steps dragging as he approached her. It was as if his body wanted to keep moving forward, but his mind screamed for distance. His wariness was plain. He truly did not want to get too close. Morgana was bent over, her body shaking violently as she vomited. Yet the sound that tore from her throat didn't carry the weakness of sickness. It was guttural, furious, a sound filled with rage rather than frailty. It was as though she wasn't purging her stomach, but her very soul, trying to claw out the humiliation that was eating her alive. The sound alone was enough to unsettle everyone nearby. Wade and Malik shifted uncomfortably, frowns creasing their faces, while the portal guards who had moments ago been checking her out now looked away awkwardly, unable to withstand the raw intensity of her outburst. You! Morgana jerked upright, her crimson hair snapping around her shoulders. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, eyes blazing like twin storms. Then, without hesitation, she lunged forward and seized Robin by the collar. What did you do to me, you twisted, depraved wretch? Up close, the difference between them became glaringly obvious. She wasn't just close to his height. She was a fraction taller, her presence overwhelming his space. The brim of her crimson had shadowed not only her own face but Robin's as well, forcing his golden eyes into her storm-dark gaze. This was a woman who had endured endless torment, who had stared death in the face more times than she could count, who had lived among specters and survived horrors that would strip the flesh from most men's bones. And yet, never, not once in all those centuries, had she ever felt degradation like she felt in this moment. Ah, ha ha. Robin's laugh was strained, caught somewhere between humor and discomfort. He reached up, grasping her wrists with steady hands, and with slow but undeniable strength, lowered them away from his chest. Then, with surprising gentleness, he pushed her a step back from the portal. His eyes flicked to Wade and Malik, signaling them silently to follow. As they moved past the checkpoint, Robin turned his head over his shoulder. With a casual wave, a few energy pearls appeared in each guard's palm, shimmering like tiny suns. Apologies for this scene, Robin said smoothly. I'll trouble you to handle the cleaning. The guards stared at one another for a breath, then, almost in unison, straightened their backs and called out loudly, "Thank you, Professor Robin." Inside Robin's apartment at the academy, a loud thud echoed as Robin shoved Morgana down by the wrist, forcing her into the seat with a strength that brooked no argument. His voice cracked like thunder, sharper than they had ever heard from him. This is the last time you dare diminish my authority in front of others. Do I make myself clear? Morgana rubbed her wrist slowly, carefully. Even though his cultivation was only at level 11, the power in his grip at the gate had nearly crushed her bones. That aura of dominance, so raw, so absolute, had pressed against her like a mountain. This was the first time Robin had ever turned such force on her, the first time he had demanded obedience rather than coaxed it. It was something foreign, something dangerous, something she didn't want. Explain yourself first. What did you do to me, pervert? Her voice rose, trembling with indignation. She jabbed a finger toward him, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of anger and humiliation. Is this your taste in women? Is this some twisted fantasy of yours? I said I'd follow you, but don't think for a second I'll accept any forced relationship. All I did, Robin replied, his voice sharp, cutting her accusations apart, was correct your growth. Your body froze because you refined a planet far too early, and your strength was abnormal from birth because you were born into a millennial empire. I didn't add anything, Morgana. I merely used a certain law to accelerate your natural development to the age of 30. He waved irritably, as though brushing her complaints aside. Striding to the window, Robin flung it open. The breeze rushed in, carrying the scents of the Academy's gardens. He gestured outward, his tone like iron. What you see now is your true body at 30 years of age. Nothing else. I didn't sculpt you, I didn't paint you. I simply unveiled what you should have become. Your features were altered naturally, fully, so no one will be able to trace you. If you despise the sight of yourself, that is your problem, not mine. Oh. Morgana's fury faltered for a heartbeat. Her eyes widened as she lifted her hands, conjuring a mirror of spirit light before her. She turned one way, then the other, studying the unfamiliar reflection. Slowly, her lips parted in surprise. Now that I think about it, I look a little like my mother in this form. Robin slapped his own forehead with a loud smack, exhaling in frustration. Understanding women was impossible, even now, after all this. Clasping his hands behind his back, he strode toward the door. I'm leaving on a trip with my guards. You'll stay here. The trip may last several years, perhaps longer. What? Where are you going? Morgana spun around from the mirror, her voice sharp with panic. You brought me here just to vanish? At least take me with you, or let me leave, and we'll meet again elsewhere. I'll handle something quickly, then head toward the Young Belt. I have business there. Robin's tone left no room for argument. Unfortunately, you can't come. You aren't a resident of the Young Belt. That's why I brought you here to the Academy first. Within these walls, you'll have safety, comfort, and protection until I return. He paused at the threshold, glancing back one last time. While I'm away, you may do whatever you wish inside the Stellar Academy. This apartment will belong to you alone until I return. You can even leave if you insist, but I would strongly advise against it, if you value your life. And without another word, Robin stepped through the doorway. The door closed behind him with a firm thud, leaving Morgana alone with her reflection in a silence heavy enough to crush the air. Morgana collapsed onto the nearest chair, her body sinking heavily into it as though her strength had drained away all at once. The faint murmur of Academy students echoed beneath the window, voices rising and falling in idle chatter. Yet to her ears, there was nothing, no laughter, no footsteps, no life. Silence devoured it all. In that moment, she felt the old weight of loneliness crash back upon her shoulders, the same suffocating emptiness that had been her only companion for hundreds of thousands of years. Time became an endless ocean again. Minutes melted into hours, hours into days, days into an eternal current with no destination. She stared blankly at the floor, her thoughts lost to the void, feeling as if her existence had not changed at all since the days she wandered in exile among specters. The door slammed open with a thunderous crack, shaking the room. A massive figure stormed inside, filling the doorway like a bear loosed into a cage. Ah! Morgana leapt to her feet instantly, violet soul force flaring to life around her body. Her royal soul power surged like a storm about to break, ready to obliterate whatever threat had dared intrude. But the intruder didn't even glance her way. His booming voice thundered across the room. Where is he? I know he's back. The portal guards told me. Shaddad stomped across the chamber, dropping onto his knees to peer beneath the bed as though expecting to drag Robin out from under it. Who are you searching for, dork? Morgana snapped, her voice unsteady from the wild clash of anger and confusion. Big brother Robin, of course. Where is he? Shaddad snarled, his enormous frame lurching toward the table as he shoved it aside to check beneath. Then his head whipped toward Morgana, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Are you hiding him under that ridiculous hat of yours? He left not long ago. Morgana shot back, her hands waving furiously. He said he had business in the Young Belt. Go look there instead of tearing apart my space. The Young Belt? Damn it all. Shaddad slammed his fists together with an explosive crack that rattled the walls. Only then did he pause, turning his attention to Morgana properly for the first time. His massive eyes roamed her up and down, scrutinizing with a seriousness that unsettled her. Morgana's brows knit tightly. Violet energy pulled at her fingertips, gathering sharper and denser. If this fool so much as tried to flirt with her, she would burn him where he stood. She had tolerated more than enough humiliation for one day. Shaddad clicked his fingers, pointing a thick finger toward her as realization lit his face. Ah, you must be Big Brother Robin's mother. Forgive me for the disrespect earlier, I was just... A massive explosion boomed through the air. Outside the Grand Academy Hall, the largest structure on the planet rose ahead, a marvel of impossible scale. Though only a single floor tall, its height soared for hundreds of meters, dwarfing every other building in the Academy. Colossal statues of stone warriors served as pillars, their carved arms straining upward to hold the ceiling aloft. And the ceiling itself, it wasn't stone, nor steel, but a vast sheet of substance resembling clouds, frozen in place yet alive with shifting hues. Its magnificence could not be captured in words. To describe its sheer presence would take not a day, nor two, but an entire lifetime. No towering guards stood before it, no massive gates barred entry. The area was empty, silent, save for a single figure. One man stood alone in front of that divine structure, his head tilted back, golden eyes tracing the immensity above with awe and solemn wonder. Robin released a long, steady exhale. The weight of his breath carried centuries of struggle, ambition, and resolve. His head lifted fully, his voice no louder than a whisper, yet it struck the air with undeniable force. Your Majesty Aldera, I seek to strike a deal with you. The words lingered in the air for but a second, then, whoosh, his figure vanished, swallowed by the unseen currents of power. Chapter 1536. Whoosh. The world shifted in a single breath. One moment Robin stood before a palace square vast enough to resemble a myth brought to life, and in the next, the entire scene dissolved. When his vision cleared, he found himself within a sealed chamber, dimly lit by lamps of soft white fire. The scent of old parchment and fresh ink filled the air. Stacks of scrolls and bound volumes lined the walls, yet the room was not quiet, as almost at once, a crisp, commanding woman's voice rang out, clear and confident, Professor Robin, how may I be of service to you? Robin turned instantly toward the voice. His gaze landed upon a woman seated with an air that could only belong to a ruler. Her posture was unyielding, her eyes sharp, and her very presence radiated the certainty that she believed herself monarch of everything within sight. And most likely, she was. Yet she did not sit upon a throne in some great hall. Her upper half appeared from behind an extravagant desk of carved crystal wood, its surface littered with piles of parchment, neatly arranged pens, and untouched wax seals. Before her were no kneeling servants, no bowing kings. Instead, towers of paperwork awaited her approval. Robin needed only a glance to know who she was. I greet your Majesty, Sovereign Aldera, Robin said, his voice carrying both weight and formality as he offered a proper bow. It has been a long time. Not long enough, Aldera replied coldly, though her hand flicked toward the many empty chairs arranged before her desk. Sit. Some would argue 130 years is plenty long. Robin chuckled softly as he crossed the chamber, his footsteps echoing against polished stone. He chose a seat and lowered himself with calm composure. But I haven't come here to debate. 130 years. For mortal families, such a span was enough for 5 or 6 generations to rise and fall. For Robin, it had been little more than 3 extended bouts of seclusion, years spent sharpening his body, soul, and mind. And for Aldera, it was not hard to imagine she had spent every one of those years exactly where she sat now, behind that desk, ruling her domain through quills, parchments, and decisions that shaped worlds. Then why have you come, Professor Robin? Aldera set her pen down with deliberate grace, her eyes never leaving his. I heard you mention a deal. Speak then. What bargain does the Lord Human seek to strike with me this time? Robin's lips curved faintly as his fingers tapped once on the armrest. As your Majesty knows, I spent some time in the archives. During that time, I read 2 particular books. His eyes sharpened with conviction. I seek your permission to transcribe them, to bring copies of those works back to my empire. The steady beat of his heart pounded against his ribs. He understood all too well the weight of what he was asking. And yet, he asked anyway. If he succeeded in spreading those texts on soul cultivation, alongside the vast fortune of emeralds he had just secured, and together with the countless techniques he had gathered and refined across centuries, the rise of soul masters within his empire would not be gradual. It would be explosive. No, more than that. Even his 3 great armies, the cornerstone of his strength, would be eclipsed. What were 100,000 soldiers compared to an age of new soul lords rising like an unstoppable tide? As the thought settled, Robin's smile widened, his eyes shimmering with both hope and the blazing light of ambition. But it vanished as quickly as it had come. For Aldera's expression darkened, shadows gathering upon her features. She did not lash out, not yet, but her restraint was visible, a queen holding back her wrath. And what exactly do you expect me to answer, Professor Robin? I expect, Robin leaned back into his seat, his teeth flashing in a tight, practiced smile, that your answer will be, how much will you pay? Then, we can continue the conversation from there. You believe I have need of money. Aldera's brows arched in sharp disdain. There are things money cannot buy, true. And anything that leaves my hands falls under that very category. Robin spread his arms across the chair's rests, his tone calm yet edged with steel. That isn't self-praise, it's fact. The books in the archives fall into that category as well, and you know it. Aldera's voice hardened, displeasure thick in her tone. Those volumes are forbidden, barred even to senior professors. If not for the personal recommendation of the Cosmic Elder, you never would have set foot inside. Robin's smile turned wry, his voice dropping, though each word carried weight. That is your problem, your Majesty. What good are books that rot untouched on dusty shelves? Why preserve knowledge only to curse it, ensuring no one can ever learn from it? Tell me, hasn't the time come to let that wisdom breathe again, to place it in the hands of those who will treasure it? And when you say those who will treasure it, you mean handing it outside my academy, to some unknown power? Aldera tilted her head ever so slightly, the owl-like gleam in her eyes drilling into Robin, unblinking and merciless. Do you truly think it better to let such works strengthen your empire rather than mine? Would it not be far wiser for me to unveil them here, in my academy, and make this institution stronger than ever? Perhaps this would not be wise, and I know very well that you were fully aware of this fact, otherwise those ancient books, layered in dust and curses, would have been brought into the light ages ago. Robin shook his head slowly, his tone steady yet carrying a faint reproach. Within the academy, the students bear no binding oath to stand by it in times of difficulty or war. Even the professors, those who claim prestige and seniority, are here only for personal gain, the allure of research opportunities, and the value of the annual fees. Tell me, then, why would you reveal such priceless secrets to them? What purpose would it serve, when the academy is not in want of wealth in the slightest? He leaned forward, his voice dropping, each word laced with sharp intent. And secondly, even if you were to place those arcane truths in an open auction, whatever sums of wealth would be poured at your feet would hardly change anything for you. You already sit upon entire mountains of treasures, oceans of knowledge, and rivers of pearls, each of which could buy a dozen sects and 100 kingdoms. What difference would a few extra billions of pearls make? A droplet added to a sea is still only a droplet. Robin's eyes glinted with cunning, and he allowed a faint smirk to appear. Your only true opportunity lies elsewhere, to allow carefully chosen individuals, capable, ambitious, and armed with vast intellects, into the heart of your collection, and compel them to write a book in exchange for every book they are permitted to read. Imagine it, Lady Aldera, one day among their works, you may discover something entirely new, something priceless beyond measure, a treasure of wisdom that no vault of gold could ever equal. You would gain without ever needing to spend, a harvest of knowledge from seeds you did not plant. Is this not the same system upon which the heads and deputies of this academy themselves built their legacy? Then Robin chuckled, his laughter echoing faintly in the sealed chamber. Look me in the eyes and tell me honestly, tell me that you never once attempted to pry into the permanence of frost, 5th grade, or dared to crack open the encyclopedia of blood. Aldera raised a single elegant eyebrow, her face composed yet betraying the slightest flicker of irritation. Your methods of weaving curses are clever, I will grant you that, but they remain insufficient to deter a monarch. Boom! Robin's hand slammed against the armrests of his chair, his golden gaze burning. I would wager my soul right now, that you never managed to finish them. I will, one day. For the first time, a hint of discomfort surfaced in Aldera's expression. An embarrassed smile, rare upon her regal features, curved her lips. I simply have not had the time for them yet. Robin relaxed his posture slightly, waving his hand as if brushing away the tension. I know, of course, that their day will come. Every curse, no matter how wicked, was crafted to be broken eventually. Even I, insignificant compared to you, succeeded in shattering the seals placed by the second head of this academy in the end. And you are no sovereign by accident, Lady Aldera. Perhaps with a mere century or two of singular focus, you will undoubtedly conquer them as well. He leaned back, his smile turning sharper, almost predatory. But why trouble yourself with endless riddles? Why allow your precious time to be devoured in the circles of oblivion? Why chase phantoms of knowledge when I can hand you living fire? Allow me to present to you open, unshackled copies right now, versions unbound by curse or seal, foundations upon which you could forge your very own army. Picture it, an army trained in the permanence of frost up to the fearsome 5th grade, warriors who wield world cataclysms fueled by merged laws carrying temporal rifts themselves. His grin widened into something dazzling and dangerous. Such an army, Aldera, would not merely defend, it would hunger endlessly for blood, its thirst unquenchable, a force that could overturn the entire sector and plunge every empire into trembling awe. An army that would not just grant you dominance within the academy, but would elevate you to a throne above thrones, a ruler of realms, not merely a headmistress chained to her halls of learning. Chapter 1537. After Robin unleashed his fervent words about forging a terrifying army steeped in the permanence of frost up to the 5th grade, and further empowered by the forbidden knowledge of the Encyclopedia of Blood, he allowed a knowing smile to linger on his lips and then fell silent, waiting. His golden eyes never left Aldera, searching for the slightest tremor in her expression, a shift of breath, anything that would reveal her decision. Even with all the weight of his offer, he could not be certain she would ever agree. The secret archive was not a mere library, it was the sanctum of the Academy's greatest rulers. Access was restricted to the head alone, perhaps extended grudgingly to the most formidable deputies or, on exceedingly rare occasions, to a distinguished visitor of immense stature, like Robin himself. And when they said only, they meant it in its most absolute form. Each text within those halls became the possession of the reader alone. Sharing its contents was sacrilege. The purpose of the archive was singular, to elevate the Academy's leader and their closest aides, never to scatter its power into the greedy hands of ambitious teachers or unrelated students. Otherwise, it would cease to be a secret archive and descend into mere common shelves of knowledge. That was why the Encyclopedia of Blood and the merged permanence of frost to the 5th grade remained sealed within. Not to be copied, not to be bartered, but to broaden the vision of whoever dared read them. Robin had chosen those 2 volumes precisely because he knew there was no one alive strong enough to enter the archive and truly make use of them. It was also why he had never dared gamble by sharing their secrets with his empire, nor with any outsider, without permission. To do so would be to shatter one of the Academy's laws, etched into eternity like inscriptions upon unyielding stone. And if that law were broken, Aldera, his current ally, would instantly become a potential enemy. Making an enemy out of a sovereign was no laughing matter. It was the kind of mistake one might not survive. Still, if Aldera herself placed those books in his hand, granting them by her will, then there would be no breach, no crime. The permanence of frost merged law to the 5th grade? Robin could craft the 6th in time, and keep it sealed within his heart. He could even invent another fused law designed specifically to unravel and counter the permanence of frost itself. In the realm of laws, Robin's confidence was boundless, and he would never lose. The Encyclopedia of Blood? Oh, it was invaluable, no doubt. But Robin possessed something others did not, behemoths in his own backyard, living wells of bloody essence and primal knowledge. He could glean insights from them at any moment. Thus, he risked nothing. What he sought was not the contents themselves, but the recognition. A simple nod. A gesture from Aldera, head of the Academy, authorizing him to take those 2 tomes. I refuse. The words fell from Aldera's lips like a blade of judgment, sharp and unyielding. What? Robin's smile evaporated, his voice breaking with disbelief. Why? I have no desire to craft private armies. I am content ruling the Academy. Aldera's reply was calm, her tone regal. Had I wanted such things, I would have built them long ago. Robin's brows drew together. Then what is it you seek? Personal power? I can help you with that. You. Aldera leaned back ever so slightly, one elegant brow arching. You would help me with personal power? Forgive me if I find that laughable. Robin fell silent, swallowing the sting of her dismissal. He could not blame her. She wielded the seventh stage of the major fundamental law of repetition. That alone crowned her a pinnacle among the monarchs of the mid-belt. No one could say what other aces she had hoarded in her long, tireless life. And then here stood Robin, not yet even at the threshold of world cataclysm, claiming he could make her stronger. It sounded like a child promising to move a mountain. Lady Aldera, the one who speaks to you is no ordinary man. Even should I falter in fulfilling my promise now, I remain who I am. Robin's tone hardened, carrying a weight that pressed on the air itself. Accept my words, and wait for the favor that will come. I never speak without intent to act. Aldera's other brow rose, mirroring the first. So, have you fallen back to level 11 again? Robin gave a faint laugh, almost sheepish. Again, you say? It seems your majesty has been watching my progress very closely. Yes, I descended once more, but this time of my own will. I wanted to test something. Tap, tap. For a few long seconds, Aldera studied his face, as if weighing the truth in his eyes. Then she spoke. Even if I were to humor you, even if I believed that one day you might indeed grant me greater power, I cannot lay a finger upon the Atlas of Souls volumes. They are not mine to alter. I hold no such right. I do not know. Fwoosh. From Robin's palm, a small metallic spirit materialized and glided across the desk toward her, glowing faintly. Perhaps this will help you decide. Aldera lifted the slate without much interest and ran her soul sense across it. At once, her eyes flickered, and her expression changed, just a fraction, but enough. The martial art, breath of the ages. She looked up at Robin, incredulity sharpening her gaze. You think this is what will make me stronger? Of course not, Robin waved with a playful smile. Think of it as a bribe, just something to make you reflect, hee hee. He leaned back slightly, letting his words sink in before continuing. Even if the effect of the martial art, breath of the ages, may appear faint when applied to a monarch, it still holds the ability to seal wounds and mend them even if only for a single fleeting minute. He pointed lazily toward her, his tone shifting into something sharper. And you, more than anyone, know the value of even a single minute. For a monarch who has already mastered the seventh degree of the law of repetition, 1 minute is an eternity of battle, 100 chances to turn the tide. Even 10 seconds alone might tip the scales between victory and defeat. This art may one day be the thread that keeps your life from unraveling. Aldera regarded him in silence for a long moment before finally slipping the tablet into her spatial ring. Her lips curved faintly. A bribe accepted. She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. But still, I cannot allow you to replicate and spread the Atlas of Souls volumes word for word. That authority lies beyond me. It surpasses the boundaries of my position. Robin frowned, his brows pressing together in thought. Then suddenly his eyes lit up, his voice taking on a spark of slyness. Word for word, you say? Then, what if I were to rewrite the 2 volumes entirely, alter the number of pages, restructure the knowledge, condense some parts, expand others? The essence would be preserved, but the vessel would be different. Aldera's lips curled into a smile, her eyes glinting with intrigue. She gave a slight nod. I look forward to seeing this supposed method of yours, Robin, the one that will make me stronger. Robin straightened, his broad smile returning as he gave her a respectful bow, one hand to his chest. You will not regret your decision, Lady Aldera. Will you leave the academy now? She asked, tilting her head slightly. Or more precisely, will you return? I will return without question, Robin replied warmly. I left one of my followers in my academy residence. At the very least, I'll come back to collect her. He chuckled at the thought. You cannot leave your followers inside the academy's residential sector, Aldera said firmly, shaking her head. If you wish, we can move her to the dormitories of guards and servants. Her tone left no room for argument. Robin's smile widened with irony. Surely, placing a royal soulmaster among guards and servants would not be wise. Don't you think so? Aldera's brows furrowed instantly, the weight of his words dawning on her. Your follower is a royal soulmaster, she exclaimed. A brief silence followed before she exhaled through her nose. Very well. I can register her as a teacher within the academy grounds. That way, she can remain here legally, and even support herself in your absence. Teacher Morgana? Haha, now that has a certain charm to it. Robin laughed, though he couldn't quite imagine that quiet, brooding girl facing a hall of noisy students. Speak to her, or send someone in your stead. If she refuses to take on the role of instructor, then simply enroll her as a student under Professor Robin. I'll cover the fees myself. His voice softened, and his eyes lifted upward, gleaming faintly as a thin veil of moisture shimmered over them. A wistful smile curved his lips, as though he were peering into the distance of memory itself. Teacher or student, it matters little. Everyone has something to teach, and everyone has something to learn. Even a teacher may one day learn from their student, just as a student may one day betray their teacher. These are only titles, decorated cages, forged to bind the teacher into surrendering knowledge and to chain the student into submission and respect. But such cages rarely endure. Most of the time, they shatter in tragedy. Only interests remain eternal, while titles fade like dust. He lowered his gaze and placed a hand on his chest in solemn respect. It seems I have already consumed too much of your majesty's precious time. If you have no further orders, then I must take my leave. For the briefest of moments, a rare and delicate smile touched Aldera's regal features. Keep your promise, she said, and with a flick of her fingers, whoosh, the chamber dissolved into silence once more. Chapter 1538. Young Belt, Planet S1. Sakar sat before the mouth of a narrow cave, his massive frame resting lazily against the rough mountainside. At first glance, he looked utterly at ease. His thin lips were pressed shut, his breaths measured and even, his body unmoving as if carved into the stone itself. His horns, which jutted outward from where his eyes would have been, gave his face an inscrutable quality. Normally, no one could guess what stirred in his mind or what moods weighed on him. But today, that inscrutability faltered. Bobby Aba Doom. His three hearts pounded together like war drums in his chest. Outwardly, he appeared calm, unmoved, detached. Yet beneath that still surface, his blood churned, and something heavy gnawed at him. Slowly, almost reluctantly, his head turned downward, his attention sliding toward the sprawling city that clung to the base of the mountain. It was one of the very first settlements the demons had raised in this new homeland, a strange, grotesque city built in their own image. The houses were fashioned from bones and jagged stones, their shapes rising like cruel spears pointed toward the sky. The streets were twisted and uneven. Some lay flat upon the earth, while others wound beneath the surface like tunnels, and still more ran like crooked bridges strung between rooftops. The very design of the city seemed alive, pulsating with disorder. The air was thick with stench, foul, metallic, and heavy with the iron tang of blood. The heat pressed down relentlessly, smothering like a furnace. From the very soil radiated an aura steeped in hunger, cruelty, and bloodlust. To any outsider, the city resembled a vast colony of ants dragged into the light of the world above, but these were no ordinary ants. They were blood ants, vicious and carnivorous, best left unprovoked. And yet, strangely, the residents did not behave with the rabid hostility their aura suggested. Ka. I'll catch you. A tiny demon cub, no more than 2 weeks old, toddled forward, his stubby arms reaching toward another cub. Run, Mufas. A young demon girl shrieked with glee, her voice carrying bright encouragement for the fleeing child. The chased cub laughed triumphantly, his confidence unshaken. Ki. If you catch me, I'll give you my arm. Bobby Aba Doom. High on the mountain, Sakar's hearts thundered again. He exhaled heavily, and his head tilted away, as though weighed down by unseen chains. His attention shifted, falling upon another sight entirely. The pen. There, beyond sight of the laughing children, stood the grand prison array. It had been constructed once more, larger and stronger than ever, dedicated to containing the Empire of True Beginning's most reviled enemies. Not even war captives who had slain Burton family members upon the battlefield were consigned to that place. No, the pen was reserved for the unforgivable, traitors, conspirators, and criminals whose very names were spat with venom. It was not simply a prison. It was a hell sculpted into the flesh of the world. Its most infamous inhabitants were the survivors of the Azil tribe. Those who had died in the war between the Empire of the Great Serpent and the peoples of Orphan's blood were gone, but the wretches who had lived were cast here. Their punishment was unending. Torn apart again and again, their bodies regenerated only to be slaughtered anew, they were condemned to serve as an eternal feast for the demons. Had Richard been present, he might have sneered, perhaps even smiled at the justice, or he might have trembled with rage. For within that pen rotted Duwudar. Once a proud warrior, now a husk. Centuries within those walls had stripped him of all dignity, all reason. At that moment, he sat hunched in a shadowed corner, half a leg missing, both ears torn away, one arm absent. His eyes were vacant, saliva dripping from his mouth as he stared blankly at the dirt. His mind had long since shattered. Sakar's attention lingered as the demon butchers carried out their daily ritual, prowling through the prisoners like farmers inspecting livestock. They always chose the one most fully restored by the prison's healing arrays, and from him they would take a limb, a leg, an arm, an ear. It was a peaceful hunt, if such words could be twisted so cruelly. A ritual that unfolded every day without fail. The rule was iron, no prisoner could be killed, for they were too precious a resource of meat. Should a butcher cause one to die, the butcher himself would be executed in turn. Yet this macabre routine, which brought delight to most demons, stirred no joy in Sakar. His features twisted with something almost like disgust. Bobby Aba Doom. His three hearts thundered once more. He lowered his head, his horns casting jagged shadows upon his chest, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles whitened. For an instant, it seemed he might crush his own hands. Then, forcing himself away from the sight, he turned toward another scene. Bam, bam. Marching feet shook the earth. Hundreds of young demons advanced in formation, their steps pounding in rhythm, their lines drawn in rows. Yet the rows wavered, uneven, betraying their inexperience. Stop. A harsher voice cut across the ranks. Another demon, older and scarred, stepped forward, his presence radiating dominance. His gaze swept the young ones like a blade. You have all come of age. You are no longer infants. You have reached your first year. You are now youths, ready for war, and from this day forward you must earn your food with your own claws. He sneered, his voice rising like thunder. After this short camp, you will be sent into battle, where most of you will fall and rot. If you wish to live, if you crave survival, then you will obey every cursed order, every cursed step, follow them as if your lives depend on it, because they do. Boss, hey boss, one of the demons shouted, raising his clawed hand high, his voice brimming with reckless excitement. Why don't we just leap down on them right now and rip their throats apart? We are. Smack. The officer's whip, woven from living blood, cracked across the young recruit's face with a sound like tearing flesh. The strike hurled him through the air, slamming him into the dirt. The others froze as the officer's roar split the air. Hold your lines. His voice boomed like thunder, drowning their instincts in sheer command. Why yes, sir, the demons barked in unison, snapping back into formation, though their eyes still burned with bloodlust. Bobby Aba Doom. Sakar's 3 hearts pounded in unison, so loud he felt them shake his skull. He lowered his massive head until it pressed between his knees, clutching it tightly with both hands as if to cage the storm raging inside. His voice tore out in a muffled, tortured growl. Ah, ah. Then, unable to contain himself, he slammed his right fist into the mountain. Bam! The blow cracked the peak in half, the earth groaning beneath his wrath. The summit shattered, and an avalanche thundered down toward the city below. Screams rose immediately. Demons in the bone-built streets fled in chaos. Others rushed toward the falling rock to try to stop it. The prison guards roared in alarm, scrambling to preserve their captives before the pen collapsed. Even soldiers from the barracks stormed out, desperately weaving arrays of blood and bone to divert the flow. But it was useless. No matter their efforts, a quarter of the city would be ground into dust beneath the oncoming slide. And Sakar? He did not care. He could feel the mountain tearing apart beside him, hear the stones ripping through the air, yet his focus remained inward. He pressed his head harder, pressing until his horns scraped against his knees, and raised his hand again, ready to unleash another strike that would finish what he started. The Lord's iron laws shackled him. He was permitted to fight only on sanctioned battlefields, and every conquered planet had to be delivered intact to headquarters. Sakar knew 100 loopholes, 1,000 ways to bend those laws, to find cracks and shadows where he could slaughter freely. But he refused. He refused to risk the trust of His Excellency. He refused to delay the flow of planets after Aero and Caesar and their armies had departed for the midsector. But still, just conquering armies, seizing worlds, and then handing them over like trophies? That was not the demon way. That was not his way. This routine, this shallow imitation of war, this snack without flavor, it sickened him. The vast legions of the demon army no longer needed his hands, his fury, his crown. They no longer needed kings at all. Everything around him now felt suffocatingly dull. Too quiet, too tame, too peaceful. And peace was poison. This was not what he was born for. This was not what demons were created for. Just as his hand was about to fall again, ready to obliterate the mountain itself. Brother Sakar. The voice cut through his madness. It was calm, deep, yet heavy with weight. Sakar froze, his great arm trembling in the air, before slowly lowering it. He pressed his head once more with both hands, panting like a beast barely leashed. I know. I'll stop. He muttered, his tone low, rough with frustration. I came for something more important, said Amon, his towering figure, well over 4 meters tall, descending like a black pillar beside him. His steps crushed the rocks beneath his feet as if they were nothing. Are you still refusing to wear your voice ring? Sakar lifted his head slowly, his horns catching the dim light. I told you, I already delegated every authority to the new generation. What's the problem? Has something gone wrong? No, Amon rumbled, his tusked mouth curling into the hint of a grin. No disaster, no rebellion. But... He leaned in, his presence pressing like a mountain, and clapped Sakar's massive shoulder with a blow so heavy it cracked the stone beneath them. There is something that will rouse your spirit again. His grin widened. His Excellency has returned. The words struck Sakar harder than any blow. His entire body jolted upright, shock ripping through him like lightning. Then, bam! His colossal legs slammed against the mountainside, propelling his body like a launched boulder. He surged forward with explosive force, tearing toward the nearest gate, leaving nothing but shattered rock in his wake. Behind him, Amon threw his head back and roared with laughter, the sound echoing across the peaks like a beast's triumph. And behind them both, the mountain gave way once more. Another avalanche thundered down, born from Sakar's violent leap. This one was even larger than the first, an unstoppable tide of stone and dust poised to bury whatever remained of the broken city. Chapter 1539. Planet Jura, the imperial capital. Uncle, hey uncle. A small boy came sprinting across the wide avenue, his tiny legs moving frantically as he crashed into the path of a patrolling light sword. He clutched desperately at the knight's long cloak and tugged it over and over, his eyes brimming with tears. He took my ball. Liar. It's mine, the other child, a chubby boy with flushed cheeks and mud smeared across his tunic, barked back, hugging a round ball caked in dirt tight against his belly. His voice rose in shrill protest as he jabbed a finger at the first boy. I bought it from you just a moment ago. What, do you want to keep the money in the ball? Look, uncle, the coins are still in his hand. The light sword glanced down. The first boy, caught off guard, hesitated. His small fist opened for a fleeting instant, revealing 3 golden coins gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. The stamped image on them showed a strikingly handsome young man seated upon a throne, a heavy crown radiating above his brow. But the moment passed. The boy clenched his fist tight, his knuckles white, and shoved it behind his back as if to erase what the soldier had just seen. You're lying. It's my allowance, my father gave it to me. The light sword drew out the sound, lips curling faintly into a bemused smile. He swung one leg over his mighty Terra beast and dismounted with unhurried grace, his heavy boots thudding against the cobblestones. It seems we have a problem here, boys. Now, which of you is telling the truth? You both know what happens to liars, don't you? Me. Both children screamed at the same time, pointing fingers at one another. The light sword folded his arms, his smile sharpening. Very well then, I shall have to punish the liar right now. He turned his head toward the nearest fire hydrant, a squat, metal column gleaming faintly red beside the street. And then, to the bewilderment of everyone nearby, he spoke to it. Sir Hydrant, you must have seen everything. Tell me, which one of these boys is lying? And impossibly. PSSSSHH. The hydrant turned its nozzle toward the first boy, the one who had tugged at the soldier's cloak, and spat a jet of water that splashed across him in a soaking torrent. Ah! The boy squealed, trying desperately to shield himself with his arms, but it was no use. His clothes clung to his skin, dripping wet, and his nose tickled until he let out a loud, miserable sneeze. Ha-achoo. Yes, yes, thank you, Sir Hydrant, the chubby boy crowed triumphantly. He clutched his filthy ball with both arms and bolted away, his laughter echoing down the street. The light sword, still smiling, bent down and ruffled the wet boy's hair, his voice warm though firm. And what did we learn today? Boo! I won't lie again, the boy sobbed loudly, his voice cracking with regret. Please, uncle, don't tell my father. Haha, what matters is. The soldier's words broke off mid-sentence. His brow furrowed deeply, his entire face paling as his smile collapsed. Shock rippled across his features. By the heavens. What? What is it, uncle? It's just a ball. The child stumbled back a few steps, frightened by the sudden change in the soldier's demeanor. But the light sword no longer hurt him. His eyes snapped eastward, his pupils narrowing, and in the same heartbeat. Whoosh! His body became a lance of radiant light, launching skyward with thunderous speed. He abandoned his mighty Terra beast where it stood, the creature bellowing in confusion before thundering after him on clawed feet, struggling to keep pace. WSHHH. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Is this some kind of cruel jest? The light sword whispered to himself, his voice trembling as he cut through the capital like a falling star. His movements were flawless, arcing between towering spires of marble and steel, weaving past colossal trees whose canopies shaded entire districts, gliding around enormous statues of His Majesty that stood at every plaza and crossroads. His words grew ragged, half-choked by disbelief. That presence, could it truly be? Whoosh, whoosh. He was not alone. From every corner of the sky, streaks of light converged. Other light swords, dozens of them, their faces mirroring his own shock, their auras trembling with the same impossible realization. It was then, and only then, that he knew the message he had received was no prank. And below, the city itself had erupted. The streets swarmed with people, citizens dropping whatever they had been doing, rushing eastward in a flood of bodies and voices. The air shook with shouting, desperate and frantic, all converging toward the same place, the Great Eastern Gate. Then, whoosh! He cleared the last colossal structure of the imperial capital, bursting above the gleaming city wall. And his jaw fell open. Beyond the gates, where dozens of space portals shimmered with unstable brilliance, a chaotic scene unfolded. Hundreds of people had already gathered, their voices breaking into screams, sobs, and cries of disbelief. Some collapsed where they stood, overwhelmed. And still the gates continued to disgorge more, spitting out wave after wave of new arrivals in a relentless flood. The wide road between the portals and the eastern gate was already carpeted with humanity, bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder, tens of thousands at least, spilling forward like a living ocean. And for what? For whom? All of this, every scream, every tear, every desperate surge forward, was for one person. What are you doing? Get into position, protect His Majesty from the mob, another light sword barked as he streaked past, diving directly toward the portals with blades gleaming. Whoosh! Why yes, sir, the dazed soldier stammered. He swallowed hard, forcing his throat to unclench, and sped forward in a straight line. At the edge of the gate, he found a ring already formed, light swords standing shoulder to shoulder, their blades of light extended, forming a barrier that held the tidal wave of citizens at bay. He dove into the formation, finding a gap between two comrades, spreading his arms wide and letting his radiant swords flare, helping to push back the frenzied masses. Yet even as he held the line, heart hammering in his chest, he could not help himself. Slowly, carefully, he turned his head, stealing a glance over his shoulder at the figure stepping through the space portal. A short, well-trimmed beard framed his jaw, golden locks falling in loose strands to his shoulders, shimmering faintly beneath the sunlight. His robes were a masterwork, white-lined with gold, embroidered with such precision that each thread seemed alive, gleaming with divine artistry. And then there was his smile. That confident, radiant smile, the kind that could sway the hearts of nations, topple civilizations, and inspire whole generations to kneel in reverence. He raised his hand to the masses, waving gently, humbly even, but the onlookers felt as though each movement of that hand could unmake worlds and fashion new ones in their place. This was no ordinary man. This was no distant sovereign hidden behind walls of marble and armies of guards. This was the one whose statues stood in every plaza, whose face adorned every banner, whose name filled every prayer since the day they were born. This was the one whose epics were told around hearts, whose victories shaped the cosmos itself. This was His Majesty, Robin Burton, the sovereign who had disappeared into legend, the emperor who had now returned, after 300 long years. Rumble, rumble. The ground itself seemed to tremble under the cries of the people. Before the roaring multitudes, before the imperial capital that still emptied its avenues as wave after wave poured toward the eastern gate, Robin stood steady. His golden hair caught the light as he smiled and waved slowly. To the people, it was the very image of serenity and benevolence. But to those who truly knew him, there was something else, an almost imperceptible crease at the corner of his brow, a flicker of bewilderment hidden behind his golden eyes. Indeed, Robin leaned slightly toward Malik, his lips barely moving as he spoke in a tone only his companion could hear. Hey, what's going on here? Did one of you actually warn them that we were coming back? No, Your Majesty, Malik replied at once, bowing deeply. His tone was measured, his words lined with respect. And yet, now that they stood in public view, his reverence burned even brighter, each syllable delivered as though he stood before the gods themselves. It is because we landed first on planet S-257 before arriving here. Robin blinked. He remembered the order he had given. He had specifically instructed his guards to supply the gatekeepers of the academy with the farthest set of coordinates they possessed. His reasoning was simple: if their trail was ever traced, it was far safer for the pursuers to end up stranded on some desolate, forgotten world than to discover Jura, the beating heart of the Empire, on the first try. And yet, Robin murmured, frowning, we only stayed by the portal on S-257 for 5 minutes at most. As soon as the guards were done, we set the coordinates for Jura. That alone was enough to send word across the Empire of my return. Malik straightened, and for the first time a faint smile flickered at the corner of his lips. Have you forgotten, my lord? We now possess the interstellar communication network. He raised his hand slowly, the faint shimmer of the voice ring catching the light. With this, news travels across the stars instantly. What happens on one planet is known across a dozen in the time it takes to breathe. Robin's brows furrowed. He stilled, processing the thought, and then his eyes widened with dawning realization. Zara, and the sky-opening city. They managed to solve the riddles I left behind, didn't they? They actually pieced them together and activated interplanetary voice transmission. Whoosh, hee, who just said my name? The air rippled, carrying a familiar, playful voice. Chapter 1540. Ah, my little darling. Robin spread his arms wide in an embrace as Zara descended gracefully beside him, golden light shimmering faintly around her as if the heavens themselves were welcoming her return to his side. She stepped into his arms, giving him a brief but heartfelt hug. Your little darling is nearly 600 years old now, father, she said with a teasing smile, though her voice carried warmth that betrayed how much she had missed him. You'll always be my little girl, Robin replied without hesitation, his tone both firm and affectionate. He patted her head with the same ease he had centuries ago, his hand resting there a heartbeat longer than necessary, before pulling back and clapping loudly. And just as I expected, magnificent work, girl. You've surpassed even my hopes. Zara tilted her head slightly, her long hair brushing against her shoulders. Surprise flickered across her features, but beneath it her eyes gleamed with longing. For all her confidence, she still hungered to study the man who had raised her, the adoptive father who had vanished from her world for nearly 300 years. Every gesture, every smile of his was a treasure to her now. Girl, Robin said, his smile widening, his voice filling with pride and awe. Do you understand the true worth of the interstellar communication network? Do you really grasp it? This is not merely a tool. It is the only one of its kind in the entire universe. The closest parallel you might find is the communication system within the Soul Society, but compared to this, that old method is worthless. The Soul Society's communication system will be forgotten. His golden eyes flashed with fervor as he spoke, the weight of experience behind his words. Robin knew exactly what he was talking about. He had tried the Soul Society's messages countless times in his journeys. He knew how unreliable they were. A message could linger unnoticed for decades, even centuries, before anyone saw it. Worse still, one had to enter the Soul Society itself to read them, something impossible if you were locked in battle, or if you had no seed within your soul domain to connect with. In those moments, the system was not just inconvenient, it was utterly useless. But this was different. The interstellar communication network he had envisioned and left behind was a revolution. Messages traveled across the void almost instantly, just as smoothly as if a voice ring were being used within the same planet. Not only that, it could even deliver small parcels without the need for human messengers. No more waiting months or years for supplies, no more endless journeys through hostile space. Yes, it required certain conditions, a miniature space portal on every planet that wanted to sign, and specific soul rings carefully attuned to those portals. But compared to the endless manpower wasted on couriers flying back and forth, the cost of building or buying one small portal was nothing. It sounded simple, almost obvious, something someone like in eras might imagine. But Robin knew the truth. It had demanded the merging of countless delicate laws. The minor laws of space, array technology, the major law of resonant waves, the major law of earth for the metals, and finally, the mysteries of the soul itself. Only by weaving them together with surgical precision had such portals and rings been born. And in truth, of all the wonders Robin had created across his long, turbulent life, this might be the most profitable and most practical invention of them all. You tell me its value, father, Zara replied with a playful smile, though pride gleamed in her eyes. In the end, it was your mind that birthed the idea, your genius that laid the foundation. All we did was follow your plans. You handed us the blueprints, and our city's task was simply to find the right materials for the small gates and ink suitable for the inscriptions. Still, Robin's voice dropped into a murmur of awe as he thought aloud, if I had continued experimenting alone, I might have wasted centuries perfecting it. Centuries lost. His eyes lit with fervor again, already spinning with schemes, with ways to milk every drop of potential from this network, to transform it into both power and profit. Your Majesty, came a voice from behind. Wade's tone was respectful but edged with urgency. Perhaps it would be best to move to another place for further discussion. At this pace, you'll summon the entire capital to your side. Oh. Robin blinked, startled from his daydreams. Only now did he truly look around. Nearly 10,000 people pressed into the square, men, women, children, faces shining with sweat, eyes wide with awe. Some shouted, cheered, and praised his name, but most simply stood in stunned silence, mouths open, hearts hammering, as if carving this sight into their souls. They wanted to remember this moment for eternity, so that one day, they could boast to their grandchildren that they had seen His Majesty return. Robin lifted his hand, his voice carrying like thunder and silk all at once. Thank you all for this warm welcome, but I am tired now. Return to your homes, rest, and wait. Soon a grand festival will be held, and we shall celebrate together, haha. Yes. Long live His Majesty. Robin Burton forever. The chants rolled like waves, shaking the air itself. Robin gave them a faint nod, his golden eyes gleaming, before turning and pointing his chin at one of the light swords standing nearby. You. Am me. The officer froze, nearly dropping his blade. He had been sneaking glances at Robin the entire time, unable to help himself, and now his eyes went wide with panic. Why yes, your majesty. I don't see the Prime Minister anywhere. Where is he? Robin's tone carried a touch of sarcasm, a playful edge to his words. Then he waved dismissively. Never mind. Go find him, and tell him I want him standing before me in the palace, immediately. Yes, your majesty. I will gladly lay down my soul to fulfill this mission. The light sword snapped his heels together, saluted so hard his blade clattered, and then burst forward, his body transforming into a streak of burning radiance that carved across the horizon like a second sun. I don't think sacrificing your soul is necessary for such a task, Robin chuckled, shaking his head at the soldier's dramatics. His voice carried warmth, however, a softness only his daughter could feel. He placed a reassuring hand upon Zara's back and gave her a gentle pat. Come, my little one, let's go. At once, the light swords lifted around him, their bodies gleaming like pillars of dawn. They formed a dome of brilliance, blades drawn and leveled outward until the group resembled a great shining sphere drifting through the skies. To the people below, it was as if their emperor had been sealed in a moving sun, untouchable, divine. Malik and Wade hovered near his flanks, eyes narrow, their presence sharp and restless like prowling panthers ready to pounce at the faintest disturbance. Robin, however, remained serene. Even as the voices of the crowd thundered upward, even as the press of their adoration threatened to shake the heavens, he did not forget to lower his hand in calm, graceful waves. His smile, soft and reassuring, never faltered. It was the smile of a sovereign who wished to tell his people, "You are safe, I am here, I have returned. Long live His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Robin Burton forever." The capital howled with devotion. Their chants rolled like crashing seas, echoing from plaza to plaza, reverberating through the marble towers and golden statues until the whole city seemed alive with worship. Inside the imperial palace. Ha! Robin let out a long, contented sigh as he dropped into his throne, the golden seat welcoming him like an old friend. He sprawled comfortably, stretching his legs before him. Traveling across the belts is exhausting, even with the necklace and the bracelet. Of course, Theo had not neglected his master's needs. The guards had been equipped with a swift evasion bracelet and an additional safe passage necklace in case Robin chose to return by the same path. With these treasures, a journey that should have consumed a full month of wearisome space travel had been reduced to a mere handful of hours. And yet, Robin could still feel it. His flesh still ached, his soul still buzzed from the strain. That cursed orange wall, the crushing boundary of the sector belts, it was like forcing his body through a sea of molten stone. No matter how fast the passage, no matter how many artifacts dulled the weight, such travel left even him feeling as though his bones carried lead. Haha, I greet your majesty. When I heard you had arrived, I rushed here without a second thought. The capital itself shines with your glory, my lord. The floodgates opened. One after another, figures streamed into the throne hall. Local kings clad in regal robes, leaders of great clans with their proud insignias blazing on their shoulders, newly anointed generals whose eyes glittered with ambition, and a parade of wealthy and influential nobles Robin did not recognize at all. The great hall filled with voices. Compliments, praises, elaborate words of welcome, they washed toward him like a tide. Robin straightened his posture in his throne, smoothing his expression into something practiced and serene. He allowed only faint, deliberate smiles to grace his lips, leaving the talking to his trusted companions. Malik and Wade answered inquiries with sharp brevity, while Zara stepped forward as his voice, greeting dignitaries with elegance and poise. Robin himself remained the still center of the storm, a sovereign letting his presence speak louder than words. Until finally, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd. Emily. Robin's mask of composure cracked into something real, his arms spreading wide, his face breaking into a grin of unguarded joy. For the first time that day, it seemed he had truly seen the person he had been waiting for. Your Majesty. Emily moved forward with elegance, her steps unhurried yet purposeful. As always, she carried a stack of reports in her arms, the endless paperwork of empire. Her eyes gleamed with a mixture of relief and restrained joy. You have lit your palace once again. Leave the pleasantries aside for now, Emily. I want. Robin's words cut off. His smile remained, but his gaze swept across the crowded hall, lingering on the dozens of faces pressed too close. His tone shifted, suddenly iron, suddenly absolute. Clear the hall. His words struck like a commandment carved into stone. The chamber fell silent. No protests. No hesitation. One by one, nobles and officials bowed, turning on their heels to file out in silence. Zara began to follow, but Robin reached out swiftly, catching her wrist with a gentle yet unyielding grip, keeping her by his side. Wade and Malik waited until the last of the dignitaries had left before departing themselves. They closed the massive doors with a resonant thud and planted themselves like immovable statues outside, their auras flaring just enough to warn away even the boldest intruder. Only when the chamber was empty, when the echoes of footsteps faded, did Robin let his mask drop. His golden eyes gleamed, his smile shifted into something sharper, hungrier. He leaned forward on his throne, gaze fixed on Emily with almost boyish anticipation. Now tell me, he said, his voice taut with restrained eagerness, and spare me all preamble. His fingers tapped once on the throne's armrest, a drumbeat of urgency. How many planets do we hold now? Chapter 1541. How many planets do we hold now? A wide, radiant smile spread across Robin's face, a smile carrying centuries of ambition and untold conquests. It had been slightly more than 4 centuries since his last words with the all-seeing God and the declaration of the great era of conquest. Back then, he had set what seemed like a bold yet realistic mission. Caesar, Sakaar, and Arrow were each ordered to conquer 50 planets, with the combined goal of securing at least 100 planets before the 1,000-year deadline. But what he did not account for was the might of his own hands. He underestimated his 3 supreme generals, underestimated the terrifying efficiency of the technologies he had gifted them, underestimated the massive productive capabilities of the war factories churning endlessly, underestimated the inventive brilliance of the settlers in Sky Opening City, and underestimated, most of all, the boundless treasures hidden within the crusts of his worlds, especially within Nihuri. Each of these underestimated factors became sparks that ignited small-scale cosmic wars across young sectors 99 and 100. One by one, planets toppled like dominoes, falling into the lap of his growing empire in great numbers. The target of gathering 100 planets around Nihuri before the end of the millennium? That goal now seemed laughably small, for Robin's hunger had expanded far beyond such limits. His ambition had become a roaring fire. Emily calmly adjusted her spectacles, her tone detached, as though she were simply reciting a routine report. At present, we control 877 S-class planets. In addition, we have established footholds in 125 R-class planets. She allowed a brief pause, then added, these R-class planets, however, remain hotly contested against rival planetary empires, particularly amidst the ongoing war between the demons and a centennial planetary empire in young Sector 100. 877 planets already subdued. Robin's eyes widened in astonishment before he leaned back slowly, resting into the throne's embrace once more. His voice came out half incredulous, half satisfied. That is more than double what I expected. 3 centuries earlier, each of the 3 armies held sway over only 20 to 30 planets apiece. And now, after Caesar and Arrow had departed for the mid-belt with the bulk of their forces, Robin had thought progress would have stagnated, plateauing at 300 or 400 at most. Yet the truth before him shattered that assumption. At headquarters, we too assumed the tally would barely reach 300 planets at most by now, especially after the entire First Army was reassigned to Mid-Sector 100, alongside rumors at the time that General Arrow and his forces had been dispatched into Mid-Sector 99, Emily explained with matter-of-fact clarity. But 3 pivotal events shifted the tide, doubling the count and setting the wheels of conquest in unstoppable motion. Oh, and what were they? Robin's grin broadened, his satisfaction now overflowing. He could bask in victory for hours, and still, more good news would never feel excessive. The first shift, Emily began, was Supreme General Arrow's fervent attempt to prove himself. In the absence of the First Army, he spearheaded an immense campaign of invasions and subjugations spanning several decades. His relentless efforts compensated fully for the void left behind. Meanwhile, the sheer size of the Third Army, bolstered by its countless generals, made it possible for them to expand their activity without restraint the moment the decision was made. Oh. Robin nodded in deep approval, his expression gleaming with pride. This was the spirit he demanded from his generals, the ability to turn night into day, to bend impossible odds into inevitable victories. Emily allowed the silence to stretch for a heartbeat before continuing, her voice carrying the weight of significance. And once Supreme General Arrow, along with 70% of his army and the majority of his generals, was redeployed to the mid-belt, it was Supreme General Sakaar who rose to act. He rapidly subdued every R-class planet he had long postponed, finishing them within a mere handful of years, and gave them to us in the headquarters. Then, in a bold shift of strategy, he implemented a grim yet effective policy, planting demon children on targeted planets. Within only a year or two of reproduction, conflict, and the steady spread of bloodlines, an elite squad would arrive to decisively end the war. This policy of planting children, though steeped in shadows and moral ambiguity, achieved its exact purpose. The demon legions managed to sustain the same productivity as all 3 armies combined. Her eyes glinted behind the lenses as she added, and the rise of numerous demons into the ranks of world cataclysms made the task all the easier. Sometimes, the mere unfurling of their dreadful auras was enough to shatter resistance and bring entire planets to heel. Splendid. Robin's eyes gleamed as he nodded with vibrant enthusiasm, his voice echoing through the vaulted chamber like the crack of thunder. The revelation that the demon army now contained multiple world cataclysms was not entirely new to him, for he had known of their existence for some time. Yet even with that knowledge, Robin was perfectly aware of the restrictions binding them. Those cataclysms could not recklessly unleash their apocalyptic powers without drawing upon themselves the merciless wrath of planetary spirits. For that reason, the true credit behind this overwhelming success belonged first and foremost to Sakaar's razor-sharp military brilliance, and second to the remarkable evolution and discipline that the demon army had achieved as a whole. For a single legion, no matter how mighty, to fill the vacuum of 3 entire armies that were meant to be equals in strength, this was not just news, it was history being carved into stone. Meanwhile, the other 2 armies waged campaigns in the mid-belt, a battlefield far harsher than the young sectors. There, world cataclysms and nexus states roamed like storms given flesh, and planetary empires lurked behind every nebula, their banners planted on every other star. Each passing century in that crucible of war had tempered the 3 armies beyond recognition. Every one of them had grown several times stronger than in their early days of conquest, and still their strength surged, their momentum climbing higher like a tidal wave refusing to break. Robin's brow furrowed, his golden eyes narrowing as his mind cut through the numbers Emily had provided. But according to your words, Arrow and Sakaar merely maintained the pace. By such logic, the total number of S-class planets should be closer to 300 or 400 at most. So how, his voice hardened with curiosity, did we leap all the way to 877? For the very first time since she entered the chamber, Emily's lips curved into a faint smile, her spectacles catching the glow of the throne room's ethereal torches. Here, your majesty, she said softly, comes the pleasant surprise. Robin's eyebrows climbed in disbelief. Until now, everything had sounded like dry military reports, cold figures of expansion. Pleasant surprise? His empire rarely delivered such things. Speak quickly. What is it? Robin's voice cracked with impatience, his chest tightening with anticipation. But just as the words left his mouth, knock, knock. Robin turned sharply toward the titanic throne room gates, his brows knotting together in irritation. His command had been explicit, no interruptions. I distinctly recall ordering that I not be disturbed. His tone darkened, yet he raised his voice in authority. Enter. Boom, crash. The colossal gates groaned open, flooding the chamber with a draft of cold air. A light sword stepped inside, his polished armor clinking, his face drawn tight with unease. My deepest apologies for the interruption, your majesty. Robin's eyes narrowed. This was the same light sword he had personally tasked with hunting down the prime minister and delivering him without delay. His frown deepened, his voice dripping with reproach. Why do you stand before me alone? With a face pale as parchment, the light sword dropped into a bow. Your majesty, the prime minister, he claims to be suffering from severe diarrhea and insists he cannot appear before you today. Diarrhea, is it? Robin's smirk widened into something between amusement and menace. His voice rose, carrying across the chamber like a commandment. Wade. Yes. The commander of the 2nd Imperial Guard unit entered with brisk precision, his boots striking the marble floor in rhythm. His expression was hard, his body taut with readiness, awaiting his emperor's will. Accompany the light sword, Robin said, his tone almost playful yet edged with iron, and bring me the prime minister. Even if his bowels betray him, drag him here with his filthy trousers still clinging to his legs. He let out a deep, resonant chuckle that made even the torch flames flicker. Immediately. Wade snapped a crisp salute, then seized the trembling light sword by the shoulder and marched out with him, the sound of their retreating steps vanishing into the distance. Only when the vast gates rumbled shut once more did silence reclaim the hall. Robin exhaled slowly, his smirk still carved across his lips. He leaned forward on the throne, eyes glittering like twin suns, and turned his focus back to Emily. His anticipation returned in full force, stronger than ever, almost childlike in its intensity. So then, his voice rang with fire. What is this good surprise you speak of? Chapter 1542. What is the good surprise? Robin asked with burning eagerness, his voice echoing through the golden arches of the throne room. Perhaps the 125 R-class planets should not truly be counted, since they could not yet be bound to Nihiri. They were still active and bloody battlegrounds, places where flags of different empires clashed daily. And yet, even putting those aside, Robin's empire already commanded 877 planets fully subdued and assimilated into his dominion. Any surprise beyond that was not merely good. It was monumental. Emily, ever composed, raised her glasses with a delicate push of her finger, her tone calm and measured like a judge delivering a verdict. The surprise, your majesty, lies in the profound evolution that has reshaped the 3 armies of the Young Belt. If I may, let us begin with the first army, the human army. After the departure of His Highness Caesar and His Highness Pion, no commander of the old guard was left behind. Only fragments of garrisons remained scattered across the S-class planets, holding territory but lacking direction. But such a fragile state did not endure for long. The Burton family, unwilling to let the empire stagnate, released a wave of young men and women, educated and drilled under a new, intensive system, programs that honed their abilities in politics, commerce, and, most importantly, military command. The influx was so great that their numbers swelled into a full corps of officers, each one hungry to test their newly forged blades of knowledge. This rise coincided with the explosive growth of the human population within our territories, whose children flocked to the army not only out of duty but also to seize the privileges and prestige that came with service. Under the guiding hands of General Gu and Generaless Elizabeth, the First Army resumed its conquests, at first with slow, steady strides. Robin's eyes widened with awe. These youths, this entire generation, had never fought at his side, never marched beneath his direct command, and yet they were carrying his banner forward. Emily's voice sharpened slightly, though still even, like a finely honed blade. It did not take long for the programs to prove their worth. With only sparse strategic instructions from their mentors General Gu and Generaless Elizabeth, the new generation began advancing across planets on their own initiative. Within but a single decade, several individuals of exceptional promise emerged and were elevated to the rank of general, each entrusted with conquering a planet independently. Their eagerness burned like fire, and the Empire provided them with tinder. She paused for effect, then pressed forward. Now, after 3 full centuries of welcoming wave after wave of graduates, the count of new independent planetary generals has surpassed 20. Alongside them, 7 million soldiers are fully equipped with golden armaments. 8 fleets, fully operational, fly the banners of the Empire. The elite forces trained with the 4 merged laws number over 100,000, spread across multiple levels of mastery. And as for martial emperors, our ranks now boast 137,000 newly risen. Emily's words landed like thunderbolts. Robin's heartbeat quickened, each thud pounding against his chest like war drums. At present, she continued, the First Army in the Young Belt has divided into 20 sub-armies, each under the command of a newly appointed general. These 20 forces strike simultaneously at 20 different worlds, and whenever they encounter an obstacle too great, they fall back upon the wisdom of General Gu or Generaless Elizabeth, who remain as the twin pillars of oversight. This. Robin's eyes shone with raw light, his entire being alight with satisfaction. This army, his army, was now greater in power than Caesar's force had been when it first stormed into the Mid-Belt. They lacked only a towering figure like Caesar or Peon to unify them, and they would be capable of annihilating the original First Army without effort. Zara, who had been quietly observing, suddenly let out a girlish laugh, her smile bright yet sharp. Hee, perhaps you don't realize, father, but the training programs crafted by the Prime Minister are truly the highest of the high. Some were distilled directly from the experiences of the generals who once marched beneath your banner. Others were purchased from renowned mid-belt academies at outrageous sums by second brother Theo, and of course, a portion were acquired from the black markets, stolen treasures of ancient civilizations repurposed for our own youth. Her tone softened, but her words carried pride. And beyond that, there are the energy and soul cultivation methods you yourself bestowed upon us, the ever-innovating brilliance of Sky Opening City, where every day new inventions are tested first upon the Academy's students, and the live deployments of cadets to S-class planets, where they gain experience in the fires of real war under hidden protection. With such foundations, it is no wonder that the graduates of Burton Academy have become paragons of efficiency and power. Graduates of Burton Academy, Robin's lips curved upward, his smile deepening into something equal parts joy and pride. The phrase itself seemed to please him immensely. Ahem. Emily cleared her throat lightly, waiting until the father-daughter exchange ebbed away before continuing her report. Her voice regained its precise, professional tone. If your majesty permits, I will proceed to the other armies. As for the Third Army, Supreme General Arrow entrusted Assistant General Servan, along with the three witches, to take charge of claiming the remaining R-class planets and guarding the S-class worlds already under our protection. This led to stagnation, a stalemate that stretched across several decades. But eventually, General Servan made a bold move. He demanded more armor, more weapons, and reopened recruitment to the army once again. Servan. Robin's brows knitted tightly, his voice dipped in thought. Servan, the seventh prince of the Great Serpent Empire. Not just another officer, but the foremost military strategist of that empire, a mind ranked on equal footing with the famed Harus. The only difference was that Servan carried royal blood, which made his voice weightier in councils and his commands harder to challenge. He was one of the very cornerstones upon which the Third Army had been built. And yet, Robin's heart stirred uneasily at the thought of him holding command. Emily caught the flicker of doubt upon Robin's face with perfect clarity. She gave a quiet, deliberate nod, her tone steady as steel. I formally resent the matter to both Supreme General Arrow and His Highness Theo. Both gave their approval, clear green lights and personal guarantees sent back to headquarters. With their endorsements, I had no grounds to resist. I began recognizing Servan as the acting commander of the Third Army. Having absolved herself of any suspicion, she pressed onward. Assistant General Servan wasted no time. He reorganized the Third Army within Sector 99, breathing new order into its ranks, and he resumed aggressive campaigns of conquest at once. Alongside the three witches, his advance was relentless. His methods differed greatly from Supreme General Arrow's, but they were effective beyond question. Under his banner, several promising new generals emerged, handpicked from the crucible of war, and the Third Army surged back into motion, delivering fresh planets into Your Majesty's empire. Robin leaned back slightly, a half-smile forming as he tapped a finger against the throne's arm. Very well. I suppose Haru's praises of him were not born from emptiness. His smirk broadened, and he nodded several times in approval. Then, raising a hand toward Emily, Robin gestured for her to continue. So, one could say the First and Third Armies have both returned to their original stride after the ascension of their successors? With the demon awakening you mentioned earlier, the current count of S-class planets becomes logical at last. Emily adjusted her glasses, her tone gaining subtle emphasis. They have not merely returned, Your Majesty. Their average pace of subjugation has far surpassed what it once was. In addition, Supreme General Arrow and Supreme General Caesar have begun exchanging officers and generals between their forces across the belts, refining the quality of their branches individually while fostering adaptability. When difficulties arise in the mid-belt, they do not hesitate to summon specialized detachments from one another's legions to break through obstacles. Then her voice lowered, her expression tightening, as though preparing to wield a blade of truth. And as for the third and final demon awakening that spanned half a century. She paused, her brows furrowing. There is something we must discuss in greater detail, Your Majesty. Robin, who had been smiling from ear to ear mere moments ago, felt his expression harden. His brows pressed closer together, the warmth in his face cooling into a sharp edge. What is it? He asked, his tone clipped, wary. Emily delivered the blow with unflinching calm, her words heavy with consequence. We fear that divisions, and even outright rebellions, may already have begun festering within the Second Army. Chapter 1543. Rebellions in the Second Army. Robin's entire body went rigid, his posture turning even more unyielding, his eyes narrowing with a storm of disbelief. Explain yourself clearly, and spare me no detail. The Second Army stood as the undisputed pillar of power within the empire. It was unrivaled, feared, and envied alike, for among its ranks had emerged beings of unfathomable scale, the dreaded world cataclysms, and more of them would inevitably rise so long as the flow of food was sustained. This was the very nature of the demons. They were not natives of any world. They were more akin to a plague, a malignant disease that infested planets. Once the infection reached its advanced stage, the birth of a world catastrophe, it doomed the very planet it inhabited, devouring its essence until both host and plague perished together. Such destruction granted no honor, no cosmic elevation to the mid-belt, only ruin and silence. Until this very moment, Robin had built a portion of his confidence on the demons' terrifying existence. They were to be the unshakable wall safeguarding Nihiri and Jura. He had been certain, absolutely certain, that even if a millennial empire lurked in Young Sector 99 and somehow unearthed Nittery, the demons alone would be enough to shield it. But now, whispers of rebellion? Treachery within the very army he entrusted to be the sword and shield of the empire? What could this mean? Would the guardian become the executioner? Would the very creature he relied upon turn into the hand that destroyed everything? The idea of uprisings erupting within the strongest army, the spine of the empire, even if only for this era, was not just troubling, it was catastrophic. To Robin, it was one of the most chilling pieces of news he had ever heard in his lifetime. Yes, Your Majesty. Emily bowed her head lightly, pushing her glasses back with a precise motion. Her voice was steady, measured, but beneath it carried weight. In truth, the signs of rebellion began surfacing nearly 2 centuries ago. After the war against the Great Serpent Empire ended, the number of demons was merely in the hundreds of thousands. But within a single century, their numbers swelled into the hundreds of millions. The new generation opened their eyes not to peace, but to endless planetary wars. They had methods to cross into other worlds, to plunder, to devour. To them, the universe was nothing more than an endless buffet. But the problem lay in the leash their kings placed upon them. Strict decrees: attack only military forces, never civilians, set ambushes to draw out warriors instead of slaughtering innocents. Rules that made no sense to the younger demons, laws they neither understood nor wished to follow. And yet, they submitted reluctantly, with resentment simmering in silence. This suffocating restraint caused chaos to fester. Civilian raids multiplied, and executions of demon soldiers became routine. Entire squads were punished. Once, an entire battalion rose up and massacred the inhabitants of an entire planet in defiance, only to be annihilated to the last soldier. That fragile state of outward obedience but inner rebellion lasted until General Arrow and his army departed. Then came the decree to accelerate the pace of subjugation. For countless demons, that was the final straw. Even the games they played, slowing the harvest to stretch their food, were taken from them, as worlds were conquered swiftly and abandoned for the next. Incidents like the one I mentioned earlier multiplied, and the problem grew monstrously as the demons' numbers surged into the billions. Most of them do not know you, my lord. They have never seen you. They know nothing of the king's battles, nor the loyalty proven with blood to earn your trust. They only know hunger, only crave flesh. And so, nearly 20 years ago, the unrest reached its crescendo, when a new king rose in defiance. A new king. Robin's brows knit together, his face darkening. Do you mean? It was a demon general who ascended to the level of a world cataclysm, Emily explained, her tone unflinching. He listened to the cries of the masses and declared an Ark-class planet open as a free-range farm for all. How dare he? Robin's fury exploded like a tempest, his fist crashing against the arm of his throne as he surged to his feet. Has the order of this world been forgotten? Does he think that simply because he became a world cataclysm, I cannot crush him? There was no need for you to act, Your Majesty. Emily's voice cut through his rage, calm but sharp, a bomb over fire. In that very incident, General Amon personally descended. He tore the rebellious demon king limb by limb and devoured him in front of his horrified followers. Then, with his own army, he waged a brutal war that drowned the planet in blood, slaying every demon who had raised arms in rebellion. Tens of millions of demons perished, and the planet's native population was utterly eradicated. Robin exhaled heavily, sinking back onto his throne, the weight of revelation pressing down on his shoulders. And Sakar? What did he do? The Supreme General Sakar was determined to prevent such a calamity from ever repeating, Emily continued, her gaze steady. He summoned every demon king and commanded their isolation at once. He declared that any king who left their designated planet without express permission would be branded a traitor and personally executed by his hand. The duty of invasion was shifted to the younger generation of generals, those who had not yet ascended to world cataclysm. And it seems the measure has worked. For the past 25 years, minor rebellions have continued to spark here and there, but not a single demon king has dared to make a suspicious move. Robin leaned his forehead heavily against his right palm, rubbing it in slow, deliberate circles as though trying to knead away both a headache and the weight of the empire pressing on his mind. To the demons, Amon was the raw power, the hammer, the unstoppable fist that smashed everything in its path. Sakar, on the other hand, was the mind, the strategist, the sole authority whose word bound even the most savage kings. As long as those two giants remained aligned with him, the Second Army would never collapse in its entirety. Yet the danger lay elsewhere. With their overwhelming numbers and feral nature, rebellion was inevitable. They could fracture, split, devour themselves from within. And indeed, that was exactly what had happened. The consequences were dire. The rebellion slowed the empire's expansion to a crawl and carved a deep fissure between Sakar, Amon, and the other demon kings. These creatures, Robin thought bitterly, were never meant to be chained in one place. Their restlessness, their hunger, it was like trying to lock a storm inside a jar. Against his will, Robin found himself recalling the endless warnings of Neri, her voice echoing like a prophet's curse, as well as the warnings of every being who had ever known of the Red Plague. Perhaps this accursed race truly could not be restrained. Perhaps its instincts were beyond mastery. Knock, knock. The sound reverberated through the vast, echoing throne hall. A moment later Wade's voice rang out, steady but with an edge of smugness. Your Majesty, the package has been secured. Enter, Robin replied, his voice cutting firmly across the silence. Thud. The massive doors swung open with a groan, but instead of respectful silence, a shrill and indignant shout immediately filled the hall. Who do you think you're calling the package, you insolent animal? Just wait, your salary this year will be slashed in half. Half, I say. Shush. Imperial Guard affairs aren't even under your jurisdiction, you doddering relic. Wade strolled inside as though nothing were amiss, gripping an old man by the hair with his left hand and dragging him along the polished marble floor. Robin's lips twitched. He wasn't sure if he should laugh or bury his face deeper into his palm. "Wade, you didn't need to bring him in like that." Wade blinked in surprise, genuinely confused. "But your majesty, didn't you say to bring him, even if his trousers were filthy?" The elderly man being hauled behind certainly didn't appreciate that remark either. His face flushed red with outrage. "Whose trousers are filthy, you worthless brat? I'll find whoever oversees the guards' payroll and slash their wages in half, in half." Robin sighed and waved his hand lightly, a gesture of dismissal. "Just let him go. Return to your post." "Bah, as you command." Wade released his grip instantly, letting the elder's head smack against the cold stone with a dull thud before snapping into a crisp salute and marching out. "Arg, you'll see. I'll make you and that stick-wielding buffoon outside pay for this." The old man, his hair streaked with black and white like storm clouds, staggered to his feet, clutching his aching skull with one hand while shaking his fist at the retreating guard. His voice echoed with a mixture of fury and humiliation, but his tirade came to an abrupt end. Almost at once, silence swallowed the hall when a mocking, almost amused voice drifted from the shadows behind him. "Well, well, what a pleasant surprise. Welcome to my presence, my dear nephew." Chapter 1544. Welcome, dear nephew. Robin leaned back on his throne, a mocking smile curling across his lips as his gaze settled on Kristen. The sight before him was almost absurd. By the order of age, Kristen was supposed to be decades younger, maybe centuries, yet he stood there with a long, unkempt mane streaked black and white, a beard equally wild, and eyes burning with a feverish madness. His garments were filthy and his bearing was that of a crazed vagrant dragged in from some alleyway. Nothing about him suggested high status, or the sharp, monstrous intellect Robin knew all too well lurked within him. Kristen hesitated for several seconds, his body trembling slightly as though preparing his spirit for a clash. Then, slowly, he turned to face Robin. His voice was heavy, each word laced with venom. "Greetings to the one who murdered my mother. I never killed your mother. I never even saw her," Robin answered with calm, almost detached composure, his voice steady as stone. "She killed herself by running off of her own accord and marrying some nameless vagabond." Crack! Kristen's fists clenched so tightly that the sound of his knuckles echoed through the throne hall. His voice dropped lower, guttural. "Careful. You're speaking of my father." "I'm speaking of demon dung, nothing more," Robin replied, his chin lifting with cold disdain. "That fool's stupidity during the demon invasion brought about his death, and hers as well. His failure birthed you, a petty scrap of trash who founded a movement that slaughtered tens of millions of my subjects." "The dung," Kristen roared, his voice trembling with fury, "is what spills from your mouth every time you open it, Robin Burton." He swung his arm violently as if to cut the air itself. "You came here today to humiliate me, didn't you? To feed your ego, to prove to yourself that I am broken." His voice rose louder, echoing against the towering columns and banners. "Well, take your pride and cast it into the abyss. I challenge you to a duel to the death." With a dramatic gesture, Kristen ripped off his tattered cloak, letting it fall to the marble floor like a banner of defiance. His chest heaved with the rhythm of a man consumed by rage. "Come down here and fight me man to man, you son of Peter. I'll shatter every tooth in your mouth." He raised his fists and began hopping in short, sharp bounces like a fighter warming up, his energy manic, unstable. His voice rattled off like a drumbeat. "If you're a man, then don't use energy systems, don't use soul force, don't use body refinement, no martial arts, no weapons, no talismans, no." He continued listing restriction after restriction, his words tumbling one over another without pause, a tirade of madness that filled the grand hall. Robin exhaled a long, weary sigh, shaking his head before turning toward Emily. "Is he always like this?" Emily adjusted her glasses, her brow arching. "On the contrary, he seems unusually focused today." Zara, however, turned her wide, pleading eyes on Robin, her voice soft but urgent. "Father, please, stop provoking him. The Prime Minister has done much for the Empire." Robin's gaze softened briefly as he looked at her, then returned to Kristen. He remembered well how the so-called Prime Minister had first appeared, a nameless man emerging from nothing. Richard had spoken not a word of him before his disappearance. But Kristen had revealed himself, unmasking his past in front of the highest figures of the Empire, declaring that he had once led the people's movement, and confessing in detail the fate he had endured. "I wasn't trying to provoke him," Robin replied with feigned innocence, his tone almost playful. "I welcomed him, and he called me a murderer. What exactly am I supposed to do?" He let the corners of his mouth curl upward, then inclined his head toward Kristen. "Hey, thank you." Kristen froze mid-hop, his fists still clenched, brows pressed tightly together. "For what? I've done plenty. You killed my parents, you tortured me, and yet I built your empire for you." "Well, don't exaggerate," Robin replied, laughter rumbling lightly in his chest. "The demons killed them, Richard tortured you, and my empire stood long before Richard ever dragged you out of that hell. Still, I won't deny it, you have helped greatly." He shrugged, his tone shifting into one of begrudging acknowledgement. "But that isn't what I'm thanking you for." Kristen's lips trembled as if he wanted to hurl another insult, but he forced himself to hold back. As much as he hated Robin, he could not deny the truth. He had worked for centuries, all under Robin's shadow. Pretending otherwise was a farce. Finally, a reluctant smile tugged at his mouth. "Then what are you thanking me for?" Robin's expression shifted, becoming softer, almost wistful. "For Peon." A silence fell across the hall. One of Robin's heaviest burdens had always been Peon's suicidal tendencies, the fear that he might lose him at any moment. Yet Kristen's schemes had forced Pion to confront himself, to heal, even to bring Robin grandchildren. For that alone, Robin's heart carried a weight of gratitude he could not dismiss. Zara and Emily exchanged stunned looks, whispering almost in unison, Pion. Kristen, however, was not surprised. He tilted his chin high with pride, his voice ringing with arrogance. I want a reward. Oh. Robin's smile returned, sharper this time, a predator's grin. You've aided the Empire enough to warrant such a request. Very well, a planet of your own, a merge technique, a custom soul artifact. Tell me, what is it you desire? Kristen's eyes glinted, and his answer cut through the silence with the weight of ambition. I want a planetary artifact. Oh, a planetary artifact, just like that. Robin leaned back against his throne, his lips curling into a mocking grin before a deep chuckle escaped his chest. Kristen's demand was laughable. The man had never even left the young belt in his entire life. Even if by some miracle he stepped foot into the mid-belt, it was doubtful he would ever see a planetary artifact, let alone touch one. To put things into perspective, even Pythor, with his ancient bloodline and vast empire stretching across worlds, didn't possess a single planetary weapon. Yes, Kristen snapped back with full arrogance, standing straighter as if the very weight of his pride could bend reality to his will. Brother Theo delivered a report on every known type of planetary equipment to headquarters. Naturally, I read them thoroughly. He jabbed his finger toward his own chest with exaggerated drama. And I want one in particular. Do not try to appease me with some random trash you pick off the roadside. I'll accept nothing less. Ah ha ha ha. Robin burst into laughter, his voice echoing across the vaulted hall, bouncing off the pillars and banners until it filled every corner. Planetary artifacts, trash in the street. Even a first-grade piece of equipment required entire empires to pool their fortunes for a chance at auction. Yet here was Kristen, speaking of them as if they were trinkets scattered in a bazaar. But what amused Robin most was the casual way he called Theo brother. Technically it was true. Theo was Robin's son, Kristen his nephew, making them the same generation within the family. But the sheer contrast between Theo's calm refinement and Kristen's wild, bedraggled appearance was enough to make Robin's stomach ache with laughter. Very well. Robin tilted his head ever so slightly, his eyes glinting with amusement. Which one do you want? Let's see what can be arranged. I want planetary beast taming equipment. Kristen declared with thunder in his voice. He stomped his foot as if sealing his demand into the very floor. I don't care how long it takes you to track it down. I want that one, and nothing else will satisfy me. Tap, tap. Robin's fingers rapped thoughtfully against the armrest of his throne. He had heard many times of the Prime Minister's odd obsession with the three Beast Kings, how Kristen would spend hours, even days, in their company as though they were confidants instead of monsters. Now it seemed he wished to expand his collection, to draw more beasts under his sway. Robin didn't truly understand the root of this mania, though he could imagine the countless years of torture had twisted Kristen's mind in strange ways. Still, it wasn't entirely illogical. Bonding with beasts of such caliber could yield terrifying results. Very well, I'll bring it to you, Robin said at last, rubbing his short beard with deliberate slowness. But, on one condition. Your Majesty, you don't need to make promises like this, Emily interjected quickly, stepping forward. She adjusted her glasses, her voice trembling with urgency. According to His Highness's report, beast-taming artifacts are among the rarest planetary weapons in existence. The few individuals who possess them are known across the entire cosmos by name. Silence, you hag. Don't meddle in my negotiations. Kristen barked, cutting her off with a violent wave of his arm. His eyes gleamed with fury as he turned back toward Robin. Now, what's your condition? Robin's grin widened into something sharper, predatory, as though he had been waiting for this exact moment. His voice dropped, filled with playful cruelty. I want you to call me uncle, just once. Piffed. Zara clapped a hand over her mouth, her shoulders trembling as she tried to stifle her laughter. Emily, meanwhile, exhaled a long-suffering sigh, shaking her head. Both women knew well the abyss that separated His Majesty and the Prime Minister. For Robin to demand this, it was crueler than any battlefield punishment. Tisk. Kristen clawed at his white mane furiously, strands falling across his face. His jaw tightened as he spat out his words. Just find it for me first. Then we'll see. Who knows which one of us will even live to see that day. Robin's laughter was low and confident, a sound that carried certainty. Oh, I know. With a flick of his wrist, light shimmered from his spatial ring. A short, violet flute materialized in his hand. Its surface glistened like polished crystal, glowing faintly with runes that pulsed as though alive. On each side were exquisite engravings of two immortal beasts, the lion-headed eagle Anzu, wings outstretched as if ready to tear the sky, and the sea dragon Tiamat, its serpentine form coiled in endless majesty. Catch, Robin said casually, as if tossing a worthless trinket. He flung the flute toward Kristen with almost careless grace. Planetary beast taming equipment, grade 2. Then he leaned back into his throne, one hand cupped mockingly behind his ear. His grin widened to its fullest as his voice rang with teasing cruelty. Come now, my dear nephew, let's hear it nice and loud. Chapter 1545. Bam! Kristen stretched out both hands with trembling eagerness to receive the flute. For a fraction of a second, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, his entire face betraying emotions he usually kept buried deep: longing, hunger, ecstasy. It was only an instant, but it was there, raw and naked. Then, just as quickly, he masked it again, regaining his habitual smug composure, only to crush the flute against his chest as if it were a newborn he was afraid to lose. Ah, my treasure, he cried, his voice thick with obsession. Robin caught everything. That subtle shift, that glimpse of the real Kristen that slipped through for the tiniest blink, he noticed it clearer than the blazing midday sun, but instead of commenting, he only grinned wider, letting a slight chuckle slip. Come on now, my dear nephew, say it out loud. You know what I want to hear. Kristen's eyelids began to twitch violently. His throat bobbed. His lips quivered. Th, he stammered, clutching his throat with both hands as though the word itself was a thorn lodged inside, refusing to leave. And ky, yo. Seconds dragged on like years. His face reddened, veins bulged in his temples, and still the cursed phrase stuck. Then, in a sudden burst of frustration, Kristen raised his hand and smacked himself across the face with a thunderous bam. The sound echoed through the hall. Thank you, uncle, he bellowed, laughing wildly as though the admission burned and healed him all at once. The laughter didn't last long. Within moments he stumbled to the side and doubled over, retching violently until he was vomiting his very guts. Ha ha ha, was that really so hard? Robin laughed heartily, crossing his arms as he watched Kristen spasm and gag on the floor, his proud dignity shattered in the most ridiculous way imaginable. Is this real? Zara, normally composed as a frozen mountain peak, had her eyes stretched wide open. It was one of those rare moments when even she couldn't hold back her astonishment. Your Majesty, is that truly? Even Emily gasped in disbelief, nearly spilling the mountain of reports stacked on her lap. Her lips trembled as she stared at the shining instrument in Kristen's arms. Is that truly a planetary artifact? How in the heavens did Your Majesty obtain it? The hall thickened with tension. The mention of planetary gear was like speaking of the stuff of legends. Even the idea of possessing any planetary weapon was beyond extravagant. But to see one here, now, casually handed to Kristen, was a dream no one dared imagine. Of course. Do you think I would lie to you? Robin replied with a calm smile, his tone so relaxed it was almost mocking. Didn't Theo ever bring you any? Emily shook her head, her expression darkening slightly. Although His Highness Theo has more than enough wealth to enter any auction and bid on treasures, he spends it differently. He prefers purchasing world cataclysms and saving his pearls to buy an additional Nexus state. She let out a faint sigh. He said he never had enough to waste on auxiliary tools with such astronomical prices. Her eyes flicked again toward the flute, and her voice wavered. But especially this one, planetary beast taming gear, and second grade no less? If I recall correctly, the last one that appeared on the market was only first grade. It sold for 17 million pearls. Robin raised his brows slightly. Oh. His expression betrayed both curiosity and calculation. A first-grade item already commanded such a monstrous price, but second grade? Its value would skyrocket exponentially, possibly 100 million drachmas or more. To possess such a tool personally was the mark of a supreme powerhouse or a figure so wealthy that kingdoms bent the knee. And yet, Robin knew very well where he had found it, deep within the private domain of the Cosmic Elder. There, he had stumbled upon not one, but 3 planetary weapons. This flute was merely one of them. Beast-taming gear was unimaginably rare, a type of equipment that bent the balance of war. To wield it was to command entire armies of monstrous creatures. Every individual who owned one was whispered of across galaxies, feared for what their artifact could unleash. Even Robin himself was struck by disbelief when he found it lying there abandoned. He had pieced the truth together. One of those mighty figures had perished on the island, failing in their attempt to comprehend the elusive law of balance. And Kristen, of all people, had asked for it by name. Could this be what it meant to be a child chosen by fate itself? Robin's smirk deepened as he shifted his attention. By the way, he pressed his soul sense into his personal ring for a few seconds. From within its depths, he retrieved another spatial ring and flicked it gently through the air, letting it land gracefully in Emily's hands. This is for the Empire. Use them as you see fit. Emily frowned, puzzled, until her spiritual sense brushed the ring's contents. Her entire face froze, then exploded in shock. Ah, what is it? Zara rushed over instantly, her own soul sense darting in to investigate. This. What did you find? Something good. Kristen's head popped up between them like an overeager child. He too probed the ring, and in a split second his face cycled through a storm of emotions, disbelief, sharp calculation, a tense exhale of resignation, then his eyes snapped wide open again, sparkling with astonishment. All of it is planetary gear. Yes. Robin once again rubbed his short beard slowly, his lips curling into that strange smile of his, one that always left those around him wondering if he was joking or entirely serious. His voice carried calm authority, but also a teasing undertone. Yes, every single one of them is planetary equipment, ranging from first grade to third. So, tell me, do you like my little gift? There are 27 pieces of planetary gear in this single ring. Emily's voice cracked with disbelief as she lifted the ring high, her delicate fingers trembling as if she were cradling the weight of countless worlds. It wasn't just a ring anymore, it felt like the treasury of an entire empire compressed into the size of a coin. And perhaps that wasn't too far from the truth, for if the actual value of the artifacts were to be calculated, the sum could rival the annual wealth of great dynasties. Father, did you buy all of this? Zara turned sharply toward the throne, her eyes narrowing, every line of her face etched with seriousness. It was not mere curiosity, it was suspicion, mixed with awe. Robin's grin widened as he let out a chuckle. No. I stumbled upon them during another little adventure, hee. His tone was casual, almost dismissive, as if acquiring 27 planetary treasures was no different from finding stones along the roadside. Yet none other than him and the spirit of Spectre Valley knew what he had to do for them. This is beyond astonishing, Emily whispered, still staring at the ring as if it might vanish at any moment. I'll deliver them all to His Highness Theo immediately. He must decide what to do with such wealth. Kristen stroked his long beard fiercely, his eyes flashing with thought. It's better if we review them first, he insisted. Not every item here is a weapon. Some could be construction tools, research instruments, or even cultivation aids. Who knows? Within these treasures, there might be artifacts that could accelerate the rebirth of our empire, so why give it to the Shadow Swords? I agree with my nephew. Robin lifted his hand, pointing first at Kristen, then gesturing toward a line of majestic seats prepared at the side of the hall. They were grand thrones, built to accommodate visiting emperors and planetary kings of allied realms. Go sit over there. Compare the shapes and inscriptions of each artifact with Theo's reports. Record their names, ranks, and properties as you like. It will be a valuable exercise for you. Emily hesitated for a moment, then spoke cautiously, Your Majesty, if you allow us, perhaps it would be wiser to return to the main headquarters. We could conduct a detailed review there and give you the privacy you surely desire. Robin waved her concern away with a shake of his head. No need. I still require you here for a far greater matter. Just waste some time with those toys until I finish what I must. His eyes gleamed, and his tone dipped into a sharper register, one that carried the weight of secrets yet untold. Then, as if suddenly reminded, he leaned back and said lightly, right. I want to see Arrow. Summon him to me. The three exchanged tense glances without meaning to. Toys? Did His Majesty truly just call planetary artifacts, items for which entire empires went to war, mere toys? And if there was indeed something greater than dozens of planetary gears, what kind of matter could possibly surpass such unfathomable wealth? But their hesitation lasted only a moment before action overtook them. The three moved as if pulled by strings of duty, dividing responsibilities with practiced ease. I'll take them out of the ring and arrange them neatly on the floor, Kristen shouted eagerly, already pulling at the ring's space. His voice carried the excitement of a child discovering an endless trove of candy. I'll send an immediate summons to Supreme General Arrow. Emily passed the ring to Kristen with utmost care, then strode toward the grand gateway, her steps urgent. Wait, take me with you, Zara said, following quickly. I'll retrieve the encyclopedia second brother Theo entrusted to us. It will help us identify and catalog each item properly. When the echo of their footsteps faded, the vast hall felt emptier. Only Robin remained in the company of Kristen, who was already laughing to himself, pulling out artifact after artifact and arranging them with the manic joy of a collector drunk on treasure. Robin, meanwhile, sat quietly upon his throne, his golden eyes narrowing. He cast one final, peculiar glance at Kristen, an unreadable look, half amusement, half calculation. Then, with deliberate calm, he extended his hand and drew out a large metallic tablet, etched with strange runes. As its heavy weight settled into his palm, a soft glow shimmered across its surface, and Robin's eyes began to shine faintly, doing something. Chapter 1546. 2 hours later. Woo! The golden radiance in Robin's eyes, which had been focused like two piercing suns, began to fade little by little. The intensity weakened, as though the world itself was dimming, until finally it disappeared altogether. Robin let out a long exhale, raised his left hand, and rubbed the bridge between his eyes with deliberate slowness, massaging away the strain, while his right hand gently lowered the metallic tablet he had been holding. With careful precision, he placed it onto another tablet of equal size that rested across his thigh, the two heavy slabs clinking softly as they touched. For a few minutes, Robin simply sat there, breathing deeply and evenly, letting the tension ease from his body. Each breath sounded like the controlled rhythm of someone who had seen far beyond the veil of ordinary sight. Only when his composure returned did he finally lift his head and glance around the hall. He had stood in this throne room before, yet what stretched before him now was something altogether different. It was not just larger, it was monumental. The space itself felt as though it had expanded, swallowing up emptiness. The rows of side seats gleamed with luxurious carvings and velvet cushions, crafted to host emperors and kings, not simple envoys. The gateway loomed like the jaws of a divine beast, so massive it seemed it could swallow entire armies. The ceiling soared higher than his memory recalled, and the artwork above, the artwork, was no longer static. The paint shimmered faintly, the murals shifting like living things, heavenly figures and cosmic beasts flickering as though animated by hidden power. There was no doubt. The hall had undergone countless renovations across the past 3 centuries. Perhaps in stages, perhaps one grand transformation at a time, but all deliberate, all meticulous. Robin did not need to guess who had overseen it. Emily's hand was all over this. Of all the palace chambers, she must have cherished this one the most, for it was here, in this sacred hall, that Robin received his followers, where subjects came to kneel, where rulers displayed their majesty. And judging by the refinement before him, she had not only maintained the hall, she had elevated it. She had done him proud. Of course, it still could not rival the glorious majesty of Empress Eldara's starry palace within the Dawnlight Stellar Academy. That was a masterpiece on its own plane. Yet even so, Robin's eyes narrowed slightly. The difference was not insurmountable. Not anymore. His gaze drifted downward toward a lively commotion not far away. There, the trio, Kristen, Emily, and Zara, huddled together in heated debate. They were not whispering. Their voices rose, their hands gestured wildly, and between them lay piles of planetary artifacts glittering faintly with restrained power. They argued fiercely about which planetary artifact should go to which branch of the empire. The Shadow Swords demanded priority. The Imperial Guard claimed entitlement. The 3 great armies all needed reinforcement. The police clamored for more tools of control. The armies of the Cradle and the Grace could not be left behind either. The sky-opening city had its own claims, as did the followers of the central headquarters. And there were more. Always more. The irony made Robin smirk faintly. Just this very morning, not one of them had so much as dreamed of seeing planetary artifacts up close. It had been myth, legend, untouchable treasure. Now here they were, shoulders squared and voices sharp, drowning in riches they could not even decide how to distribute. Hey! Robin's voice cut across the chamber, not loud, but commanding enough that the air seemed to bend toward him. What do you three know about Richard? I have not received a single report from him in quite some time. The last I heard, he was headed into the Midbelt, Sector 101. The effect was immediate. All three froze, their quarrel cut short as if struck by a blade. They turned toward each other instead of him, exchanging uncertain, guilty glances. About that. Emily's voice came first, hesitant, heavy. What is it? Robin's brows furrowed, a shadow hardening over his expression. He did not like that tone, soft, cautious, withholding. Did something happen to the boy? Emily shook her head quickly, almost desperately. No, nothing like that. It's just. His Highness Caesar issued Richard a strict warning. He told him that he must report his location, his situation, his health, either to him or to his Highness Theo, at least once a year. Otherwise, Caesar vowed to dispatch the Shadow Swords and the Imperial Guard to track him down and follow him everywhere he went. And then, Robin's tone sharpened. Patience was never his strongest virtue, and the way Emily paused grated against his nerves. Richard eventually complied, Emily admitted, her brow knitting tighter. After some initial stubbornness, he began sending updates. The reports have been steady since then. Every year, without fail, he uses the Soul Society to contact His Highness Theo. The messages are brief but consistent enough to assure us that he is alive. Robin leaned forward. Consistent? That's all. What are you telling me? Emily's lips pressed into a thin line. Yes, that's all. Each year he sends a short message to confirm he is fine. And if he happens to be in good spirits, he adds a tiny anecdote, perhaps a 3-sentence story of something trivial that happened to him. And then, without fail, he vanishes once more. Knock, knock. Robin remained still for a long moment, fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of his throne. At last, he exhaled and shook his head slowly, his expression darkening. This will not do, he said in a low, firm voice. Richard has already had more than enough time to act freely, to do whatever he pleases. He must be brought back under constant surveillance, or he must return to Jura where eyes can be kept on him. Richard is far too dangerous to be left to wander, unchecked, for so long. He leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing as memories surfaced. From what Robin knew, Richard's mind was far from stable. The shadows of his childhood had carved deep scars into him, scars that had fractured his soul, giving birth to another persona, one alien yet bound to him. A persona that did not think, did not reason, did not care for order or kinship, a persona that thirsted for blood. And the worst-case scenario? That bloodthirsty persona might one day seize full control, suffocating Richard's true self entirely. If that day came, he would not simply be reckless, he would become a walking calamity, a disaster on par with Hedrick himself. Robin had not forgotten Hedrick, how an unchecked heart of madness could ravage worlds. And based on what Richard had already done to the citizens of the Azil tribe, the possibility was not distant. It was tangible, looming like a storm cloud ready to break. Emily's voice broke the silence carefully, almost timidly. His Highness Theo has already tried, Your Majesty. He sent several of his most trusted aides to monitor Richard. He even called upon associates of his in Mid-Belt Sector 101 to attempt the same. She shook her head, but the results were the same, no success. All who tried came back with the same story. Robin's golden eyes flickered with a sharp light. And what story is that? That a girl travels with His Highness Richard, Emily said, her voice carrying both hesitation and unease. Somehow, she senses them every time they draw near. Every time they believe they have cornered him, she acts, and then both she and Richard vanish again, as though the very ground cracked open and swallowed them whole. No trail, no residue, no sign, nothing. The last confirmed sighting of His Highness Richard was 30 years ago. Back then he was still in Mid-Belt Sector 101. Since then, silence. A girl. Robin's brows drew together so tightly that the lines on his forehead deepened. He turned his head away, his voice dropping into a growl. And I am supposed to feel reassured because Richard was seen in Sector 101 3 decades ago? Zara, who had been quiet until now, stepped forward hesitantly. Father, do you want me to inform second brother Theo to issue new orders concerning our younger brother Richard? Her voice wavered slightly. I am beginning to worry about him as well. No. Robin's reply was sharp, final. He lifted his head and his expression grew hard, every trace of patience stripped away. I do not want Theo's orders. I want Theo himself. I want your second brother to stand before me in this hall and explain with his own mouth what is happening. I want answers. And above all, I want to know everything about this girl. His tone cracked with a force that echoed through the throne hall, making the very air quiver. Emily, unsettled, rose to her feet at once. Then I shall prepare a formal summons for His Highness Theo immediately. She bowed, her intent clear, better to obey than linger before a sovereign whose temper was burning. But Robin's voice snapped out again, commanding. No, wait, you will stay here. We still have matters of grave importance to address. His gaze turned away from her and he raised his voice slightly. Malik. The massive gate creaked open at once, and in stepped a handsome young man, his posture straight, his neatly kept black beard outlining sharp features. He bowed slightly. Your command, Your Majesty. Robin's eyes locked on him. I want to see Theo use every method the Imperial Guards have at their disposal. Send him messages, send him signals, I do not care. Whatever means you must. Deliver my summons. He paused for a moment, his expression shifting just slightly, showing a glimmer of consideration. If he is truly too burdened with his duties, it doesn't matter if he cannot come immediately. Just ensure that my message reaches him. I must know that he has heard me. It was no secret that Theo's hands were full. At present, he was responsible for the intelligence and support of not one, but 3 great empires, each spanning its own sector. To expect him to be free at any moment was unreasonable. And yet, Robin knew well that excuses mattered little now. He needed Theo's presence or at least his acknowledgement. As you command. Malik bowed deeply, his voice steady, before stepping back and closing the towering gate behind him. The hall fell quieter again. Robin leaned back slightly, his hand lifting to rub the space between his eyes with slow, deliberate motions. He massaged his brow as though trying to squeeze out the frustration that clouded his mind. He stayed that way for several seconds, eyes closed, his breathing controlled yet heavy. Then, with a small shake of his head, as if banishing the storm of darker thoughts, he opened his eyes once more. A thin, artificial smile spread across his face as he turned back toward Emily, Zara, and Kristen. Well then, he said softly, the edge of his tone hidden beneath practiced calm, let us move on. I want to hear the latest reports concerning the Soul Masters of the Empire. Chapter 1547. Soul Masters? Well, I suppose this falls within my domain. Emily rose gracefully from the ground, brushing the folds of her robe before clasping both hands behind her back in the manner of utmost respect. Her voice carried steady confidence, tinged with pride. In answer to your majesty, the numbers of Soul Masters are on the rise without pause. The arrays for detecting those born with soul force beyond the ordinary have spread across every S-class planet under our rule. Day after day, thousands of hopefuls line up to be tested. For each of them, the chance to be recognized as a Soul Master has become the greatest dream of their lives. Robin inclined his head slightly, his expression calm, though the glint in his golden eyes revealed that he was listening carefully. Such growth was only natural for an empire like his. Emily continued, her tone firm. Those who pass the examinations are immediately escorted to the central continent of planet Jura. There, at the expense of the empire, they are provided education, training, and cultivation resources. Within a short span of years, they earn the title of Soul Master, and with it, opportunities that ordinary men and women could never touch. Robin knew the process well. A Soul Master was not only a cultivator, he was also an artisan of war. Anyone who earned that title gained the right to inscribe arrays, forge battle tools, and contribute to the might of the Empire's ever-expanding industries, be it in the war factories, the starship shipyards, or the great array forges. The Empire was expanding on a colossal scale, swallowing territories and developing new planets at a pace that defied imagination. Its industries never stopped, indeed, they multiplied by the day. For the common folk, the path of Soul Master was no longer just a lofty dream, it was a golden ladder. To be someone capable of producing inscriptions in bulk meant securing lifelong employment, prosperity for one's family, and a place of honor. Some, the most skilled, could rise even higher, to oversee entire planetary industries, to command the fate of millions, and to amass fortunes that rivaled the treasuries of kings. But Robin's eyes narrowed. That was not the heart of what he wished to know. Leave the numbers aside, he said, his brows furrowing. His tone sharpened as his voice cut through the chamber. What about their strength? Has anyone emerged who can truly fight using soul force? At his words, the air stirred. Whoom! A silver portal spiraled into existence beside Emily, shimmering with ethereal light. From its depths stepped forth a colossal tiger, its fur gleaming silver white, its body rippling with soul might. For massive fangs jutted from its maw like polished blades, and its eyes burned with a quiet, predatory intelligence. Robin's gaze brightened, a rare flicker of delight breaking across his stern features. Astounding! So you have reached the level of wielding soul creatures in combat. His brow arched, and a thin smile curved across his lips. Your soul force has reached somewhere between 75 and 78,000 units. Even relying on the minor soul-filling technique I passed down to you, this is an excellent achievement. Before his departure 3 centuries ago, Robin had gifted Emily with a vast stock of initial souls, and more importantly, he had given her the method to harvest additional souls once her supply ran out. For her to have reached such a formidable level in the span of only 300 years, it was an accomplishment worthy of pride. Robin recognized the beast before him immediately. That silver tiger was one of the primordial beast souls he himself had claimed after the bloody battle between Durger's legions and Caesar's armies. Instead of keeping it, he had handed it to Emily as he departed the Midbelt. That creature possessed a carrying capacity of 600 units, a rare, valuable soul indeed. But Robin also understood her limits. Without specialized techniques to train her soul creatures, and without high-level soul arts, Emily remained restrained. She could not unleash the full depth of her 78,000 units of soul force freely. The tiger before him, powerful as it was, could at most display 600 units of strength. Strong, yes, but against any random soul creature Robin had now, or even against a single-seasoned minor general, she would still be cut down without much effort. Your Majesty, you can discern the depth of my soul force just by a glance. Emily's eyes widened until they were round with disbelief. Soul force was not like energy levels, it was invisible, intangible, one of the most guarded secrets of a spirit master. It was their greatest shield and their last lifeline. To expose it was to walk toward death. Yet His Majesty had pierced through hers in an instant, stripping away all pretense. She had always respected Robin deeply, but in this moment, she realized that her respect had been shallow. Today, he proved himself once again to be a man whose very perception defied all limits. Robin's smile lingered faintly. The truth was simple for him, he could tell from the subtle shade of silver in the creature's aura. The variation was minute, undetectable to all but the most practiced eye. Yet to an experienced soul master, it was enough. This was precisely why the Soul Society had devised the soul robe to veil one's power, and precisely why Robin wore one himself. How many others have broken through to silver, and can now wield soul creatures in combat? Robin asked, his spirits clearly lifted by what he had seen from Emily. We have approximately 70 silver-ranked soul masters who can fight at present, Your Majesty, Emily answered swiftly, her tone bright with pride. They have been carefully assigned, some to oversee advanced military-industrial projects, others dispatched under High General Arrow and High General Caesar to assist in the construction of their arrays and fortifications. 300 years. Robin's voice was heavy, laced with quiet frustration as he rubbed his short beard, his golden eyes narrowing. 300 years of promoting the path of the soul. 3 centuries of me pouring resources into it, supplying you with techniques, including one miraculous method that allows soul creatures themselves to hunt initial souls and return them safely to the domain. And what is the result? His voice rose, sharp and cutting. 70 people. 70. That is all. His face darkened further, every line etched with disappointment. And not a single one of them dares to set foot on the battlefield. Not one who wields their soul force directly in combat. The throne hall fell into a tense silence. Emily lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. The weight of his judgment pressed heavily on her shoulders. Even Zara and Kristen, who only moments ago had been quarreling over the distribution of planetary weapons, suddenly busied themselves with meticulous concentration. They arranged the artifacts with unnatural care, pretending to be consumed by the task, desperate to avoid drawing Robin's ire upon themselves. Robin waved his hand, an impatient gesture that cut through the silence. Whatever. His voice was edged with irritation, but also with resignation. Emily, I know your burdens. You are the pillar of the headquarters. You carry responsibilities that would crush most men, and you scarcely have time to breathe, let alone to seek out promising soul masters and train them personally. The fact that you have attained such strength on your own is already a miracle. But, he leaned forward on his throne, his tone suddenly sharp again, the question remains. Is there anyone at all in this empire worthy of true responsibility? Among those 70 soul masters, is there not one who has the talent, the resolve, and the discipline to shoulder the task of founding a complete soul force division that answers to me directly? Emily's silence stretched for several heartbeats. Then, reluctantly, she shook her head. I apologize, Your Majesty. I cannot bear the responsibility of naming any individual. At best, I could summon them before you and allow you to judge with your own eyes. Robin leaned back, disappointment flashing in his gaze. So no one is worthy then? He nodded slowly, almost mockingly, his voice dripping with scorn. If there truly were someone, you would have spoken their name without hesitation. That you could not, that in itself is the answer. Humph, very well. Perhaps the path of the soul is not destined to bloom under my name just yet. He glanced down toward his left thigh, where 2 large metallic tablets lay stacked, their surfaces faintly glimmering with the glow of inscriptions. Beside them rested his palm, upon which gleamed his personal spatial ring, the ring that contained millions of soul emeralds, a fortune vast enough to buy and sell empires. Robin fell silent for several moments, lost in thought. Then, at last, he reached down, lifted the 2 heavy tablets, and extended them toward Emily. His voice was measured, but the weight behind it was undeniable. In the first tablet lies a book that explains the fundamentals of the soul, from the moment of birth all the way to the silver transformation. The second tablet contains everything beyond that point, carrying the path step by step until the purple transformation. Every stage, every principle, every method, laid bare. No more guesswork. No more begging scraps of wisdom from those who hoard knowledge. From this moment on, it is all recorded here. This. Emily's hands trembled as she received the tablets. She cradled them against her chest as if they were fragile newborns, terrified that even the air might harm them. Her breath quickened. Robin's gaze hardened as he continued, his tone carrying both command and promise. Understand this, in terms of value, these 2 works stand equal in my eyes to a 5th-grade merged law technique. Do you grasp what that means? But these are not meant for the elite, nor for the greedy. They are not for sale. They are for our people. You will publish them in the academies of our empire. But mark me, any soul master who wishes to read them must first swear an oath of unshakable loyalty to the empire. They must vow never to leak a single word. And if they break that vow, his voice fell cold, like steel striking stone. The punishment is death. Without hesitation. He paused briefly, then a faint smile tugged at his lips as another thought struck him. In fact, let us go further. Publish the simplified version of the soul-filling technique as well, under the same conditions. Let the same oath bind them. Let the same punishment deter them. Ah! Emily gasped, her entire body shivering. Her eyes widened as she looked down at the tablets again, her voice barely a whisper. The same value as a 5th-grade merged law. The enormity of what she held in her arms crashed over her like a tidal wave. To her, these were not just tablets, they were the seeds of an era, the foundation of a future in which the path of the soul could rise to stand alongside the greatest laws of creation. Chapter 1548. Robin then drew out several more tablets from within the ring, their surfaces glowing faintly with runes that flickered like living fireflies. His voice was calm yet carried a weight of authority. I know that Sky Opening City has been working on developing their own oath tablet, and this one here contains additional suggestions for refinement, along with warnings and alerts in case someone tries to break or escape the oath. Inside, you will also find a number of soul techniques and array designs. Some are mere drafts that crossed my mind briefly and still require proper development, while others I personally purchased from different sources. In short, this is going to be a shared project between you, Emily, your soul masters, and Sky Opening City, or at least that is how I see it. This looks fascinating. Zara instantly abandoned what she was doing, her curiosity sparked like a flame. She hurried over to inspect the tablets with eager hands and bright anticipation. In truth, she was among the 70 true soul masters of the Empire, and her soul force surpassed 80,000 units, a level far beyond most. Yet Robin had never even considered burdening her with more responsibilities. She already carried far more than enough duties for a single person, and he knew well that she was constantly at her limit. Even Emily, who had been tense moments ago, felt the weight lift from her shoulders. Her lips curved into a rare, relieved smile. "Do you have anything else related to the soul path, Your Excellency?" she asked carefully, as if still hoping for a miracle. Robin leaned back for a moment, his brows furrowing as he sank into deep thought, then answered decisively with a single word. "No." The soul path was undeniably one of the hardest roads to tread. Any power that wished to advance along it would inevitably have to rely on ghost farms as the primary source of progress. If Robin were to hand over the massive reserves of soul emeralds that he now possessed, they could easily raise hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of new soul masters in a short span of time. But then what? He would be left with 1,000 spirit cultivators with no innate talent, dependent entirely on external supplies of emeralds, always hungry for more, never satisfied. He had indeed come today with the intent of handing them a portion of his emerald reserves, but Emily's report was far too discouraging to allow him to move forward with that decision. Now then, setting aside the matter of soul strengthening for the time being, Robin gestured for Emily to set aside the first batch of tablets. His hands moved again, and more glowing slabs of jade and crystal appeared. Here you will find detailed introductions to different categories of spells and curses, their crafting processes, the inscriptions needed, and the methods of providing them with sustainable power. One of these in particular is a spell capable of boosting a weapon's strength by at least half a grade. I do not think I need to explain how decisive such an advantage could be in real combat. Wow! Zara was the first to extend her hand and examine the new set of tablets, her voice tinged with awe. "Looks like I will definitely be needing a lot more rune masters." An increase of half a grade was not something minor. It could decide the outcome of countless wars. If two weapons of equal rank, say, low epic, clashed on the battlefield, but one was reinforced with such an enchantment, the duel would already be decided before it even began. "You will need not just more rune masters, but also higher quality ones," Robin corrected with a slight wave of his hand. "Spells and curses exist on a plane far above ordinary inscription techniques. If even 5 of those 70 soul masters managed to study and grasp the basics of spell work, I would already consider it a success." He paused briefly, then added with deliberate emphasis, "By the way, I have already secured an agreement with Demir, the son of the behemoth of curses, to supply us with a stock of genuine curses and spells. They will start arriving very soon. You can use them as initial reference materials, samples to familiarize yourselves with the texture and final form of that power." "Haha, excellent." Zara's face lit up further, her joy contagious. For her, every time her father revealed a new ally or collaboration, the empire itself seemed to leap forward by decades in a single day. Kristen, however, froze momentarily when he heard the term son of behemoth. He let out a quiet sigh and resumed his work without comment, though the slight tightening of his jaw betrayed his thoughts. "There is still one last matter I need your help with, Zara," Robin continued, producing 2 final tablets and handing them to her. "Here you will find a simplified explanation on how to use the path of purity to lessen the effects of negative karma, as well as a healing method for those who become tainted by specters. And in the second tablet, you will find the major fundamental law of purity itself." Leaning back once more against the throne, his expression turned stern. "I want you to begin producing arrays and talismans on a large scale based on this knowledge. I have seen the negative aura gathering on our generals and imperial guards. It must not be allowed to continue unchecked." Negative karma was not just a vague, mystical concept. It could manifest in the harshest of ways. A general could be struck by a sudden migraine mid-battle, his focus shattered, or perhaps an ill-timed misstep caused by clouded judgment could lead him right into a fatal blow. In fact, Malik and Wade had nearly been killed because of the weight of their negative karma. It had dragged them into the jaws of a massive ghost herd. They had been injured severely when, with their mastery of time and space, they should have been able to escape with ease. Yet a single poor decision, born of clouded minds, had nearly cost them their lives. Perhaps their intentions had been noble. They wanted to lure more specters toward themselves, to reduce the burden pressing down on Robin, but there had been countless better ways to achieve that same goal. Ways that a clearer mind, free of karmic interference, would have easily conceived. "Do not trouble yourself with this matter anymore, father. Consider it already resolved." Zara carefully tucked away the tablets, determination flashing across her face. She had a mountain of work waiting for her this time, but her spirit blazed with resolve. "You created something like this?" Kristen nearly jumped out of his skin, springing to Zara's side with an expression of shock and barely contained excitement. His voice cracked with urgency. "When can we begin? Tell me it can start immediately." Robin's lips curved into half a smile, though his eyes betrayed a deeper understanding. The negative karma clinging to Kristen was massive, almost suffocating. It might very well have been the invisible chain that dragged him into the tragic fate he once endured beneath the ground. Of course he would be the first to seize upon this new opportunity, desperate for a way to cleanse himself. With a faint chuckle, Robin inclined his head toward him, speaking deliberately, "Hey, nephew of mine, there is something I want you to do in the coming period. No, actually, there are 2 things. Kristen's brows knitted tightly. He could hear the subtle layer of sarcasm in Robin's tone, as though his uncle was poking at his desperation, but he held his tongue. Instead, he waited in silence, prepared to accept whatever assignment was handed down. The first task, Robin announced, his voice carrying the weight of authority that filled the hall, is to begin overseeing the transfer of planets into Nihiri's orbit, and to establish the foundation of the galaxy seed. The ascension process will be carried out in Sector 99. All three listeners stiffened, their brows furrowing deeply. The air grew heavy. This was not just a passing instruction. It was a monumental declaration, a decision that had been hanging over them for ages. Oh. Zara exhaled with a long sigh, her tone somewhere between worry and resignation. I do not think Big Brother Caesar will take this kindly. She could already imagine his fury. After centuries of bloody wars and tireless efforts to establish the multi-planet Cradle Empire, he would now learn that he would not be the guardian of the galaxy seed after all. Instead, the seed would be moved elsewhere, stripped from under his watchful eyes. And what would sting him most of all? That arrow, of all people, would be the one chosen to bask in the honor and responsibility of protecting the seed. He will understand, Robin replied, his smile calm but unyielding. As long as he still bears the mission of building an empire, he will accept it and continue the work he started. If anything, I would be disappointed in him if he allowed anger to halt his expansion. That would mean his vision was never as strong as I believed. Kristen straightened his back and gave a firm nod. Very well. I will begin drafting the preparations and informing the people. Soon, Jura will be moved into Nihiri's orbit. His tone carried a weight of determination, already laced with calculation. In his mind, strategies unfolded, evacuation routes, support systems, defensive protocols. After all, who truly knew what dangers or anomalies a planet might face during such a colossal transfer? They could not afford to be unprepared. Now then, Robin continued, his smile widening into something sharper, this brings us to the second request. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming with intent. I have already entrusted Theo with the 5th grade scrolls of every law our empire possesses. I believe they have reached you, have they not? Yes, they are secured in the treasury. What about them? Kristen raised a skeptical brow. Good. Robin nodded, his expression growing solemn. I want you to distribute them to the generals and the most promising talents of planet Jura, under strict oath, of course. Make sure they swear heavily before even laying a finger on them. After that, tell them they are free to attempt breakthroughs. Anyone who feels confident in their potential should head to the mid-belt, claim a high-grade stabilizer, and attempt the crossing there at their own pace. The three of them exchanged sharp looks, their brows tightening once more. Zara's voice carried the concern of all present. Would not that risk triggering an immediate promotion for planet Jura if even one of them succeeded in breaking through? Correct, Robin said without hesitation, his tone steady as stone. He leaned back in his seat, folding his arms as though daring them to challenge his logic. That is precisely the gamble. Which is why I want Jura to be left untouched for the time being. Move all the other planets into Nihiri's orbit, but keep Jura isolated. Who knows? Perhaps one of those talents will succeed. Perhaps planet Jura will rise in grade long before the 600 years are up. And if that happens, we will gain a weapon no empire in this belt will be able to ignore. The weight of his words settled over them like a cloak, heavy yet burning with the spark of possibility. Chapter 1549. Perhaps one of them will succeed, and Jura will ascend before the 600 years are up. Robin's words drifted into silence, and for a brief moment, his expression softened. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he released a long sigh, one that carried both weariness and resolve. In his heart, he knew it was little more than a distant, almost unreachable dream. Yet, why should dreams be abandoned simply because they seemed far away? Why not leave a spark of hope burning, no matter how faint? Jura was not just a planet, it was the very heart of his empire, the pulsing core of the First Army. Its soil had given birth to the mightiest generals, its skies had seen the rise of countless heroes. Nearly every symbol of power that the Empire of True Beginning could boast of had some tie to Jura. He himself had been forged here. The Burton bloodline, his children. There was a reasonable possibility that this dream could come true. If Caesar, Malik, and especially Richard or Raiden succeeded in breaking through, the reward would not fall upon one man alone. The planet itself, together with every soul residing on it, would be thrust into the mid-belt. But was such a transition dangerous? Absolutely. Terrifyingly so. The chasm separating the young sector from the mid-belt was immense, like two different universes brushing against each other. Dozens of planets ascended every year, yet none ever arrived in the exact same spot. Instead, they were scattered randomly, flung like dice into the void, landing amidst starfields controlled by unknown powers. For the ancient empires of the mid-belt, such appearances were nothing short of banquets, fresh prey delivered to their doorsteps, ripe for plunder. Bloodbaths erupted each time a new planet appeared, massacres that sometimes stretched on for decades until the strongest finally claimed the prize. And what a prize Jura would be! Unlike the ordinary ascendants, Jura was overflowing with technology, glittering palaces, sprawling fortresses, and mountains of pearls and treasures stripped from 100 other worlds. Its wealth was unmatched. Its beauty was undeniable. To the hungry eyes of the mid-belt empires, it would be a feast beyond compare. Yet Robin had accounted for this. He always did. Waiting on the other side were not mere allies, but the Imperial Guard and the Grave Empire itself, empires whose names alone could halt entire fleets. With prepared planetary displacement devices of the highest grade, Jura could be instantly relocated into the starfield of the Grave Empire, shielded behind their vast dominion. In such a position, Jura would be secure. For all its wealth and brilliance, Jura was still but a single, relatively small planet. No sane mid-belt empire would dare risk war with the Grave Empire and its dreaded black wasps for such a minor gain. And if some fools did dare, then let them try. Let them learn what it meant to challenge a power of that magnitude. The preparations had been thorough, meticulous, and complete. There was nothing more Robin could do now but wait and watch. Watch as his sons, daughters, and followers sought to pierce through the heavens, clawing toward the terrifying threshold of world cataclysm. Watch, unable to intervene, as they risked everything for glory, while he remained bound by patience and strategy. Why? Because if he broke through prematurely, if he allowed himself to ascend before the 600 years had passed, then it would not be Jura alone that rose. Nihari, the planet he had personally refined, would rise with it. And that would be catastrophic. The long-prophesied cosmic war would begin too early, long before the Empire was ready. And so Robin held himself back. Even though he possessed the power, even though he carried methods that could propel him into world cataclysm at will, he restrained his hand. He was not desperate for level 50. To him, 600 years was but 600 years, time he could afford. As for his followers, that was another matter. He had already given them everything that could be given. He had filled their hands with treasures, built them an environment overflowing with opportunities, supplied them with techniques from every corner of the empire. And yet, he held no grand expectations. For them, breaking through under the suppression was akin to replicating the impossible feat of Sivar, the only being across 2 entire worlds who had done it. Was such a miracle likely? No, almost certainly not. But there was no harm in trying. And even if they failed, the attempt itself would not be wasted. They would still grow stronger, still learn the intricacies of 5th grade techniques, still temper their spirits in the fires of struggle. Their failures would sharpen them into blades. Your Majesty, Emily's voice broke the silence. Her brows were furrowed, her tone laced with doubt. I know we have the Grave Empire as a supporter on the other side, but is it truly wise to cast Jura into the chaos of their wars and into the turmoil of Mid-Belt Sector 99 so soon? 600 years is not a curse, it is an opportunity. In that time, we can gather more forces, refine our strategies, and manage the Empire's resources more effectively. Once Jura ascends, headquarters, Sky Opening City, and every other institution tied to this planet will rise as well. We won't be able to return. We'll be locked out of the Young Belt forever. Are you certain this is the path? True. Robin nodded several times thoughtfully, then allowed a smile to slip across his face. But do you know who else will ascend along with us in that case? The army, Prime Minister Kristen answered without hesitation. His voice was firm, his eyes sharp as steel. If even one person manages to break through, the restrictions shackling Jura's army will be lifted. At that moment, everyone will have a chance to step into the world cataclysm realm. This. Emily raised a brow in astonishment, her mind racing with the implications. Zara, meanwhile, continued to lean on her hand, her eyes distant, weighing the possibilities in silence. Well said, nephew. Robin snapped his fingers, his tone filled with approval. If even a single soul succeeds, if Jura ascends a century ahead of schedule, then at the very least my children will all break through. After them, the generals, at least half of the Imperial Guards, the elite units, and the gifted talents scattered across the army. Imagine it, a force swelling with world cataclysms, each one wielding fused and fundamental laws. Tell me, with such a host at my side, who in the heavens would I have left to fear? I doubt it will be that simple, father. Zara's sigh was soft, but her words were heavy with realism. World cataclysm is not a realm one simply stumbles into. Even an ancient empire like the Nine Paths can barely move such beings at will. Their entire number doesn't exceed a few dozen, certainly less than 100 at most. For us to think we could gather dozens or hundreds so quickly, that would be wishful thinking. It's easy, if you're wealthy. Robin's tone carried both amusement and certainty as he waved his hand lightly, as though dismissing the entire concern. His smile stretched wider, confidence radiating from his golden eyes. And we are wealthy. With a proper stabilizer, the chances of success don't just rise slightly, they soar. The individual's body, soul, and comprehension are all fortified at once. As long as natural talent exists and as long as they hold perfect, detailed techniques refined to the last symbol, then why should we hesitate? Let them try and fail, let them stumble and fall, then rise again and attempt once more. Each failure is a lesson, each attempt a sharpening of the blade. That is how foundations for giants are built. He tilted his head, gaze drifting into the distance, as though his vision pierced the stone walls and doors of the hall and reached across sectors, staring at futures that only he could see. I'm not so naive as to believe my army of tens of millions will all break through. That would be madness. But tell me, what is wrong with gaining 100 world cataclysms in the span of a single century? With the conditions I've laid down, with the resources I pour endlessly into their hands, I see no limits. I see no dead ends. I see only boundless possibilities waiting to be seized. Emily lowered her head slightly, her brows pinched together as she exhaled a sigh heavy with worry. Your Majesty, I fear that even 100 is too ambitious, too high a hope. His Highness Theo has already secured several stabilizers of the planetary core level, but many of them have been allocated away. A number went to the Mazer family, others to the Nightborn family, to the Sasur family, and even to the Mazdar humans. And beyond that, some have been given to newly discovered prodigies across the Cradle Empire's planets, talents who are right now attempting their breakthroughs under strict protection. Robin arched his brows, his expression flickering between surprise and intrigue. So the number of human families that had pledged allegiance within Sector 100 had grown to 4 already? Excellent. More roots to spread through the belt. Tisk, the mid-belt foundation of Sector 100 is indeed strong. A pity that the mission involving the Cradle Empire will need to be delayed, he mused inwardly, a thread of annoyance weaving into his otherwise calculating thoughts. Emily pressed on, her voice steady. At present, the treasury holds only 7 stabilizers of this level, and their replenishment is agonizingly slow. Do you wish for US to halt the distribution to our followers already stationed in the mid-belt and instead reserve them exclusively for our youth in Jura? Perhaps we could supply the new allies and families with stabilizers of lesser grade, still useful, but not at the same pinnacle level. Robin's gaze darkened with thought, his brows tightening. When one spoke of a stabilizer on par with a planetary core, it was not simply the unrefined core of any ordinary planet. No, it was something far more precious, a planetary heart tempered through specialized materials, or the meticulously polished skeletal remains of an ancient void beast, or perhaps even equipment forged for a planetary system itself, grade 2, even grade 3 artifacts dismantled and reforged into a stabilizing anchor. These things were not impossibly rare, but the refinement process, the rituals, the sheer craftsmanship required, made them exorbitantly expensive. Each one was worth more than a small empire. After a pause, Robin finally shook his head. No, cutting our followers off now would be short-sighted. In truth, I believe the free distribution of stabilizers is precisely the reason those families joined us in the first place. It is the bait, the bond, and the foundation of loyalty. And it will continue to be the reason more families, clans, and sects bend the knee to us in the future. He tapped his lower lip thoughtfully with one finger, then raised his hand in a decisive gesture. I'll send Theo more capital, a far larger fund than before. With it, he'll secure more stabilizers of this grade, and of higher grades as well. Zara's eyes narrowed, her delicate brows knitting together in slight disbelief. She leaned forward, voice soft but incredulous. Higher. The idea of stabilizers beyond planetary core grade carried weight like thunder, things that could rival the anchors of ancient worlds or relics of primordial beasts. The mere thought was enough to stir unease in the hall. Chapter 1550. Higher. Zara's brows knitted more tightly, her tone edged with doubt and curiosity. Robin nodded slowly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Star cores, refined miniature black holes, fragments of collapsed suns, stabilizers forged from things that are far beyond ordinary planetary hearts. The true higher tier. We will need a handful of them, whatever the cost. His voice carried authority that brooked no argument, his words heavy with intent. Theo doesn't need to keep throwing funds into purchasing world cataclysms from others. That era is over. From this point forward, it's time to invest directly into our own future, into what belongs solely to us. His gaze shifted toward Emily, sharp and steady. As for your concern about an immediate ascension if one of them succeeds, I suggest dividing Sky Opening City and headquarters. Send half the staff who aren't from Jura to Nihiri. They must begin training now to manage affairs there in case the ascension happens suddenly. When the day comes, they cannot afford to be unprepared. Emily froze, her lips parting slightly. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with the idea of splitting my work and creating another command post far away from me. The woman who prided herself on having her hands in every detail, who loved to micromanage every string of power, faltered as she realized this meant diluting her grip. Her tone dropped into unease before she caught herself abruptly and forced her voice higher, almost pleading. Oh, I didn't mean to question you, Your Majesty. If you command it, then it will be done. Robin's smile widened, though his voice was firm. This isn't a suggestion, girl. Even if no one from Jura manages to break through, you must establish new headquarters. Not one, several. Across different planets. In truth, it is not merely wise, it is an obligation. An empire without multiple pillars collapses the moment its center is shaken. He leaned back slightly, his tone deepening. We currently control 877 Class S planets. Who can say how many we'll possess in 600 years? Perhaps far more than we can move into Nihiri's orbit in time. When that happens, you will curse yourself if you haven't prepared a network of secondary centers. Your Majesty, do you mean? Emily's eyes widened, though she already sensed the answer. She needed to hear it confirmed. Zara and Kristen both straightened unconsciously, their expressions tense. Robin did not disappoint. His words fell with the weight of iron. The presence of the Empire of True Beginning in young sectors 99 and 100 must endure even after Nihiri, the galaxy's seed, ascends. No, not endure. It must dominate. The goal will be to claim both young sectors outright, even after we depart for the mid-belt. Emily's eyes trembled, her composure cracking. Now that's the kind of ambition I admire, Uncle, Kristen muttered, stroking his chin in thought. Then, realizing the word had slipped from his mouth, he smacked himself on the cheek. Bam! A moment later, he smacked his hand too, cursing his own carelessness. Zara's expression tightened. Her voice was calm but layered with caution. That's a towering ambition, father, but is it even feasible? Once Nihiri, Jura, and Blood Orphan ascend, the core of our strength will be gone. What will remain to defend the planets left behind? How will we continue to expand in two vast sectors without our heart? That, Robin replied with a flick of his hand, is your problem to solve. My role is to pour wealth and resources into your hands, and I've given you more than enough of both. What you lack is not coin or weapons, it's strategy. Use your minds. That's your responsibility. The three exchanged uneasy glances, silent but heavy. Could it really be so simple? To seize not one but two entire sectors? Until now, they had barely stretched beyond the starfield encircling them. They had not yet seen the vast oceans of territory that lay beyond. The thought of dominion over 2 sectors was staggering, almost absurd. Robin exhaled slowly at their hesitation, then leaned forward. If I were in your place, I would choose a colossal Class S planet rich in resources, but not one of our main worlds. A planet with at least 200,000 years left before ascension. I would begin grooming its people, teaching them governance, forging battalions from their sons and daughters, and sending them to fight in our mid-belt armies. Let them bleed there, learn there, earn loyalty there. When the time comes, those people will return as administrators and commanders. They will be our eyes, ears, and blades within the young sectors. Father. Zara's lips parted into a faint, incredulous smile. You truly mean to become the overlord of a young belt sector, while still in the young belt? Robin laughed, the sound rich and unshaken. And why not? Emily's body shivered. Her voice wavered as she asked, Your Majesty, has anyone in all of history ever managed to seize control of an entire young sector before? Robin's laughter rolled through the hall. Not as far as I know. Wars in the young sectors are always fought through proxies. No great power has ever been willing to commit the oceans of resources needed to push a vassal empire to conquer a sector outright. Too dangerous, too costly. What if that empire, once strong, refuses to submit? What if they entrench themselves in the young belt, refusing ascension? What if they ascend later and, drunk on newfound strength, strike down their old masters? No, it has never been done. As you all know, Robin began, his tone deliberate and heavy with meaning, the ascension of a planet does not mean you yourselves will ascend at the same time. He slowly raised his hand and gestured toward each of them in turn, his voice deepening with emphasis. What that means is this: if Jura alone ascends according to the plan, while one of you happens to remain on Nitari, then that person will stay on Nitari, bound by the same restrictions as before. Those chains will not break until you step with your own will and your own feet into the mid-belt. And once you cross the threshold, you will never be able to return to the young belt again. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink into them before continuing, his tone colder, quieter. That is why it is not strange to find empires lingering in the young belt for millions of years, clinging to existence by hopping from one planet to another, refusing ascension entirely. They live like kings among the weak, predators in a pasture of sheep, pretending to be rulers while in truth they cower, wolves too afraid to leave the forest, terrified of what awaits them in the wider hunt. Robin let out a long sigh, one that seemed to echo through the chamber. He knew that line of thinking well, it had its own twisted logic, yet its flaws were deadly. A planetary emperor could stretch out his lifespan only by refining planets, since in essence he would always remain just a martial emperor at the core. But the refined planet itself would inevitably ascend within 500,000 years, no matter how young or carefully chosen. And on that inevitable day, the emperor would face an impossible choice: abandon his planet willingly, tearing away half of his soul domain, or cling stubbornly to it and wait for the mid-belt predators to arrive and seize it by force. Either way, the price was near certain death. His soul domain would be split in two, his essence torn apart. The chances of survival were less than 10%. 9 times out of 10, the emperor perished outright. And even in the rare chance he lived, he would be left crippled, a broken remnant of what he once was, condemned to waste away weak and powerless for the remainder of his life. That was why the annals of history were filled with ancient empires flourishing in the young belt, their banners spanning across the stars, but never with ancient planetary emperors. Such figures did not exist. Their dynasties fractured too quickly. Generations succeeded each other with unnatural speed, children inheriting thrones before their time, while the rulers themselves grew weaker and weaker. With each forced relocation to a new world, the roots of their empires grew thinner, their foundations more fragile. And in the end, inevitably, those empires crumbled into dust, their names remembered only in fading whispers. Your Majesty. Emily's voice broke the silence, sharp with worry. She leaned forward, her brows pinched together, her fingers tightening into fists. Do you not fear the same outcome for the people we choose to raise and prepare? That we strengthen them, grant them power, give them everything, only for them, after a few generations, to turn their backs on us? To rebel against the very empire that nurtured them? Robin's response was not words at first, but a smile, a calm, knowing curve of the lips, as though the question itself amused him. Kristen's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed with realization. He exhaled sharply through his nose. So that's it. His Majesty has never entertained that concern, not even for a single moment. But, why? Zara's voice, usually steady, wavered slightly as she tilted her head. Even she could not fully grasp his reasoning, and it unsettled her. Because His Majesty, Kristen said slowly, his eyes locking with Robin's, as if seeking confirmation, already has another power at his disposal. A force that will maintain balance in the young belt no matter what. He gave a faint, almost knowing smile. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? Another power. Emily echoed in confusion, her brows furrowed deeply. But who could? Knock, knock. The heavy sound of fists striking against the great doors broke the tension. Your Majesty, came the voice of a guard from outside, firm and respectful. Grand General Sakar and General Aman request permission to enter. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.